21, Rich Strike, 80-1, Derby Shocker. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Belmont Park on a blustery Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day from all of us at America's Day at the Races. Live coverage about to get underway. The first race in just a few moments inside the studio alongside Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, like shooting ducks on the pond today, Andy. Did that really happen yesterday? Did a horse named Rich Strike really win the Kentucky Derby?
I thought the Derby was later today. I like a long shot.
number 21, who wasn't in the race Friday morning.
Yeah, I read a quote from Steve Asmussen where he said when he got up this morning, and I think that's the question he asked himself, did that really happen?
I bumped into Bob Baffert the night Mind That Bird won the Kentucky Derby. He had Pioneer the Nile, who ran second, and he walked right by me, and he had this like dazed look on his face, like, how did that happen?
At least he lost by 6 lengths.
Your tweet was great, by the way. The Rich Strike looks Mind That Bird on paper look like Secretariat.
I mean, at least Mind That Bird, and no disrespect to Rich Strike, but Mind That Bird at least running some stake races and not run that badly in them. He really didn't have credentials on paper, which is why it was a big price, but we'll talk about it a bit more later. I'm looking forward to it.
Later. The industry will be unpacking this one for, weeks, months, years. Rich Strike, second biggest upset in Derby history. No 80-1 shots in this first race. Belmont, $25,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime, 6.5 furlongs towards the outside. Andy, quick flash, 6-5 at post time.
Tough to take 6-5 on anybody in this race. The 6-5 quick flash is just a slightly less race version of Victory Built inside of him. It was 1 for 31 with 10 seconds and 5/3. Quick flash is 1 for 21 with 7 seconds and 4/3. They're both off claims. Rob Atras claimed quick flash. Rudy Rodriguez claimed Victory Built. I'm surprised that the 5 is a big favorite. I'm going to bet the 2, Mr. Buckley.
Quick flash. First after the claim, as you mentioned, Rob Atras. His latest, March 20th, Aqueduct, facing similar. Looks like he has a beat on Charger, but Charger had something left. Quick flash on the outside. Looks just like his daddy Flashback, cannot get by.
Yeah, I mean, it's been this history, the story of his life. And I think he's a tough horse to take at a short price. I get it. They're both off the claim from guys who win off the claim. I'm surprised the 4, who looks like the early speed and the controlling speed on paper, though I think Quick Flash will be outside of him. I'm surprised that the 5 is a heavy favorite over the 4, but the morning line maker had it right. I think Mr. Buckley is very dangerous. He's an improved horse for Ray Handel, and his last race, he raced wide against a gold rail. And to me, I think that makes him a little bit interesting in this race, and he seems like a fair-priced alternative.
Victory Built, expect him to make the lead.
He should if he breaks.
At 5-2, Mr. Buckley steps forward. We're all set for the first of 9 on this Mother's Day program on a chilly Sunday here at Belmont Park. John Embriel standing by with the load-in call. Race 1 live, Belmont Park.
Waiting for Victory Built and Quick Flash. In the gate for the Sunday opener. And the rough. From the outside, Quick Flash and Victory Built. The 2 of them right together in the early going. Victory Built takes a narrow lead. Quick Flash on the outside runs in second. Cajun Commander is next in third, almost 3 lengths. Back to Centavo. And Mr. Buckley, who was off slow, is the trailer in 5th. It's Victory Built on the inside and Quick Flash, the gray, on the outside. They're right together through an opening quarter mile in the mud in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Cajun Commander sits behind them in third, with Centavo, who has moved off the rails on the outside now in 4th. 4 lengths back to Mr. Buckley. The battle up front continues. Quick Flash and Victory Built. They are heads apart for the lead, with Cajun Commander in third, the half in 45 and 3/5 seconds. They come off the turn and head for home, with Quick Flash and Victory Built continuing to battle it out. Centavos on the far outside. Cajun Commander and Mr. Buckley less than an eighth of a mile to the finish. It's Victory Built on the inside and Quick Flash on the outside. They've been going at it right from the start. They're still going at it with 50 yards to the finish. It's Quick Flash and Victory Built, and it's going to be a head bob. Very close. Victory Built, Quick Flash. They battled it out for 6.5 furlongs.
Thrilling finish in this opener at Belmont Park. Heads bobbing, I still don't know.
The inside.
Victory Built, Quick Flash. Victory Built, you think?
Yeah, Victory Built got it. I'm shocked that he wasn't favored. I just assumed he'd be favored in here. And it was, this race really fittingly should end in a dead heat, because if it's a dead heat and they can both declare they actually dead heat for second while finishing on the money, the 5 got the bob on the inside. It's very close, but it seems like the 5.
Four got the bob on the inside.
I'm shocked that the 5 was a heavy favorite over the 4. I thought for sure the 4 would be favored. I honestly did. Figured he was the speed. Rob Atras off the, Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. They were the 2 best horses going in, but they're both refuseniks, and they just found a field they couldn't help but beat. And my horse got eliminated at the start, and probably not the wisest move by the rider to glue him to the rail.
This is a mechanics thing. Horse mechanics, 4-5-3-1. Photo is down. Victory Built. Victory Built runs with his head down, or normal head carriage. Quick Flash has his head way up in the air. Again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just funky mechanics. But in a close finish, heads bobbing, like you don't, it can be a hindrance.
Sure, it's a good point. It's a good point. Well, it is kind of funny because in a lot of ways, logically, I took a shot to beat him. It didn't work out. These 2 figured to be coming out of the wire. I think really the only surprise is the winner's the same price as the 3 horse. I don't know who on earth thought they were similarly likely to win this race. I'm stunned. I mean, the morning line maker got it right. He had the 5 favorite over the 4. I thought it was crazy, and he was right. But, I mean, the 4 had the advantage of being the speed.
4-5-3-1 in a tight one. Exciting first race, Belmont Park. And while the racing world continues to dissect what took place yesterday at Churchill Downs, racing continues today at Belmont Andy, and a race that lives in the honor of a horse whose legacy is almost impossible to put into words, into context, the great Ruffian.
The first horse I remember seeing as a kid. You know, I was in Saratoga when she won the Spinaway, and I'd read about her, and that was when I first started going the track. And I saw her cross the line over, I think, 12 or 13 lengths in front of the mighty Laughing Bridge. She was one of the all-time greats. Obviously, a sort of a tragic end to her story, but she should be remembered by her races on the racetrack, which were singularly and in total incredible.
There are so many ways to measure an athlete's success. There's championships, individual accomplishments, statistics. She had plenty of those, as you can see, but Ruffian was different, Andy. Firsthand, I witnessed the adoration for Rachel Alexandra, the adoration for Zenyatta. Can you put into perspective how loved by her fans Ruffian?
Well, I mean, to be fair, I was just getting the game, so I wasn't at the track in the same kind of context I am now. But, I mean, she was, you know, not quite front page news, but I could bring up my chart book. I could have brought it in and show you stories in the times when she made her return at Belmont Park. You know, she didn't run against until she lost the Spinaway. She had a hairline fracture after the Spinaway, and she missed the Frisette. She ran 5 times at each as a 2-year-old and 5 times successfully as a 3-year-old. But she was the story when she ran. And, you know, it's a very different story. She won a comeback race. Then I think she won the Cumley at 7 furlongs. Then she won the Acorn a mile. Right after that, a 1.1 miles for the Mother Goose. And the Acorn, Mother Goose, and Goaching Old America Oaks were the Triple Crown for fillies. And then she followed that up by winning at 1.5 miles. In her next start, going from 1.8 miles to 1.5 miles, up 3 ace, and she was a brilliantly fast horse who won her debut in, I think, 102 and change by 10 lengths. Yet she stayed the 1.5 miles, and she beat a very, very good racehorse named Equal Pay, who ran for King Ranch. Eventually, she became a very good dam. I think that Maple Jinsky might have been a foal of hers. I'm not sure. I think somewhere she's in there, and that's like Gold Beauty. She's a tremendous racehorse, and she beat her by about 2.5, 3 lengths here. I think went 227 and change. Pretty strong. I mean, they weren't Beyer speed figures to look at back then, but she was godlike.
This massive storied venue and the final resting place for very, very few. Go for Wand and Ruffian, her final resting place near the finish line here at Belmont Park. Today's feature, the 44th running of the Ruffian. Underway at Belmont with the racing, and you just saw Victory Built outlasting Quick Flash to the wire. 4-5-3, high riding Jose Gomez strikes early on the program, and he's standing by with Richard Migliori in the winner's circle. Richie.
Thanks, Lafitte. It always makes me happy when I see an apprentice that just fits so well in a very deep riding colony. We have that with Jose Gomez. Jose, track sealed pretty tight. You made the lead. What's it feel like underneath you? The horses were kind of running over the top of the ground.
Yeah, I just try to follow where it's tightest, Try not to go where it's deeper. So I was just trying to see where he was going.
It seemed like you were trying to ride the tire track. Was that about right?
Yes, sir. Like I said, try to follow the tightest place, and I was on the tire tracks. Yes, sir.
Now you get hooked up in a stretch stool. Kendrick Carmouche, strong rider. I noticed you went to your left-handed crop late. What was the thought process behind that?
Well, he was right on my outside, and I wasn't sure my horse, wasn't really trying to get by, so I switched over to the left, see if he could give me a little bit more, and it paid off well today.
What's it like riding in this colony? Do you feel like you learn something new every day? Who are the guys that impress you? I know you got the greatest mentor in Angel Cordero, but in the room, who are the guys that really impress you?
Well, like you said, I'm in the best riding colony right now, so just everybody, honestly, like I was just right there with Kendrick. Kendrick, I see a lot. I learned a lot from him. I learned a lot from just, the Ortiz brothers, from everybody. I just try to pick and choose from everybody.
You having fun?
Of course.
Can't wipe the smile off his face, Lafitte. He always has a good time, and you're getting 5 pounds with a rider that really sees the race now. Big edge, especially when you win by a nose.
If it sounds like we've been discussing Jose Gomez a lot, it's because we have been, because he's been riding that well, and by that much. Jose Gomez in victory built over. Quick flash in the first race. Belmont Park just continues to impress here at Belmont Park. Today's races, our schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 1 down, 8 to go. Belmont. Ruffian is the 8th, 4:51 Eastern. 66th and final day from Oaklawn Park. Stick around for the 10th and final, that traditional final race of the meet, the 1 3/4 trails and long-standing tradition at Oaklawn Park. Great time to join us here at Naira Bets, where you get this $200 deposit match bonus. New members are going to use that promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Got any track? Anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Just getting started here on America's Day at the Races. And that's what the Kentucky Derby was supposed to look like yesterday. 150,000 strong at Churchill Downs, the party they've been waiting for. Look at that hat. The race they've been waiting for. The result? Mind Scrambler. Just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Great to have you with us. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual unusually well. Now, what was unusual? Yesterday's Derby. That was unusual. More on that in a moment. Horses on the track at the gate for the first at Oaklawn. $30,000 maiden claimers. Closing day, 1 mile. Fillies and mares, a field of 8, Andy.
Yeah, you got a couple of drop downs, and the number 3 that's coming down, and the number 7 as well. And the 2 Burrow Down is off the claim for Chris Hartman, is a dangerous man off the claim. That's why he's favored. And I'm not going to try to beat this filly.
Cadillac Lady, jockey Liss.
That's pretty good. Less weight, right? But Jockey's pretty good, so you might
That's
want
a good handicapping angle. I'll take the horse with like 120 less pounds.
Don't you love when people are surprised when a horse throws the rider and finishes 5 lengths out of the field? I guess that's the good argument against my feeling that weight doesn't matter. But it's a good argument for my feeling that jockeys just hold them back. That they just, they're a detriment to them.
That's right. Necessary evil.
They need to get in the gate before we get in a lot of trouble up here.
All jockeys, right?
Yep. Except for that.
Except naturally. Burrow Down with Francisco Arrieta, 9 to 5 at post time. Vic Stauffer with the call, first of 10 on closing day from Oaklawn Park.
They're at the post. They're off. Very even start. Burrow Down is close up. So is Cadillac Lady in the center. Distorted Secrets, Perfect Mistress in the mix as well. And these 4 race out. Distorted Secrets 4 wide. Autostrada is 5 wide at the clubhouse turn. Then Quality Chrome and Make Me Believe. And the trailer is Miss Wow Wow. It is to the backstretch Perfect Mistress, 3/4 of a length to Distorted Secrets, who now runs up on the outside. Here's Distorted Secrets within a neck of the lead. At the rail, Cadillac Lady is a tugging third, then comes to the outside in Autostrada. Quality Chrome is between horses, 5th and about 4 from the front. Burrow Down has 5 lengths to make up with Make Me Believe just outside of her. And then 6 lengths last to Miss Wow Wow midway on the backstretch. Finish line is the 16th pole, and 2 of them are heads apart. Perfect Mistress and Distorted Secrets, and they match strides going into the far turn. Here's Distorted Secrets to just put a neck in front. Then a length and a half to Quality Chrome, followed by Autostrada. At the rail, Burrow Down still in with a good chance. 2.5 to Make Me Believe, and then Miss Wow Wow Distorted Secrets gets away at the top of the stretch. And now Distorted Secrets has the lead by a length as an all-in Quality Chrome is coming second. Then comes Burrow Down at the rail, Distorted Secrets, and Chelsea Bailey the one to catch, and she's traveling well, a 2-length lead. Burrow Down is about to move through from the inside and take second with Quality Chrome third. Final 16th to get. Distorted Secrets is still there, but Burrow Down is coming after her and trying to get her on the money. Distorted Secrets reaches. Burrow Down to the outside. Distorted Secrets, Burrow Down, Distorted Secrets in front. Distorted Secrets beat Burrow Down. Quality Chrome was third. Autostrada finished 4th.
Chelsea Bailey strikes early on the Oaklawn program. Distorted Secrets holding off a late charge from Burrow Down in the first.
Trainer Carl DeVille is now 1 for 13, stretching out maidens on the dirt. Fortunately, I didn't give you that stat before the race. If you like this horse, Chelsea Bailey, one of the number of successful women riders we saw at Oaklawn. And I thought that was one of the neat stories about the Oaklawn meeting.
Some of the best handicapping information you provide is that of which you do not provide. Well done, Andy.
Very often.
At
More often than you know.
Distorted Secrets, race 1 at Oaklawn Park. So this is the part of the show where we're going to try and unpack yesterday's Kentucky Derby. And let's start with the fact that the eventual winner on Friday morning, we didn't know he was in the race. Let's start there. Let's go right back to the start of yesterday's 1.25 mile Kentucky Derby. A clean break for most. Epicenter, post 2, does break half a step slow. Zandon mid-pack, bounced around. Andy, and somebody named Rich Strike makes a left-hand turn from Lexington.
Yeah, I mean, this rider, if he had 37 decisions to make in the race, he made 37 correct ones to lead to the victory. And I think if it wasn't a rider that no one was really familiar with, or few were familiar with, we'd be hailing it as one of the all-time greatest rides.
We should be anyways.
Let's give this guy the credit he deserves. Now, one thing we made very clear, if the number 4, Summers Tomorrow, was leading going around the first turn, there was a very good chance they were going too fast. I didn't think they'd be going this fast.
Up the backstretch, blistering pace, fastest opening quarter mile in the history of the Derby. Epicenter stalking starts to creep forward. Zandon, mid-pack, creeps forward. Rich Strike is far, far back, right where he should be given the pace.
But let's make something clear. So was Mo Donegal. And this horse dramatically outclosed Mo Donegal, who was one of the likely winners and the one, along with Zandon, most likely to take advantage of a scenario like this.
Down the stretch, Epicenter strikes the front. Zandon unleashed, uncorked. Look out for Rich Strike on the inside.
Weaving between horses. You see him moving in the two path. At this point, it's the two heavyweights hooking up, the race that you imagine could happen. I was thinking Zandon's going to win, but I'm not sure Epicenter's not the better horse. Epicenter held him off, ran a remarkably good race. Not that Zandon didn't run well, but there was Rich Strike getting that incredible ride and him probably winning the race. But he outclosed the other closers. He outclosed Simplification, who finished fourth. He outclosed Mo Donegal, that finished fifth. So, yeah, he's a surprising result. Yes, he's not likely to be able to win a race like this because he's not going to get these circumstances again. But having said that, there were others that could have taken advantage of it and did not.
How much faster did that horse run yesterday than he ever had in his career?
Well, his last race on synthetic was an 84 Beyer, which was his best career Beyer figure. He got a 76 on synthetic the time before. Let's assume he's improving and he handled the dirt like he handled synthetic, unlike the other horse in the race who did not. He still improved from an 84 to a 101. That's 17 points. That's conservatively a mile and a quarter, 10, 11, 12 lengths, 2 seconds roughly he improved. This horse dramatically improved. It happens. It's unusual for it to happen. It's unusual in a race like this for it to happen. But it was a combination of a wild pace, an exceptional ride by a basically unheralded rider, and a horse that just took a step forward. Did Epicenter run the best race? I believe that he did. I think Zandon probably ran the second best race. But it's not always about being the best horse that day. Sometimes a horse takes advantage of circumstance, and I still think it's important to note that there were other horses that could have taken advantage of the meltdown and did not take advantage of it the way that Rich Style did.
And the same formula that led to Giacomo at 50 to 1. Nuclear pace, wild finish, and a closer from far, far back. Sonny Leon, that was his first graded stakes win ever. Unbelievable in his Kentucky Derby debut.
He's the four-time leading rider at Mahoning Valley. Pretty incredible. It's a great story in that respect. It's a crazy horse. Anybody that did not tell you before the race that they liked the horse, that told you afterwards they did, they're lying, okay? Their new nickname is Pinocchio. But it's still a good story. It's still incredible. And I think back to Orb, though, who took advantage of a meltdown. Now, Orb was a more heralded horse. But if you look at that Triple Crown, Oxbow was the only horse that was close to the pace that came back to run the Preakness. He won and paid $30. The horse who set the pace was Palace Malice. He came back and won the Belmont and paid $30. The horses you want out of this race was anybody that was forwardly placed. Epicenter, I assume, is going to the Preakness. He should be, and he will be the favorite, and he's the horse to beat.
Champion jockey Richie Migliore standing by. Richie, can you lend perspective to just how much credit jockey Sonny Leon deserves for that massive upset win in yesterday's Derby?
I think he deserves huge credit. I agree with Andy. He was back there with some other horses that closed. But if you look at Mo Donegal's trip, Barbara Rhodes' trip, they were beaten about 3.5 and 3 3/4 lengths respectively. They went 10 and 11 wide and were making substantial contact with each other, which slows down forward progress, where Sonny Leon ducked to the inside, found the paths. He had the horse to do it, and he was closing, and I don't want to belittle the horse's effort whatsoever. But Sonny Leon's ride really enhanced his opportunities greatly by making those gaps and saving ground. While the other two were going right, he was going forward. And they weren't beaten that far. So, yes, it was helped by a pace meltdown. It was a crazy pace we haven't seen in many years in the Derby. But every move he made was right. And to give you some perspective on Sonny Leon, 226 winners he rode last year, just 2 less than Joel Rosario. And riding in a place where horses aren't as good, riders aren't as good, sometimes conditions aren't as good, harder to win with the places he's winning at than it is riding really good horses in a top-notch place like Belmont Park. So Sonny Leon, he may not have been heralded, he will be after yesterday, but he has certainly proven he's a stone race rider.
Brilliant ride in a situation he's never been in. I guess the question now, Andy, with Rich Strike, so was that a fluke, 80-1, second biggest upset in the history of the Derby. Or are you expecting him to make some serious noise now in the second jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness and the Belmont Stakes? Mind That Bird came back, ran very well in the Preakness and the Belmont Stakes.
I agree. I'll say a couple of things. Mind That Bird actually ran better this horse in winning the Derby. Not knocking the race he ran, but he ran better. He won by 6 lengths or something. Also, he got the same kind of situation in the Preakness that this horse got in this race. He got a supersonic pace. He just ran to Rachel Alexandra, who in one of 2 races where she was on the lead in meltdowns and still won. This in the Woodward, something you never see happen. Because I don't know if people remember, she dueled with a horse named Big Drama. He's such a bad horse, he came back and won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That's how bad he was.
Yes.
I mean, so he got a perfect set of circumstances, but he did get good for a month. And then he never really was that horse again, because the reality is, there's an argument he could have won the Belmont Stakes if he had gone to the inside where Calvin Borelli's goes, and somehow Calvin thought it was a dead rail that day. It was a gold rail. He also ran a Summer Bird, who was very, very good. We'll see. He's a horse that deserves attention. He's a good story going forward in 2 weeks. We'll see if it's Cinderella and he turns back into a pumpkin.
Good, unbelievable story. Claimed for $30,000, not in the race Friday morning. And who knows, maybe in 5 weeks we'll be talking about Rich Strike bidding on a Triple Crown, which is why you need to get on top of the tickets. On sale now. 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 9th through June 11th, jam-packed with exciting. Featuring some of the best racing in the world, headlined by the Test of the Champions, Saturday, June 11th. Get your tickets today at BelmontStakes.com. Set up a Meet Andy Serling booth as well. All part of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
It's my birthday in case you need to get your gifts early. Lafido picked up the cash for me, I trust him.
Here to carry his bags. Belmont Park, the Belmont Stakes. Will we see a bid on a Triple Crown? We'll find out in 2 weeks. Rich Strike. Incredible, incredible story. Here at Belmont, horses are in the paddock. New York bred $25,000 maiden claimers, fillies and mares 3 and up. KT Gal pictured. The handicappers zeroing in on her. For the Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher, 4-5. Riders up post parade in the second from Big Sandy. Next.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:15. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms from all of us at America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app. Chilly for Sunday in May. Here in Elmont, riders up. Horses leaving the paddock post-parade momentarily. Andy, New York Breds, $25,000 maiden claimer. You don't necessarily agree with the wagering, correct?
Yeah, they're misbetting this race. The horse who's The second choice with Jose Gomez is going to complete the early double for Jose Gomez. This was a much more likely winner, in my opinion, than the horse who's currently and will be favored, the 4 KT Gal. And I think this is a question of sort of a Todd Pletcher situation, where you see Todd and they just sort of go crazy. I mean, I know this horse narrowly lost, and this is his last start in the dirt 2 races back, or her last, I should say. And she's not beating any killers here. I won't disagree with that. But she was gift-wrapped this race. Now, the horse who beat her had a very good trip as well, but she came from dead last. Great ride by Dylan Davis to win, but from dead last to win. She got a 48 buyer. She could improve. I get it. Roz's last race, when she dropped down to this lower level, was run on a racetrack that was enormously biased towards speed and horses on the rail.
Okay.
She was back and close to last, and she made a 5-wide run around the field, and she finished third and still ran 1 buyer point higher than KT Gal did in her dirt race. On a fair racetrack, Roz probably would have run in the 60s, and if she didn't win this race and she was in here, she would be favored over KT Gal. I believe they're making the wrong horse favored in this race.
8-5 on the morning line. Roz 7-2. There is Elegant Leoban. KT Gal 4-5. Elegant Leoban, 15 race maiden.
Yeah, but she does get pieces of races, and I wouldn't be surprised if she gets a piece of this one as well for Keith O'Brien.
Louis Cardenas aboard. There is the aforementioned Roz.
She ran very well last time. If she runs back to that race and it's a much more fair circumstance, and I think looking at the pace projector, she should be close to the pace set by the 4.
Emerald Banker, 12 race maiden, 19-1.
Yeah, unlike Elegant Lauban, she's a lifetime maiden, but she doesn't even knock on the door.
KT Gal just ran out of steam in that latest.
She
Two
did.
back, I should say.
And keep in mind, that was just a very, very soft field of 3-year-olds as well. And Roz is coming out of a race 3-year-olds versus olders, for whatever it's worth.
Keen Dancer, 8 race maiden, 16-1.
Could this be the second Keen Ice to make a big upset in 2 days?
That's right.
I think Keen Ice is happy. He called Britannico and he said, "How'd it work out for you?"
See,
nobody's calling me yet.
He beat American Pharaoh. Passed on generationally, the upset trait. Dance for Bourbon on the outside at 4-1.
I guess this is the 3rd likeliest winner, and that only has the 1 start, but honestly didn't do much running in a very weak field, and to be a comparable price to the 2 is preposterous in my opinion. And the 2 drips down, it's 5-2, where I still think she's an overlay.
On this muddy track, 2 minutes out, these New York breds, $25,000 maiden, claimers, fillies, and mares. 1 mile. Do you expect KT Gal, though, the favorite, to control the pace early on?
Well, I look at the pace projector from Time From US, and they have her moderately faster than the 2 Roz. And you never know, with Gary Richards riding the number 3 Emerald Banker, she could be sending out of the gate, because Gary's not one known to be bashful about sending early.
That's what the race looks like on paper. Richie, what do they look like in person? What are you noticing here in the warm-up? Starting with the odds-on favorite, KT Gal. What are you seeing?
Well, and admittedly a lower level maiden claiming race, the horses aren't going to, kind of impress you or wow you as much. The 4, KT Gal, is his favorite. She's from the Todd Pletcher barn. She looks fantastic. Her coat is well turned out. She looks like she's going to be tough to beat on paper, and she certainly looks like she's going to be tough to beat from a physical perspective. I thought the 2 Roz is the only horse that has a chance to beat her. You get 5-pound Apprentice, Jose Gomez again. And by the way, Jose Gomez wanted me to rectify something. He forgot to shout out to his mom, Anna Maria, Happy Mother's Day. So I just took care of that for him there. I think that the way he's been riding and as aggressive as he's been, and certainly with a coach like Angel Cordero who understood how important it was to be aggressive, and even an Apprentice talking about getting on the tire tracks where, when the harrows come around, the tires kind of pack down the track a little more so they get a little bit more of an advantage. Just the fact that he's aware of that as an Apprentice kind of tells you just how aware he is of, good race riding and what it takes to be successful here. So I think it's all about the 4. KT Gal, your favorite, and your second choice, the 2 Roz. I just can't see past those 2 guys, and Todd Pletcher runner's going to get the nod.
Saved Jose Gomez's life, Richie, passing along that Happy Mother's Day. On a day like this, these conditions, the wind, any sort of impact whatsoever? Today,
honestly, not so much Lafitte. It's actually coming from the north. It's not a headwind. It's not a tailwind. It's more coming from the north shore of Long Island, kind of blowing across this way, and it's not nearly as blustery as it was yesterday. Yes, it's windy, but nothing that I think should affect racing whatsoever today.
So not too much of an impact on this chilly Mother's Day at Belmont Park as we get set for the second race. Still, KT Gal at 3-5. Your mother, happy Mother's Day, who just celebrated a
She did her. She had
90th?
her 90th birthday last. I told her it was last Sunday, and thank you for that. She had so many flowers in the house when I was up there. I was up there on Sunday. I said to her, I know it's Mother's Day this week, but I'm going to give you 3 weeks, and then I'll send you your Mother's Day flowers when you need them a little more. So,
separated a little, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like having your birthday too close to Christmas.
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
I don't have that, and I don't celebrate Christmas, but other than that, I'm good. Or like having a birthday too close to Belmont Stakes Day.
Richie.
Come on, Andy. Just send flowers every Sunday. It's your mom's 90th. There's never too many flowers. Come on.
Believe me,
he has a point, and I hope she's listening.
I give Mom whatever she needs. She's not listening. She said she only watches when Greg is on.
The ones that do the real heavy lifting, the moms. Happy Mother's Day. Roz, Jose Gomez, trying to sweep the early double here at Belmont Park, 5-2. Andy says too big a price. We'll see. 3-5, KT Gal. And that's what we're looking for early, right? Andy post 4 with KT Gal and Kendrick Carmouche, who should set the tempo.
She should, but Roz should be close to her in this situation. And if she is, and I think if she runs her last race, Roz, I believe that she's going to beat KT Gal, but we'll find out in a few seconds.
Emerald Banker, KT Gal, Kendrick Carmouche, 3 wins yesterday. Looking for another here on KT Gal. Johnny I standing by. Post-time race 2, live Belmont Park.
It's for Bourbon. There in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, it is Dance for Bourbon, who goes out for the early lead. KT Gal, Elegant Lauban moves up down at the rail, and Roz is up with the front runners. So it is Elegant Lauban in front. Roz and Dance for Bourbon, they are heads apart, second and third. They've got 2.5 lengths on KT Gal, who sits back in fourth. Then comes Keen Dancer, and Emerald Banker is the trailer in sixth. Up the backstretch, Elegant Lauban, the leader by 1.25 lengths, with Roz running in second, and on the outside, Dance for Bourbon, the opening quarter mile over the muddy and sealed track in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Emerald Banker has come through down at the rail, had a steady there just a bit, passed on the outside by KT Gal, then Keen Dancer. Elegant Lauban leads as the field goes around the far turn after a half at 47 3. It's Elegant Lauban now by 2. Roz and Keen and Dance for Bourbon continue to give chase with a KT Gal, the favorite, in fourth, almost 4 lengths from the lead and being asked for more. Elegant Lauban is in front. Roz in second. KT Gal up on the outside into third. Dance for Bourbon is back in fourth, and Keen Dancer and Emerald Banker. They come into the stretch. It is Elegant Lauban and Roz on the outside. Elegant Lauban and Roz, followed by Dance for Bourbon and KT Gal. They're at the 8th pole now. It's Roz on the outside, Elegant Lauban on the inside. Now is 16th to the finish. Elegant Lauban and Roz, they are right together as they come on for the finish, and it will be Elegant Lauban, 3/4 of a length. Roz was second. Farther back, Dance for Bourbon finished third.
Not the result we were expecting at the head of the lane as Elegant Lauban somehow digs in, repels the charge of Roz, who looks like a winner every step, and just wouldn't go by Elegant Lauban, widening in the end.
I don't know which I'm more stunned by. Stunned by the 2 not winning this race or losing to Elegant Lauban. Let's give a lot of credit to Louis Cardenas for riding aggressively from the gate, a horse who has never been forwardly placed, it could have been much farther back, was able to set the pace and hold off Roz. I mean, Roz has no excuse not to win this race. At the end of the day, she probably doesn't want to go the mile, but congratulations to Keith O'Brien, Louis Cardenas for getting the win. I'm not surprised the 2 easily beat the 4. I'm just a little shocked that she lost to this horse.
Guts and determination Haven't seen much of that from a 15-race maiden, but she put it all together today. Graduates at 6-1. The favorite, KT Gal, not quick leaving the gate. Under a ride, rounding the far turn and off the board. 1-2-6-5, race 2, Belmont Park. When we come back, well, Chad Brown was in Louisville. His New York string took care of business back home. Virginia Joy running up the score in the Sheepshead Bay. And in the Fort Marcy, Brown deployed 3. And at the end, it was the least likely of the 3, L'Imperator, now a Grade 2 winner.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap.
It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Plot thickens on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Can we still say hold all tickets in the digital age?
You can say whatever you like.
People don't have tickets to hold, is my point, but the numbers are flashing. And this is legit, the head-on. Elegant Leo Band, Roz, what happens here, Andy?
Well, this is the very definition of hurting, and there's no question in my mind that Roz would have won the race. This didn't happen. Keep in mind, she had stuck her head in front, and then you see her get forced out. She didn't go out like that on her own. She went out because the other guy was hitting lefty and drove her out to the outside rail. I mean, she carried her out a good 6 to 8 paths. If a horse doesn't get disqualified for this, then they're sending a message to the riders. You can basically do whatever you want out there, and force guys, and it creates a dangerous situation. And I'm guessing our friend Richard Migliori agrees with me.
You'll hear from Richie in just a moment. Elegant Leo Band,
This is silly.
hurting, floating, Roz out into the center of the track. Not a lot of contact, but floating her out there, hurting her out there, and how much of an impact did it have in the outcome? And that's you were seeing what the stewards are looking at here at Belmont.
Keep in mind, she was in front. Roz was in front before these shenanigans started. So she lost that position. And you want to say she was never getting by? How can you know that?
What do you think, Richie?
Yeah, I think that this is a fairly easy call. I think they should flip-flop this result. At one point, Jose Gomez went to the left-handed crop, started to drift away, realized, kind of held up his line, and then the most of the damage was done then by the one Elegant Lauban. So I feel like this is a pretty simple call to make, guys. I don't really see it staying up.
You know, I mean, listen, I like Keith O'Brien. I feel bad to win a race in here. But the argument is that the two would have won this race if the one didn't do that. And I don't really think there's a good argument for the other side. The two was in front of her because when she came out. It's almost like a game of Gallop Racer or something.
Never mind the argument, Richie. What do the rules say about this type of would-be infraction?
Well, again, so that's kind of open to some interpretation, Lafitte, because they actually never did make any contact, but there was definitely excessive herding going on. All you have to do is follow the footprints, the tracks from the horse's hooves, and see how far out they came and how erratic the one Elegant Laoban was. And it wasn't subtle. It was all at once, and that takes a lot of momentum from a horse. The two Roz is trying not to get crashed into, so of course she's going to keep stepping away from her. But it just depends if they're going to say, well, they didn't make contact. But honestly, I don't think that should factor in here. The one kept impeding the two's progress through the stretch.
Been in the situation Jose Gomez was in many, many times as we see the lanes here. And, Richie, this gives us a better perspective just how far Elegant Laoban carried out Roz.
Oh, I mean, right there, it's plain as can be. There's all the evidence you need just about how far they came and how far they deviated from the pass. And then add into the fact that it was as quick as it was. It was a very erratic, quick move. Again, it wasn't a subtle, steady kind of drift or one horse is running away from the other. Horses are smart. They don't want to get run into, so Roz is stepping sideways to avoid making that contact, and that's keeping her from going forward. It's slowing her progress. Again, for me, it's a fairly simple call.
Procedure, Richie, a lot of viewers that don't necessarily follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis. What's happening right now from the stewards, the officials of thoroughbred racing, and the jockeys themselves who are actually in communication with the judges, the stewards, which is very different from any other sport.
Having an opportunity to plead their case to the stewards. The stewards did put up an inquiry. Jose Gomez did lodge an ejection, a claim of foul. So now they'll talk to each rider, get their take on it, which to me is akin to a referee throwing a flag and saying, was there pass interference to the defender and the receiver? And right now it looks like there's not going to be a change, which honestly I am very surprised.
No change, and Andy's ready to spontaneously
combust. Well, they're
combust,
sending a message to the riders that you can do dangerous things at the racetrack. This is crazy. I'm sorry.
Richie, and I think that's why I asked you the question about argument versus the rule and how often we may see something like this where there isn't a lot of contact, where is that herding, there is that floating, and where many cases they let the play stand, so to speak.
With the call, to be fair, I think that it did have a big effect on the outcome of the race. Maybe this is where Jose Gomez, if he's a little more experienced, he would have held the title line and made the other horse run into him. But it's never a good thing to have 1,000-pound animals make contact, and only one horse was deviating from the path, causing the other horse to deviate from their path. To me, it seemed pretty clear-cut. I guess it comes down to the fact that they didn't make any clear contact. I don't think that should be a contributing factor, my personal opinion.
Two held her path. She would have been slammed into, and it could have gotten worse. Who knows what could have happened? They could have clipped heels. Anything could have happened. And to not understand that, I got to tell you, this is shocking to me. And if I had bet the one, I would have said this horse should have come down. I've been on the air when I bet horses have gotten taken down. This is not because of my bet. This is not a call that I agree with, and I find it shocking.
This will be heavily, widely scrutinized, and understandably so. No change. Elegant Laoban, the winner in the second race, Belmont Park. Wow.
I guess the riders, it's a very clear message to the riders, and not one that I think is a positive one.
Oaklawn Park. Closing day, race 2. We have reached post time here. There's the field. Updated odds, Violent Pass. Even money. And you can certainly understand, as frustrated as you are, you can understand if you had Roz, who ran the best race.
She would have won.
You can understand the frustration.
Yeah,
absolutely.
She was denied a victory that was rightfully hers. It's disgraceful, in my opinion. I'm shocked by this decision. I do like Violent Pass. I smoked out the even money shot at Oaklawn. Had it right on top. You see, circled right there.
You
right
got it there.
Yeah.
Hopefully a cleaner run race here at Oaklawn Park.
Won't be less.
Terrific meet. A lot of pride at Oaklawn last year for eventual champions. Raced at Oaklawn. Secret Oath, who ran third in the Arkansas Derby, won 2 stakes races this winter at Oaklawn, took down the Kentucky Oaks, most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in North America on Friday at Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires. Vic Stauffer with the call, race 2, Oaklawn.
2 more now. Violent Gigi, and My Little Tipsy. They're off. Very even start. Violent Gigi, Fun and Funny, Unembellished to the outside, Dancing Cossack, and My Little Tipsy. These 5 race out. Then comes Major Chance, followed by Brody Boucher, Bold Minister, and The Heat Is On. Doc Irwin has 2 beat, and they are the entry mates of Hard to Park, Nebraska. Into the far turn with Violent Gigi just in front. Violent Gigi a length over My Little Tipsy in second. Then comes Fun and Funny at the rail. Unembellished is now back to 4th and 2.5 off the lead. It's 3 back to Dancing Cossack, Major Chance, and The Heat Is On. Doc Irwin has 7 lengths to make up. He's 2 in front of Brody Boucher and Bold Minister, and still at the back of the pack are the entry mates of Nebraska and Hard to Park. Violent Gigi is the leader at the top of the stretch. It's a length in front of, to the outside, My Little Tipsy in second. Unembellished is third now, and he's about 2.5 from the front-running Violent Gigi, who comes to the final furlong in front. Unembellished is in a very tight spot, going to have to dive to the inside, and now he's in the clear, but it's hard to get by Violent Gigi. Now he shifts back to the outside. Violent Gigi has the lead. Unembellished is going to try to get him, but he can't quite get up. Violent Gigi in front. Violent Gigi beat Unembellished by 2. My Little Tipsy was third, and Fun and Funny, good for you, finished 4th.
Chelsea Bailey in a groove early Oaklawn Park. Took down the opener with Distorted Secrets, and here with Violent Pass in race number 2. Who else do you have circled in your Oaklawn Pass performances over there?
I don't know. I'm not sure I can tell you. I don't know if I can withhold that from you. Chelsea Bailey.
Don't take your frustration out
How about
on
Chelsea
me,
Bailey getting the early double here at Oaklawn? A pair of 6s. Pretty impressive. I didn't have the 10 shuffle. I will say that I think the 7-pound bug rider got schooled a little bit there on unembellished. It'll happen when you're a bug rider.
That's how you learn.
Not sure he was best, but a lot of decisions made, none of which worked out.
Ridge Rock Racing. You all right?
Yep.
We're going to take a commercial just so Andy can clear his head, clear his thoughts. Just shake.
I'm fine. I'm just stunned. I feel as though somebody pushed the wrong button or something.
Violent Pass here. The gelded 5-year-old son of Violence and Chelsea Bailey. 2 rides, 2 wins at Oaklawn. Results when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
For a time, as many as 350 Major League players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all major league teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. The winter storm of 2021 is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their major league squads for decades to come.
Great stuff. Hot Springs, so much more than a racing town. It's history. This is America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from Oaklawn Park on closing day. Babe Ruth taking advantage of the healing properties in the Hot Springs. Live racing continuing. And moments ago, Chelsea Bailey off to a terrific start. Big smile entering the winner's circle. Sweeping the early double. Violent pass here. Second career win. Sire was some kind of 2-year-old, wasn't he? Violence.
Yeah, he was. He won the Hollywood Futurity, I want to say.
Cash Call Futurity, yeah.
Cash Call Futurity, right.
And you mentioned Chelsea Bailey and some of the female riders at Oaklawn, Andy, and the numbers they've been putting up. Look at this. Between Chelsea Bailey, Kelsey Hark, Kylie Jordan making their presence felt in a big way.
And I feel as though they've really improved, especially Chelsea and Kelsey Hark we saw last year ride. I feel like Kelsey Hark, they really improved as riders, and something you like to see. And it's nice to see women getting in the spotlight in the place because they're such an integral part of our sport and our game, but a lot of times behind the scenes much more. And you know, it's great to see them winning races and doing that. And we've seen some great women riders in our days, none more so than Julie Crone.
Belmont
really
Stakes winner here, Colonial Affair. Yeah, and then we may have to update that graphic before long, the way she's going. Chelsea Bailey having won the first two at Oaklawn. Earlier in the show, we touched on Ruffian, her incredible legacy. The brilliant filly honored in the Ruffian, the Sunday Mother's Day feature here at Belmont Park. There's the field, 6 of them. Royal Flag, 8-5 morning line favorite, unraced since last fall's Breeders' Cup Distaff, where she ran a bang-up 5th place finish. Prior to that, the race she prepped for the Breeders' Cup in the Grade 2 Beldame, Andy.
Yeah, she was so good, and she got really good. You know what's interesting about her? I don't know if you've noticed this about her Breeders' Cup. It's the only time she didn't finish at the board. She was 12 for 12 hitting the board. 6 wins, 3 seconds,
she
and
ran
3
well.
third. She ran well. She probably, you could say she was
What'd
a little
she get
soon.
Beat? Couple of lengths?
Length and a quarter, but you know, but I think the Japanese horse that won the race probably moved too soon. And the problem was that that was one of the crazy meltdowns of all time, similar to the Derby. But it was weird because everybody moved the same time. As the race was falling apart down the backstretch, everybody sort of moved in the race. And I even think the riders that didn't want to move kind of got sucked into the vortex in there. It was a crazy, crazy race. She's a terrific horse, but she's up against her from a pace standpoint this year.
Owned by Will Farish, her son Bill Farish of Lane's End Farm said, quote, "Dad rarely runs a 6-year-old mare. We're excited to get her back. Hopefully have her next summer at Saratoga." Joel Rosario rides. Royal Flag finished second yesterday on Epicenter. In the Kentucky Derby, Royal Flag not the only Chad Brown trainee in the upcoming Ruffian. Andy, search results is back as well, who last spring, you might remember, lost by this much in the Kentucky Oaks to eventual champion Malathot.
And won at this mile distance here at Belmont in her next start in the Grade 1 Acorn. This is a very pivotal race for search results because she did not run well in her return race. Now, she was training well going into it, and it was a surprisingly bad effort. Today, she should be stalking the speed of Lady Rocket, who in my opinion is the worst to beat in this race, and we'll see if she can get it done. But she needs to run well. She doesn't have to win, but she needs to run well.
Did she have an excuse? Because I feel like, okay, you point to this and that's why she didn't run well. Or if it's a head-scratcher, then it's a little bit confusing, and this really becomes pivotal today.
Couldn't see any excuse for her. I mean, it's one thing to lose. She did not run a step.
We're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Coming up, NASCAR race day from Darlington. Our coverage continues on Fox Sports 2 on America's Day at the Races. Hi there, and welcome to America's Day at the Races. You're looking at the 2022 Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. Claim for $30,000. $30,000. Millions are spent on horses that are expected to win a Kentucky Derby. $30,000 claim. Rich Strike, second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby. We're at Belmont Park. There are the riders, trainers, exchanging pleasantries, going over last-minute instructions before this upcoming third race at Belmont. He's Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We have the live racing here at Belmont. The Grade 2 Ruffian is the featured event, closing day, Oaklawn Park, but it feels like the entire racing industry still trying to put it all together of what happened yesterday in Louisville in the 148th Kentucky Derby.
Crazy things happen sometimes in horse racing. You don't really expect it in the Derby, but there was a significant pace in there, which definitely compromised some of the runners and certainly helped the winner of the race, who took a huge step forward. Improbable win, but it's a real story, and the rider gave a fabulous ride to get it done.
Not the last time that I'll feel like foolish on this show, but last week we put together a graphic of how predictable the Kentucky Derby had become and how favorites had done since 2000. 10 winners favored, like 45%. That's insane. How did the hardest race to win become the easiest to predict? And then that happens. Rich Strike, 80-1 upset in yesterday's Kentucky Derby. As for today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Remainder of the Belmont program, sun's out. Started a late pick 5, race 5, that aforementioned Ruffian. Race number 8 and races 3 through 10. Closing day, 66th and final day from Oaklawn. And as a tradition, the mile and 3/4 trails end to close the show at Oaklawn. What's been a terrific winter meet. And of course, as always, Derby might be over, but still a great time to join us here at Naira Bets. You want to take advantage of that $200 deposit match. New members use that promo code MATCH200 when signing up. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Field for the Ruffian. 6 of them. 1 mile, $200,000 purse featuring the return of Royal Flag. First start this year. Joel Rosario aboard. Again, finished second in the Derby on Epicenter. She finished 5th in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Prior, Royal Flag here at Belmont, taking down the Grade 2 Beldame.
She got very good, especially at the end of the year. Listen, she's been terrific in her whole career with 6 wins, 3 seconds, and 3 thirds and 12 starts. But she really stepped her game up last year before finishing a narrowly beaten 5th in the Breeders' Cup. And she ran well in these one-turn races at Belmont. I don't think the mile distance is a problem for her. I think there's 2 questions. One is, sometimes they caught lightning in a bottle, they got better, and then they get 6. Now she's a 6-year-old, and they left her in training. Will she still be as good? But also, beyond that, even if she is, Lady Rocket is the controlling speed in here, and she ran brilliantly to win the Gopher Wand. A big improvement for her, albeit at this distance 2 back. And then she got engaged in a wicked fast pace in the Madison and really didn't run it badly coming back off her layup. So tactically, Lady Rocket has the advantage on her, but Royal Flag is the more accomplished runner.
And just as racing fans, proud, pleased that she's back as a 6-year-old, not a guarantee, owned by Will Farish. His son had said, Dad rarely runs them back at 6, so they're excited to get her back. So are the racing fans, adding some depth to that older mare distaff division.
Chad Brown was very, very pleased that Will Farish brought her back, and in fact, in thanking him, bringing him back to give another chance to see what she can do this year.
That's the Ruffian. This is the post-parade for the 3rd race. That was Flavian Pratt. Get used to seeing him win a lot of races here in New York. Purple-hearted Eric Cancel picture.
And Flavian's learned that he can herd to his heart's content here at Belmont Park. Purple-hearted, I think, is maybe the horse to beat. I believe will be the controlling speed.
Oh, Trouble, idle since last summer, 5-year-old debut.
Was claimed, ran poorly, and has now been off 8 months. He has back form that can win it, but will we see it again?
Royal Tryst, Mike Maker saddled the American Turf winner yesterday, Stolen Base.
Can this horse refine that once okay form at Churchill? He has not run a step since he was claimed.
Number 5, 6%, used to be with Mike Maker, now with Maya Engelhart.
And see a recurring theme. Another horse who has back races that would win this race, but he hasn't run one in a while. Can he refine that form?
Forever Wicked, 2 for 32 lifetime, 0 for 9 at Belmont.
Good news, bad news for him. He does not have any back form that will win this race.
That's the field. $35,000 claimer, non-winners. 3 lifetime, 1 mile is the distance. Follow all the stats on the horse's trainer. Jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Pass performances. You're going to visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Looking at number 2, Purple Hearted and Eric Cancel, 2-1. This was 2 starts back, Andy, at Aqueduct. Purple Hearted in command, in control, and going to roll to the wire.
Obviously an exaggerated performance, and it happened because he rode a gold rail, an enormous speed bias on being on the rail, particularly rail bias. So it's an exaggerated performance. But even if you take that out, he's good enough to win this race, at least relative to Air Show, as he's the controlling speed. I picked him in here. I'm surprised he's probably going to be the second choice in here. But I will say that Air Show, if he can run back to his last race for Tom Morley, where he won off the claim, is going to be very tough, because that day that he won, he beat the bias. He was about the only horse all weekend to make a closing move on the outside. The only closers that any run that day were all on the inside. In fact, I think you were there with me that weekend, New Year's weekend. And what a way to spend your New Year's. No, what a great year it's going to be for you.
We went down to Midtown together. It's one I'll never forget.
No, it was incredible. Yeah. We were on the ball. It was the whole thing. Yeah. I never miss Times Square. I live 20 blocks from it, and I've never been there. If he runs that race, he's going to win. But his other races haven't been that good, and that race is looking like an outlier. But he's the horse to beat if he runs that race. I think the race is kind of between the 1 and 2 because of the recency. But listen, both the 3 and 5 could refine form and do well.
Figures to be in the mix. Purple Hearted, great name. Purple Hearted by Normandy Invasion. To his inside, there's Air Show. First half to the claim, Tom Morley. Happy Mother's Day, Maggie. Air Show with Flavian Pratt. Rode Zandon to a 3rd-place finish yesterday in the Kentucky Derby. Welcome to New York. I don't know that all the jockeys are saying welcome to New York. Flavian Pratt in that room down there, the deepest riding colony in the country, just got that much deeper with the presence of star jockey Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a sensational rider. Now, listen, there's a lot of sensational riders here as well. You know, people are tweeting me and saying, the Ortiz brothers better watch out. I think they'll be okay. I think all the riders here will be okay, but he is going to win races here, and he's a fabulous rider, and we're thrilled to have him here. Thought his ride in the Derby was excellent on Zandon. Was not an easy situation, and he rode to perfection. He's just a really, really, really good rider, and he's coming to New York because he wants to try to win an Eclipse Award, and he feels this riding here is a necessity in that regard.
And the fact that with Chad Brown, the depth of his stable, the stars in Chad Brown's stable, Flavian Pratt, we saw him last year around spring. And it seemed like weekend after weekend we were seeing more of Pratt in New York riding for Brown in significant big stakes races and producing.
Well, Irad Ortiz only can thank himself for taking off a domestic spending
that's
last
where
year
it started,
and opening
correct?
the door for Pratt to ride him. And, you know, he had ridden Bricks and Mortar for the same connections for Chad Brown. I know he'd ridden Colonel Liam, but he'd also ridden domestic spending, and he decided he made a choice. And riders are allowed to make their choices, but so are trainers and so are connections. And in doing that, Chad said, I'm going to put Pratt on him, and I'm going to ride him. And he came to New York, and that was when the door swung open.
And Pratt is just clutch. All right, you mentioned perfect ride yesterday, Zandon. Zandon was just denied in 3rd best on the afternoon. Won the Preakness last year, Rombauer. Hot Rod Charlie just missed in the Belmont Stakes, Essential Quality. Yesterday was his 5th mount in the Derby. He finished, I think, 3rd on Battle of Midway in his Derby debut at like 40-some-odd to 1. Country House finishes 2nd. Pratt, 65 to 1, moved up through disqualification, a winner. Last year, Hot Rod Charlie in the Derby, and then yesterday, Zandon, he's clutch.
Riding the right horses.
Extremely talented and going to be a force out here.
Yep, riding the right horses the right way. And the other thing I like about him is he's an aggressive rider. And we need some more aggression here. We have too much sort of tepid riding. And I think the riders here and the racing would benefit from riders that were less passive and more aggressive. I'm not saying insanely aggressive, but more aggressive. Have their horses in the race. And I think you're going to have to see that because Pratt is going to be aggressive. And I don't think he's going to conform to the riding style here. I believe they're going to have to change their games a little bit to conform to his style.
What should he do, Flavian Pratt, there with Air Show?
He should be sitting 2nd or 3rd. The 2 is supposed to go. The 3 could have speed if he's fresh off a layoff, and he'll be sitting inside 2nd or 3rd. I think he should be relatively close, but it's hard to see Purple Hearted not in front, assuming he breaks cleanly.
Steps forward, Air Show, Purple Hearted, Speedy, 5-2, second choice in the wagering. John Ambriel standing by, load and call. It is post time, 3rd race, live, Belmont Park.
Waiting for 6% and Forever Wicked. They're all in. And they're off. Oh, Trouble goes out for the early lead. Purple Hearted now hustles up on the inside to take over the lead. It is Purple Hearted in front. Oh, Trouble is now back running in second. 3 lengths to Royal Tryst next and third. Down on the inside is Air Show in fourth. And then another 2.5 back to the 2 trailers for Ever Wicked and 6%. Purple Hearted leads the way here by a length. Oh, Trouble tracking in second. It's 4 lengths to Royal Tryst in third. The opening quarter mile, 22 4. Air Show down on the inside, runs in fourth, 7 lengths from the lead. Then comes 6% and Forever Wicked. Purple Hearted in front here. Going around the turn, it is Purple Hearted in front by a neck. Oh, Trouble on the outside in second. 3.5 lengths to Royal Tryst. Air Show the favorite down at the rail. Half-mile win in 45 4. Now they are heads apart up front with Oh Trouble and Purple Hearted, and now Oh Trouble has taken the lead as Air Show moves up along with Royal Tryst. Then it is 6%. Purple Hearted dropping back towards the rail. Forever Wicked is the trailer. They turn into the stretch. 3/4, 109 4. Here's Royal Tryst now up to challenge Oh Trouble for the lead. And here is Royal Tryst now taking over the lead as 6% comes on now. It is Royal Tryst in front, 6% on the outside of Oh Trouble. As they pass the 16th pole, it is Royal Tryst clear, and it will be Royal Tryst to win it here by almost 4 lengths. 6% was second, followed by Oh Trouble and Air Show.
Mild upset here in the third race, Belmont Park. 7-1 at post time. Royal Tryst booted home by Dylan Davis.
And he ran today. He was much closer to pace than really he's been a long, long time. In other words, it really, sort of hung well back. And I mean, it's not even like he had such great form before he was claimed. He had that one good race in the slop, and I know we have a wet track today, but it's a horse that just was virtually eased in his 2 races here. Completely different horse today, getting it done. Winning decisively. The 5 ran okay off the layup. Obviously, Purple Hearted just can't run competitively at all anymore, and frankly, Air Show didn't run particularly well either.
Compact field, 7-1 over 6-1 over 6-1. Andy, Air Show 6-5 off the board. Royal Tryst, originally $500,000 purchase by Medaglia d'Oro. Medaglia d'Oro, second in the Belmont Stakes back in 2002 to one of, if not the biggest upset in Belmont history. Sarava, is that the biggest?
It was
70-something
the most upset I ever was after a Belmont Stakes, if that's what you're asking. You know what the best day for the original owners for this horse will be? The day he turns 5 and that $500,000 purchase price is no longer in the racing.
Good point.
They're worth what they're worth now, right?
Here running for $35,000, but winning.
Sometimes they're claimed for $30,000 to win the Derby.
See? You never know.
Works both ways.
You never know.
Doesn't happen that often.
4, 5, 3, 1. Royal Tryst, Dylan Davis. Results, reaction. When we come back, that shocker in the Derby. That former $30,000 maiden claimer takes home the hardware from the 148th Kentucky Derby.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Latruska has put away Cece, but Clairiere is on the move on the outside. Latruska reaches. Clairiere is second and closing. Latruska, Clairiere. Latruska says, no, you don't.
No, you don't is right. Some of the highlights of the Oaklawn meet. Closing day today, and that Apple Blossom Latruska becoming just the 4th ever multiple winner of the Apple Blossom. Won it last year. Racing's reigning queen, champion Eclipse Award winner, Latruska. Too classy, just too fast, top-ranked older mare in the country, Andy.
Yeah, that was, I mean, listen, we had seen her run well. We knew that she was a good horse, but that was the race that sort of put her on the map as far as an impressive horse. And then following up with the win here in the Phipps, that incredible win in the Personal Ensign, and we saw it, you know, a great year and the kind of year you want to celebrate.
That's your kind of horse.
Absolutely.
That's your kind of horse. Take it to him. No question about strategy. You want to run with me, I'll run you into the ground. You leave me alone, you'll never see me again.
Yeah. You know, right. She's taken the heat. The way she did. What her Personal Ensign to me will be one of those races I'll always remember.
Amazing.
It was a similar performance to Rachel Alexander's Woodward and Holy Bull's Travers, only they were faster races, to be fair. They were better horses, but it was a similar type performance, not as good as those horses. But Rachel Alexander was an all-time great, and her as far as a 3-year-old year specifically, and Holy Bull was as well.
In the stretch of that Personal Ensign, Latruska fending him off, and she was just swarmed for about an eighth of a mile, and how she was able to do so against a high-quality field. It was why she's the reigning champion.
And every horse that was anywhere near her early in that race, you know, is probably around the quarter pole at Saratoga right now.
Latruska. Meantime, here at Oaklawn, with the jockey standings, David Cabrera with 62 wins. Now, he was injured weeks ago. We'll see him back before too long. He's on the mend, but he hasn't ridden at Oaklawn in weeks, Andy. He has a 2-win lead. It is closing day. Francisco Arrieta closing in. 8 races to go here at Oaklawn today.
No disrespect to Francisco Arrieta, who's had a terrific meet and deserves a lot of credit. If he wins it, you know, tip the cap to him. But David Cabrera was blowing this field away. And it's part of the game. I understand. Guys get hurt, and it happens, unfortunately. But he was not just blowing them away. He was doing it the right way. He was riding absolutely fantastically.
In a good colony, in a very good colony. A lot of talented riders. His first season at Oaklawn, I believe, last year, I know he had won a title at Remington. I hadn't seen a lot of David Cabrera. Watching him, as many Oaklawn races as we've covered together this winter. He's about 29 years old, just entering his prime as a rider. Big, bright future. What a talent. I can't tell you how many times I didn't know. When you watch a race and you don't know necessarily who's on these horses. Wait, did you see that move? Incredibly talented rider.
I normally notice that, and you're going to laugh, but I'm actually serious. I'm not going to name names, but there will be certain riders here that I'll be watching replays, and I'll say, wow, that horse is in a bad spot. Who's riding that horse? It'll be the same guy. I notice it more with bad rides, and it's frequently the same person, but you're right with certain riders. And there's certain riders you learn their instincts over time, but I agree. I can't say enough. And this is not, and in a lot of ways, a compliment to the other riders there. I mean, Ricardo Santana is a great rider, and I think Francisco Arrieta had a tremendous meet, and he should be very proud of me. He's had win, lose, or draw. But Cabrera really earned that title, and I'm just kind of hoping he holds on. I feel like he's somebody like Latruska. I hope that he's able to hold the field off in the last day, in the last 20 yards of the meet.
It felt like it would come down to the wire, and it has. David Cabrera, 2-win lead. Francisco Arrieta trying to cut into it here with the feature, Andy. First after the claim, Chris Hartman and this team this winter, now spring, Arrieta, Hartman, they've been lethal together all season.
Hartman is an extraordinarily dangerous trainer, but he did claim this horse from Robertino Diodoro, which is a concern. He moves way up. I guess the move up off the claim is probably a good thing. Now, this pace should be quick. The 4 has speed. The 8 has speed. The 9 has speed. I'm a little skeptical of feature. It's, Hartman seems like he's quieted down a little bit the latter half of the meet. It feels like he was on gangbusters. I thought the 9 Espionage was dangerous in this race, off the Diodoro claim, moving up a little bit, and is the outside speed in a race. And I thought the 1 Marvin had a chance as well for Asmussen. But I'm going to bet on the 9 in this race. The 4 is the big favorite, huh?
8-5 from a 4-1 morning line. Happy Mac.
I don't want any part of this drop down. For what it's worth, drop downs for Asmussen at Oaklawn, and not very good. A 50% drop in a dirt sprint. At Oaklawn, he's 4 for 26, 74% ROI. Overall, he's 64 for 243, 26%, but $1.36 ROI. And this horse may win, but he has badly gone the wrong way.
Some stats to cause for pause with Happy Mac at 7-5 as they make their way behind the starting gate. Now Barber Road in a solid effort yesterday in the Derby, following up that second-place finish in the Arkansas Derby.
He did, but you have to, go back to something we talked about before. He got as optimal a circumstance as you could possibly get. And as we said before, how is he going to outclose either or both Zandon and Mo Donegal? And he couldn't. And he ran a respectable 6th. But what circumstance could he got that was more favorable to him? And he finished
tailor-made
6th.
to his strengths.
Right.
Yeah.
And he couldn't outclose the better closers. No knock on him, but that was the reason he really had no legitimate chance going in. The best he could have done was 3rd if Zandon and Mo Donegal ran 1-2.
See, though, John Ortiz really pleased with the experience and the fact that he did, running 6th in the Kentucky Derby is something to be.
Oh, it's great.
His first Derby and Ray Lou's first Derby.
No. I mean, hats off to them, and he's a nice horse, but he's not quite good enough.
Post time for the 3rd, live from Oaklawn. See if Francisco Arrieta can creep one closer to David Cabrera in the rider standings. Here, Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Very even start. Happy Mac, Marvin, the feature between horses, The Rock Says, and in the center, Espionage. Then Charlie Can Do and Wipe the Slate, and the trailer is Tis McNamara. It is Marvin in the feature up the backstretch. They're quickest. Marvin at the rail, the feature just outside. They've sprinted 2 lengths clear from Happy Mac and The Rock Says. Espionage is in the red, 5th and about 4 from the front. Then it's a big gap of 8 lengths back to the 3 trailers, who are Wipe the Slate, Tis McNamara, and Charlie Can Do. Marvin and the feature around the far turn. The feature now just half ahead in front, but here comes Happy Mac, and he is looming large. Happy Mac runs up outside of the feature. Those 2 are 1-2 at the top of the stretch. Marvin is back in 3rd, then 2 lengths to Espionage, and Happy Mac makes his move for the front. It's Happy Mac now a length and a half in front of the feature in 2nd. Espionage moves up in 3rd, and those are the 3 past mid-stretch. Happy Mac in front. He's got a 2.5 length lead on Espionage in 2nd. The feature, Marvin, and Charlie Can Do, but Happy Mac is clear, and he is gone. Espionage, Charlie Can Do might get 2nd. Happy Mac in front. Geared down at the wire, Happy Mac won by 7. Espionage was 2nd, Charlie Can Do 3rd, and Marvin finished 4th.
In the highlight broke colors, the Matoli colors, Happy Mac for Steve Asmussen in this 3rd race at Oaklawn. Isaac Castillo making it look easy.
I guess now we know why he was bet. He absolutely crushed the field. I ran 2nd to him, but not even close. I didn't get him. I was wrong.
4-1 on the morning line, heavily backed throughout. Happy Mac. Stay tuned for those results. Meanwhile, here at Belmont Park, where we saw a Royal Tryst for Mike Maker, Dylan Davis. Mild upset in this 3rd race at Belmont. Pick up the action, rounding the far turn. Royal Tryst finding his best stride.
Yeah, he was a completely different horse running for Mike Maker in every way than he was for Linda Rice off the claim. The same owner had him, made it switch, and just completely different. I don't know. It's hard to know what the difference was. And, he really ran. I know he's handled a wet track before, but he didn't handle wet tracks in the last barn at all. He was virtually eased. He ran today. I'm going to say this may be the best race he ever ran, maybe the 2nd best behind the 1-3 back.
Powerful score. Royal Tryst, 4-5, 3-1. The 1 air show claimed from Tom Morley, headed to Rudy Rodriguez's stable. Air show to Rudy Rodriguez's stable. Off a disappointing effort.
I'm sure Tom Morley is not unhappy with that, nor the connections after that performance.
1780 Royal Tryst. Wow.
He was tough. Listen, I couldn't have had him in this race. The only way I had him, and it's not like Mike Maker has great numbers off trainer changes. He does not.
Dylan Davis, Mike Maker, Royal Tryst in the 3rd race, Belmont Park. What is seen yesterday at Churchill Downs for the first time in 3 years without restrictions in terms of attendance, 150,000. The party and a huge upset in the end, 80-1, 2nd biggest upset ever in Derby history. Rich Strike.
Audible, let loose on the outside.
outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
The Fasig-Tipton Midlattic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Got Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Happy was going to be the last horse I ever owned, and I was getting out of the business. I had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it, and then came Run Happy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, freaky performance. Set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Saratoga.
Run Happy!
He won at Santa Anita, he won at several of the legendary places in horse racing.
Run Happy is simply super! He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu!
What a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Run Happy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really throwing it in his foals. And we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
What a sprinter. Stallion. Coverage brought to you by Run Happy. Brilliant Eclipse Award champion, record setter who raced medication-free Andy, and for Mattress Mac, $4 million wager on Epicenter to run that good and to lose to that horse. But can't be an easy pill to swallow.
Did he make money because of the loss? Because he had the giveaway that people were getting free mattresses, so he...
How did the math work out?
I think math always works out in Mattress Mac's favor. So he's probably okay with it.
$4 million wager, just the same.
But he sold so many, you know, it's like he's a hedge.
If you liked Epicenter, though, like it's well.
If I bet $4 million on him, I wouldn't be in today. But if I bet $4 million on him, I wouldn't have been in the day before because I wouldn't have bet it because I would have kept it.
Epicenter.
Works that way, right?
Yesterday's Kentucky Derby. Epicenter from the 3-post, about a half a step slow leaving the gate. Zanded mid-packets, jostled and bounced around a little bit. And Rich Strike, who wasn't in the Derby Friday morning, there he is breaking from the extreme outside. Number 21 angling over, settling in off a hot pace.
He cut over reasonably well, but he still covered a lot more ground than both the second and third finishers, according to Track. I think 57 and 71 feet. I can't say enough about Epicenter, who I thought ran sensationally. You know, the fact that he's able to rate, even with this wicked pace, 8th early, good position, and still finish. And he probably ran the best race, making the first move into a meltdown. I think Xander ran extremely well. Just wasn't better than Epicenter in this day. But Rich Strike, what can you say about Rich Strike and the ride?
Every right move, Sonny Leon darting in and out of holes, accelerating late along the inside. That this feels like a fleet. Alex Giacomo closing argument. Rich Strike outrunning Epicenter to the wire. Former $30,000 claimer, 80-1. Again, not in the race Friday morning.
Pretty incredible story. And I guess crazy things can happen in racing. And it takes a meltdown for this kind of sort of insanity to happen, a wildly fast pace. To put it in perspective for people, the first quarter and first half of this race were faster than Jackie's Warrior ran when winning a grade 1 at 7 furlongs before that. And he's the best sprinter in the country, and he's a speed horse. So that's how fast it was. They were flying. And it helped, obviously, create that. But keep this in mind. Zandon, a closer as well. Now, he moved earlier than him and probably ran a little better, but he ran comparably at the very least. He outclosed Mo Donegal, who was way back there. He outclosed Simplification, long shot or not, a player in the race. So he did outclose a lot of other talented closers in this race and deserves a lot of credit for it. They took a shot. He got a great ride, and all the credit goes to them.
We made such a big deal back in the late 90s about Charismatic, a Derby winner who ran in a $62,500 claiming race. It's always Sonny Leon. First graded stakes win in a Kentucky Derby. That has to be a first. Incredible ride in that situation. But such a big deal about Charismatic racing in a claiming event. That was in the late 90s, $62,500. This horse was actually claimed for $30,000.
Yes.
It's amazing.
I imagine, claimed from trainer Joe Sharp, that probably was not a happy night for him. And I can understand. He'd probably wake up in the morning and go, well, the Derby wouldn't really get claimed for me, but I guess Joe, in all likelihood, with all due respect, and Joe's a terrific trainer, probably wouldn't have been in the Derby if Joe was training him. And I think you have to take some consolation in that. It's a tough game. You know, it's a tough game. You've got to be very strong to make it to this game at every angle.
And I think the pace, the carryover one year to the next, and we have a post-parade brewing here at Belmont Park, but we've seen this in the past. 82, Gato del Sol wins from the clouds, fast-paced meltdown. The following year, Sonny's Halo, no pace, goes wire to wire. 2001, Monarchos wins from 18th, fastest opening half mile in the history of the Derby. Fastest Secretariat, as Tom Durkin said, the very next year. Absolutely no pace, no passing. War Emblem, wire to wire. Last year, Medina Spirit, late great Medina Spirit. Not much passing going on then. This year, that incredibly fast pace impacting the race shape in the end.
The first meltdown we've seen since Orb won the Kentucky Derby.
Rich Strike, should he win the Preakness Stakes? We'll be talking Triple Crown attempt at Belmont Park. Tickets to the 2022 Belmont Stakes now on sale. 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 9th through the 11th, jam-packed with excitement featuring some of the best racing in the world, headlined by the Test of the Champion. Last year's was just awesome, essential quality, Hot Rod Charlie. Saturday, June 11th, Belmont. Get your tickets today, BelmontStakes.com. Come out to the track, celebrate Andy's birthday.
There you go.
We buried the lead.
Yeah, good point. Should be in the ads.
Fourth race, Belmont, New York bred maidens. 6 furlongs off the turf of the main track, fillies and mares. Scratch numbers 3, 5, and 7. Post parade here. Competitive race, 8-1. Secret Hideout entered main track only. Here she is. And Dylan Davis takes over.
Yeah, well, riding for a family member. This horse will obviously have to improve dramatically off the debut. Oddly taking some money.
Monegan Dawn, 4th at 17-1 in her debut.
I guess when this horse is 5-1, that horse has a chance to be 8-1. She'll have to improve. Didn't do much running that day.
Capital Gal burned some money in her latest at Aqueduct.
But she was wide against a good rail and a rail edge at least last time out, so she has a bit of an excuse. She's the horse to beat.
Number 6, Fresh Face. Boss of All, debuting Addition Farm Homebred, entered main track only.
This is my top choice. Rick Schosberg's a very sort of hidden under the radar good trainer, first-time stars, and I'm going to guess this one maybe can run.
Madam Rose is out. Oak Loves a Fight. Arad Ortiz aboard, rode Modonical in yesterday's Derby.
Well, I mean, the only reason you're using this horse is because the Notice horse has been running so well at the meet, but there's no reason to use a horse that they've only run in the turf during its career in a dirt race, so we'll see.
Hallelujah. Jackie Davis, 8-1.
A lot of Davises in this race, riding and training in this Welsh, riding for her dad, Robbie Davis. This one would be a surprise.
Wine Goddess on the outside. Barry Schwartz, own first-time starter.
Yeah, probably a dangerous first-time starter, but keep in mind, this horse was entered to run on the turf as a Cantheros, so that's a little bit concerning. The second dam, though, is a very good dirt horse.
Sprinting in the mud, New York breds when we return. Graduation day for Capital Gal, perhaps. She's the current favorite. On this blustery Mother's Day Sunday at Belmont Park, the 4th race is next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Welcome back to Belmont Park. This is America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're now at NairaBets.com. At the gate, Andy. 4th race here, these New York bred maidens. Of course, the Derby may be over, but still a great time, as always, to join us at Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match. New members, use that promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Who graduates, Andy?
I'm hoping the 6, the first-time star, root for our coworker Rick Schosberg. Took a shot, taking a little bit of money in here, so I thought this horse could be interesting. I like the street bosses. There's some okay pedigree. The dam was all right in the dirt, so I'm going to take a flyer with this one. Only the second foal. The first one didn't do much running, but I have no argument against the favorite. That horse, Capital Gal, is dangerous in here. She's just, she's had some excuses in her races and run okay in there. Today's the day for her to put forward, but then again, you can always use a wet track as an excuse. She doesn't run well. And maybe the 10 will be a runner. I mean, there's a little money for the 10, but it's sort of lukewarm, right?
Enough to intrigue, and Jose Ortiz riding.
Yeah.
What are you expecting early?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess with either horse like the 6 or 10, if they're live, they probably have speed. Live firsters usually do. Doesn't mean they always will. If they don't have speed, I mean, it's kind of open. The 4 isn't that quick, but maybe Manny Franco will be aggressive with this one. The 1 isn't slow. The 1 could be forward, but there really is not any confirmed speed among the horses that have run. So obviously that puts the ball in the court of the firsters if they're live. We'll see. This is not, this is a bit of a confusing race, to be honest with you. I just kind of guess. This is an off-the-turf race. A lot of these horses, the 2, the 8, the 9, and 10, they were entered to run the turf. Their connections was try to stay in. In general, they're probably at a disadvantage.
You saw Capital Gal, Manny Franco rode Zozos in yesterday's Derby, up close to that radioactive pace.
Yeah. Yeah, but Manny will have his day. I really wish he had won the Derby with his the law.
Tis the law.
Yeah,
won the part of history though. Won the one-turn Belmont Stakes.
That's right, and the Travers as well. He never ran back to that Travers. His Travers, I know it wasn't a tough field, but his Travers was giant. If he ran that race, I think he would have beaten Authentic.
Tis the law. Manny Franco here with Capital Gal, 5-2 at post time. Secret Hideout, and Dylan Davis seeking a second win on the afternoon, where the pick six starts right here in this fourth race at Belmont Park. These New York bred maidens off the turf of the main track, fillies and mares. 3/4 of a mile dash. Secret Hideout moves forward. Johnny I standing by with the load-in call. Post time race 4, Belmont Park.
Waiting for Hallelujah and Wine Goddess. In the gate for race 4. And they're off. Secret Hideout from the rail. Nyan Don is right alongside, and Capital Gal now moves up on the outside. 3 of them heads apart for the lead, with Boss of All racing in 4th. Oak Loves a Fight has made her way down to the inside and is in 5th. Then comes Hallelujah in 6th, and farther back is first-time starter Wine Goddess, who trails the field. Nyan Don is the leader here by 3/4 of a length through 1/4 in 23 seconds. Capital Gal racing in 2nd. Secret Hideout now back running in 3rd. Hallelujah on the outside, now moving up from 4th. Then comes Boss of All in 5th, 4 lengths from the front, followed by Oak Loves a Fight, and farther back is Wine Goddess. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. It is Nyan Don, Capital Gal, Hallelujah on the outside. Secret Hideout is down towards the rail. Boss of All is next. And then Oak Loves a Fight. Here is Hallelujah now, who has the lead. Hallelujah in front, trying to pull off the upset. Capital Gal right alongside. So it is Hallelujah and Capital Gal, those two right together as they come on for the finish. And it will be Hallelujah at a price. Capital Gal was 2nd. Wine Goddess came from last to complete the trifecta.
11-1 upset, and that family connection here, and Jackie Davis, Hallelujah, in the first leg of the pick 6. Right at the start, though, Andy, Hallelujah, who made a left-hand turn leaving the gate and causing a chain reaction, a lot of bumping and jostling leaving the starting gate.
Now, they don't adjudicate stretch fouls, so they definitely don't adjudicate gate fouls. And in this case, actually, the 4 was coming out a little bit into the 9. We'll have to watch the head-on of the start. But always happy when Jackie Davis wins. I'm a fan of Jackie's riding. She wins one for her dad. They kept it in the family. And congratulations. Obviously, it wasn't the toughest field, but congrats to Jackie. And take a look at that head on the start.
Digging, holding off. Capital Gal, watch Hallelujah. Number 9, spring the latch. She will make a left-hand turn and causing that pileup. 3 or 4 horses to her inside.
It feels like the one who really took the brunt of it was the 8, Oak Loves a Fight, much more than the others. The others didn't stay that much. But once again, we don't adjudicate gate fouls, and basically nobody adjudicates gate fouls, as was evidenced in the Breeders' Cup Classic with Bayern. I don't know what fouls we adjudicate around here, to be honest with you, because we had one in the second race that wasn't adjudicated.
You can see Jackie, big smile for her father, Robbie Davis. Jackie Davis, Hallelujah. Good finish here. Digging. Capital Gal with every chance. There's too much Hallelujah at 11-1. Big price. Upset start to pick 6. 9, 4, 10, 6. What was the difference today for Hallelujah, Andy?
The competition? I don't know. This horse had one race. The race on November 21st, was fast enough to be competitive. The problem was the other 3 dirt races, and 2 of them on wet tracks, weren't even in the vicinity. She ran today. I don't know what else to say. I mean, obviously, I don't think it was the strongest of races, but she ran back to her best number, and she ran. Listen, Jackie's ridden her every time, but we see Jack a lot in the winter. We don't see her here that often, but she's a good rider, and when she has a chance, she gives her best on these horses.
You can tell she's excited.
Yeah.
When you're on Mother's Day, and for Robbie Davis, her dad, Jackie Davis, a great moment. Entering the winner's circle, 11-1. Vallelujah graduates in her 6th career start. Back at Oaklawn, closing day, race 4 post parade. $60,000 purse offered here. The starter allowance, mile and a 16th, field of 8, 8-5 market analysis for Robertino Diodoro. Post parade, Bourbon Frontier to kick things off.
Yeah, Bourbon Frontier actually ran an odd race last time. Looked like he was backing through the field and then came back on. If you're not familiar with this trainer, he is deputizing for the suspended Wayne Potts, and they're still running like Wayne Potts trains them.
9-1. Market analysis, the favorite.
Yeah, he's the controlling speed. He got caught in a vicious pace in the Oaklawn Mile last time. He's got Roaming Union to deal with early, but he's the worst to beat.
Always my sentimental favorite, sentimental choice. Kershaw, locked in, looking for a 4th straight.
I don't even know where that name comes from. Well, you can see this was a Wayne Potts horse who was running well. He went to Melton Wilson, and he continued to run well. So, they're not skipping a beat.
He'll be the guy who pitches the game to eliminate the Mets in the
Mets
divisional
played
series.
the Dodgers in a series a few years ago. I went. How did they do the Dodgers? I don't remember. It's hard to remember.
In what, which like a regular season?
The
series?
playoffs. No, it was the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, whatever. That was...
Yeah. Well,
you had that second baseman who was out of his mind, and somebody told him he was Mickey Mantle, and he played like it.
This is a very sad moment for you. This is
no,
really
like.
Kyle is embarrassed for you right now, our
cameraman.
cameraman.
Talent Dodger team. Who was the second baseman?
The Mets were in the World Series that year, right?
He took Greinke deep. He took Kershaw deep. He was like possessed that series. And yeah.
By the way, I just want people to know
over it.
Right now, Lafitte is crying.
I'm truculent. I'm truculent.
I'm Mr. Truculent.
Truculent at 17-1 at Oaklawn.
He's had his chances in softer spots. I love his name, and I always root for him, but tough spot today. He's a big price.
Yeah, I'm kind of irritated. We'll step aside. 4th race, 4 minutes. Oaklawn, come on, Kershaw. And we have some serious stakes racing, as always, coming up. Belmont Park. How about your beer? In the Man of War, Gufo, a little goofy early on in his career. He has matured, he has improved. We'll see them in the prestigious Man of War.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Happy Mother's Day. Welcome, everyone. You're watching America's Day at the Races and a family affair here. Big smile. Jackie Davis entering the winner's circle with Hallelujah.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool. They're all here. The whole family. You had Robbie. You have everybody here. And of course, Trevor McCarthy was married to Katie Davis, of course, and they have their baby. They're here, and a nice win for them. And it's one of those sort of feel-good moments.
And
feel better if you had
especially when it's like unexpected.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I don't know. Well, I can't remember the last time Robbie Davis trained a winner. To be honest with you, I have no idea. He has trained winners in the past. He doesn't have many horses in there. They're mostly sort of homebreds, and they're not. He's not going to have the toughest stock. But he has one. He's not going to have a big horse, isn't he?
Hallelujah.
She is.
And some bumping. Well, you saw first from the gate and kind of turned left, and a lot of bumping and jostling.
The four seemed to come out to her a little bit.
Haven't seen head on.
She's a lot bigger than the four. I think she didn't even feel it.
Capital Gal on the inside, too much Hallelujah. And then on Mother's Day, and here at Belmont Park, and look at this. This is what it's all about, Andy.
Yeah, there's Katie. Of course, Katie rode, and rose recently before she got pregnant. Married Trevor McCarthy.
That's a hug.
Very happy. Love Jackie. One of my favorites.
What a cool scene. What a cool scene. Like she just won a Grade 1 race, Andy.
Yep.
And for the whole family and everyone being here and celebrating Mother's Day, hallelujah.
Jackie's been riding a long time. I mean, a long time. Doesn't ride here that often, but that's the fourth race. That's the third race result, by the way. The fourth winner was the number 9, but theirs was 9-4-10. For what it's worth, there it is. I was thinking, I don't think those horses went a mile in 135 and change. That's what I picked up on first. Right.
$24. Yeah, the celebration as if it was a Grade 1 race here at Belmont Park in a memorable moment on Mother's Day here at Big Sandy. Right back to Oaklawn Park. Nearing the gate for the fourth race. Market analysis 8-5, mile and a 16th. Kershaw close behind second choice at 5-2.
I'm just rooting against Kershaw. I really don't have anything else. But anything that might give Lafitte any pleasure, I'm rooting against. Market analysis is the horse to beat in here, and he's probably supposed to be the speed. We'll see how much pressure Roman Union puts on him off the dealer claim, but I'll tell you, Roman Union, I mean, I know it was lesser last time, but jeez, did he run. And this is a horse that sort of turned around when Joel Rosario got aggressive with Saratoga. I remember I picked him in that 12-5 maiden claim where he won, and I didn't even really like him. I just didn't have anybody else to go to, and I took a shot. And he's just, turned his life around since then, whoever he's been with.
I guess I'd be hesitant now because you put all that together, and first after the claim Diodoro, you see the 7-2 morning line. This is one that I thought would take a lot more action, and hanging up there at 5-1, I can't understand why. It's a little disconcerting.
Well, are the 7-2 really going to go at it out there? That's the thing. They're in two Diodoros. I don't see them getting into a duel.
Roaming Union steps forward. David Cohen. Kershaw moves in. Giovanni Franco to the outside. Truculent. Market analysis the favorite. It is post time for the fourth race. Closing day here, Oaklawn Park. Vic Stauffer standing by.
They're at the post. They're off. Market and analysis broke well, but then stumbled, and Bourbon Frontier almost unseated the bug boy, Jeremy Alicia. Meanwhile, Roaming Union, market analysis stablemate, has gone to the front. So Roaming Union is the leader from Truculent in second. Market analysis will now race in third, and it's a pumped-up third, too. He wants to go. Now Bourbon Frontier is running by the entire field. He almost dropped the rider, and now he's going to make the lead, going up 6 wide. If he wins, he's 2.5 hours the best. Then comes Kershaw, and the trailer is Decision Maker. So Bourbon Frontier is the leader from Roaming Union. Bourbon Frontier neck in front. Roaming Union is second by 1.5 lengths to Truculent in third. Market analysis and Kershaw are right together. They eyeball each other and the front runners, 4 from the front, and then 5 back to Decision Maker as Roaming Union counterpunches inside of Bourbon Frontier. So Bourbon Frontier is ahead in front of Roaming Union in second. Truculent in good striking position third. Market analysis stays at the rail, and he's fourth. Kershaw's moving outside of him, and Kershaw just put ahead in front of market analysis, but he will be 3 wide while market Market Analysis stays at the rail. Meanwhile, Bourbon Frontier continues to lead. He's got a half-length lead over Roaming Union. Here comes Kershaw in the center, and Kershaw's on the move. He and Truculent move up. Market Analysis has dropped back to 5th, and Kershaw sweeps up and challenges for the front. Roaming Union, Decision Maker's running in the center of the racetrack, and here's Decision Maker trying to run down the veteran Kershaw. Kershaw has the lead. Decision Maker on the outside. It's one of these two. Kershaw's tough to get by. Decision Maker, a final surge. Kershaw, Decision Maker, Kershaw, Decision Maker. I think it's Decision Maker, but if it is, it's a nose. He and Kershaw hit it together. Truculent finished 3rd.
Yeah, who do you think Andy was pulling for
in
the stretch? Kershaw, Decision Maker, hitting the wire together. I thought Decision Maker at first glance.
I think much like the playoffs, Kershaw just didn't really have it when it counted.
Such disrespect. Such disrespect.
I'm sorry.
Are you sure that Decision Maker got there?
I'm sure that just Kershaw doesn't have it in the playoffs. I'm not sure the Decision Maker won here, but I think he won. But this had quite an eventful start, by the way.
Go back to the start here and watch number 1, Bourbon Frontier. What happens here, Andy?
We're about to find out. I think the 2 will come in, the favorite Market Analysis, who didn't run a step in here. He stumbles, but no, I mean, the 1 had nothing to do with the 2. He ducked in, as Richie likes to say, they go to open spaces. Well, he found a little open space and went to it. And then he, flew from, I mean, he's not, look where he is. He ran some race, that horse.
Aboard?
I don't know.
Jeremy Alicia, how did he stay aboard?
The horse ran some race. Like I said, they're running well, even though they're not in Wayne Potts' name.
Running off and winds up making
the
lead.
Horse. It's unbelievable. And he
can't
buried
wait.
the 7.
I can't wait to see what the trouble line says on Bourbon Frontier for his next race. Still battling, now starts to tire.
I mean, look at him.
Still there,
He's
though.
right
Still
there,
right there
at the 16th pole. Unbelievable. I'm going to say he would have won if that hadn't happened. I'm going to go out on a limb.
How would
Kershaw would have been 3rd.
It is Decision Maker, by the way.
Well, of course it was.
If you're riding the trouble line, what would it say for Bourbon Frontier?
Ducked in start. Ducked in, attempted to, I would might say attempted to wheel. Might have attempted to wheel, ducking in at the start. Dropped well back and rushed up to contest the pace and was a hard luck loser if you bet him.
Wow.
I'd editorialize.
Decision Maker for Tom Van Berg. Francisco Arrieta, the win, now one shy of David Cabrera in the jockey standings on this closing day at Oaklawn Park with several live mounts remaining. Wow, storyline builds at Oaklawn. Meantime, Belmont, race number 5, 40,000 maiden claimer. What'd you come up with here?
Well, I like the 1 Kid Cash. I like the 1 and 8, but I have the 2 third, and I think it should be noted. The 2 is making the same trainer change, the same connections as North Pole is the 3rd winner, who improved dramatically. And I think there's a reasonable chance looking at them that they've been working together, though it does feel like Royal Tryst have been outworking this one, but this is a maiden, and I think you should take note of that big improvement off that trainer change.
And Floki's Flight, who is the favorite at 2-1 to be ridden by Red Ortiz.
Yes, I think every time that Ned Howard chips in here, I consider him dangerous, but seemed gone are the days of making big scores at big prices with his first-time turfers.
The pick 5 to start here with this 5th race at Belmont will be taking a deep breath and a pause, joined by new viewers as our coverage continues on this Mother's Day from Belmont Park. The 5th race, horses in the paddock, riders up, post parade coming up shortly, post time in 12 minutes. Great to have you with us from Belmont Park. Happy Mother's Day, moms. This is America's Day at the Races. Alongside Andy Serling, I'm Lafitte Pinkai, getting ready for the late pick 5. Belmont Park, closing day coverage from Oaklawn. Everyone's still trying to put everything together in the story, everything what took place yesterday. Rich Strike's second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby yesterday in Louisville. And the racing continues. The stakes racing continues with a big graded stakes race on grass just around the corner, the Man of War, Andy, featuring last year's Breeders' Cup Turf winner in Yabir.
Yabir actually prepped for this race, I think, at Newmarket just a couple of weeks ago. like last weekend, literally, 2 weeks before the race, but that's what they do over there, and Charlie Appleby set the race. He was still coming here. This is his win, but he's also got a big win at Belmont Park. He won our, I think it's the another one of those Grand Prix Jockey Club races we ran here. Now, he beat a much more significant field this day, including Gufo, who will be a rival in this race. Listen, he's a horse that loves, long distance races. Belmont Park he was built for Belmont Park, with those wide sweeping turns. He'll be the horse to beat, but he's got a real rival in Gufo.
Arrived at 1 a.m. this morning, Yabir, in that run he made, picking off rivals one by one, gathering momentum, and right there in that Breeders' Cup turf, Andy, you could tell he was going to be a force in the stretch. Losing ground on the far turn, but with that momentum, as good as he was going, wasn't going to make a difference.
Yeah, and as a 3-year-old gelding, he was a 3-year-old last year, he's a 4-year-old now, as a gelding, there are some places he's not able to compete in Group 1 races in Europe. Okay. Is it France you can't compete? There's something about the geldings can't run in Group 1s. I don't know exactly where. Someone can tell me on Twitter. And, so he's going to spend some time over here, and why not? He's had a lot of success over here, obviously.
Again, arrived at 1 a.m. this morning, and Gufo, who we had a chance to see in that breakout performance on the undercard of the Travers at Saratoga. It took a while to figure things out for trainer Christophe Clement, who did a great job with Gufo. This is in the Pan American Gufo. He was kind of just gawky, and then grew into himself, figuring out the game and turning into one of the best long-distance turf horses in the country.
Yeah, and on this sort of goofy turf course at Gulfstream, this is the kind of horse that you wouldn't be surprised if he didn't run his race on it, and he really did run his race. And the thing I like about this effort, obviously the competition's going to get tougher, but he sort of rolled along, and he's been a horse that's done a little hanging at different times and been his own worst enemies, and he seems like he's growing up. I'd like to give Christophe a lot of credit. He probably deserves a lot of credit, as his son Miguel for the job they've done with him, because he's a talented horse, but a horse that they needed to sort of round off the rough edges.
Exciting time of year in thoroughbred racing, not just because of the Triple Crown. You have the Derby that took place yesterday, but now some of the races here at Belmont yesterday. Like we had 3 graded stakes races. Perhaps preps for some of the bigger stage races that we'll see Belmont Stakes weekend, the Manhattan, this Man of War coming up next weekend as it continues this spring. Take a look at the stakes schedule next Saturday here at Belmont Park, along with the Man of War. Peter Pan, prep potentially for the Belmont Stakes. Expected good size field. The Bogey, Vagrancy, exciting Saturday on top from Belmont Park, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, the Peter Pan looks like an 8-horse field is at least assembling. The Bogey, nice looking field. Rogier, who won the Prix de l'Opera on Arc Day, is going to be in there. The Vagrancy, Bella Sophia, who hasn't run since the Breeders' Cup Philly Mare Sprint. So looking forward to those races.
Belmont Park, that Man of War, exciting afternoon of thoroughbred racing, stakes race after stakes race next Saturday. We have the late Big 5 getting started here at Belmont, $40,000 maiden claimer. That's coming up next with the horses still in the paddock. 5th race from Belmont as our coverage continues here on America's Day at the races. Kid Cash with Jose Gomez. Riders up, the 5th from Belmont when we come back. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the races.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Time for the late pick 5 at Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Updated odds for this $40,000 maiden claiming extended sprint. 7/8 of a mile. Bold Victory is out. Post parade, Kid Cash, more than a year since his last appearance.
Yeah, if he can run back anywhere close to his first 2 starts, he's going to win this race in all likelihood. He went the wrong way. He's been off a layoff, but Rudy's layoff numbers are good. I picked on top.
North Pole, Manny Franco, Mike Maker teaming up.
I think you have to be scared of this horse after the performance of the same trainer switch for the owner back in race number 3.
Smart Joker, 27-1 in his debut and split the field.
Yeah, this horse would blow the pick 6 and pick 5 up, especially after the last winner.
Key Scratch, Bold Victory out. Lord Gatling pictured a second in his latest on a sloppy track.
He did run well in his first dirt start. I still think this is a much tougher field, but he's not impossible.
3-1 currently. Then Vinny 2 cents has not done much running in his first 3 efforts.
Yeah, they're going to actually call him Vinny Penny, I think, after this race.
It does have Jackie Davis pulled off an upset in the 4th race, trying to go back-to-back. Turtleneck Ted off the board in his debut at 6-1.
I want to know who Ted is, but he obviously wears turtlenecks. No running first time out at Parks.
Hashtag analysis. The 8, Floki's Flight. I read Ortiz aboard again, finished 5th in the Derby on Mo Donegal.
I think he's taking a little too much money because Irad's riding him, but Ned Hour does ship up here with live horses, and he ran well first time out, but this is a tougher spot.
You liked simplification a bit going into the Derby. He ran very well. Jose Ortiz rode simplification here aboard Desert Lion.
He did. It's great to have everybody back. Coming back very quickly since that race. And Desert Lion, he's the lesser of the 2 for Ned Allen. I guess he was keeping Floki's Flight company in all likelihood in the van.
No rest for the weary, and the Ortiz brothers will break side by side. Jose, Desert Lion, Irad there with Floki's Flight. Let's go back to his debut. 16-1. Outruns his odds. Solid second place finish at Laurel.
Yeah, I just thought he ran fine in this race, and looking the race up, I mean, I don't think he ran against any killers, but the buyer figure of 63 made perfect sense to me, and I think that's a figure that gives him a chance here. I think if the 1 can run any semblance of his good races, he's likely to beat him, but you don't know if the 1 can run anymore. I picked him, but it's a bit of a guess. And the number 2, if he improves or gets back to good race, I think he can win, but there's nothing wrong with his race. It's very logical, but I do think the Irad factor's got him. Right. It's a little bit of an underlay right now in here.
Floki's Flight winding up. Irad Ortiz 2-1. Number 5, Lord Gatling, we mentioned was second in his latest, and that was his first race. His first 2 were on synthetic tracks. That was in the slop. What'd you make of Lord Gatling's first start on the main track at Aqueduct here, coming from off the pace?
To be fair, he ran fine here. And the winner was the favorite, who got clear on the lead.
Wide.
It was a day you wanted to be off the rails, so I don't think he was hurt by that. I don't think his speed was carrying up front. I get it. And there's a wet track. And this is a very different wet track, obviously a muddy track that's sealed now than that one. I'm skeptical. I just feel like among the 1, 2, and 8, at least one of them just figures to be kind of better in the race he comes out of. But I can't argue. He ran well, and I can understand why some people like him. I just don't particularly like him.
Have you noticed any trends this afternoon and on this muddy track as we've seen 4 races, enough to make any adjustments at this point?
I mean, you're probably a little bit better off being off the rail. I mean, that's the best I can say. But I don't really think there's anything major going on here. I mean, it doesn't seem like we're seeing horses rallying towards the inside, right? So it feels like the riders are mostly staying towards the outside.
Do you want to just quickly kind of walk through this late pick 5 sequence?
Yeah, I actually played it. I played it.
Opinions?
Okay. I played. I used the 1, 2, and 8 in this race. In the next race, I used the 2 Chad Brown runners, the 10 and 13, along with the 1 Creative Cairo. It feels like Christophe Clement is intent on running a horse that's never run on the dirt on that surface today. I singled Equal Pay. Okay. I have an idea on a long shot in there that I picked second, and that's the number 8 Vienna Code, who has some back races. But I think Equal Pay, who is going to be a very good horse, was going to break her maiden first time out in Belmont weekend. She took that unfortunate fall. She actually crossed her legs and sort of tripped herself. And I think it's taken a while for her to sort of mentally get back into shape. But she ran very well, albeit in a small field, the slop at Gulfstream. But the horse who she buried came back to win here and improve her buyer figure 10 points.
The Ruffian?
Yeah. So the Ruffian, I'm using 2, 3, 4. I do think Lady Rocket's the horse to beat. But listen, I respect Royal Flag and Search Results as well. I hope she runs well. I'm skeptical, but I used all 3 of them in there. And the last race, I think Looney Sema is the horse to beat, but I used 1, 3, 7 in there. So I have a 3 by 3 by 1 by 3 by 3 if you're looking at for a caveman type ticket.
This late pick 5 about to get underway. Pool around $250,000. Starts in this 5th race, $40,000 maiden claimer, 7 furlongs on a muddy track. 8-5 with Floki's Flight. Looking forward to seeing that Grade 2 Ruffian. Top of the show, we discuss her legacy, what a big fan that you were, and part of the reason you wound up a fan of the sport to begin with.
Yeah, she's really the first horse, you know, when I started going that summer, the first summer the track was open, my family lived in Saratoga, and I started going with my dad, but I ended up going by myself the last week and a half. And even though I saw Foolish Pleasure won the Derby, win the Hopeful, I didn't know that until later I got more of the game.
Right.
But I knew about Ruffian. I had read about Ruffian in the paper, and I knew she was running, and I was excited to see her. And I actually stood in the finish line right by the, which is now the winner's circle. Back then was on the racetrack, but there and watched her. I camped out to be there, and Saratoga was not the same back then. It wasn't as crowded. It wasn't the same thing. And I can remember seeing her streaking across the line. And she was the first horse that I knew of that I fell in love with. So I followed her career, and I have, in my books with the chart cutouts, lots of pictures of her and different stories about her when she came back.
That's all it takes.
Yep.
One performance, one special horse, and you have a lifelong fan. I didn't grow up necessarily, I wasn't a racetrack kid. I wasn't there that often. I didn't pay very close attention to Dad's business, and I remember being there on a Stroob Day, which used to be a really big race for older horses at Santa Anita and a prep for the Santa Anita Handicap. My father, later on in his career, he wasn't winning as much as he had at one point, and he was on a long shot named My Boy Adam, who came from the clouds and was defeated a nose at 23-1, and I remember that was the first time I really felt emotionally invested in the outcome of the race. In that moment, I cared. In that moment, I became obsessed. Dad, who are you riding in this big race? Any good 3-year-olds? Breeders' Cup would get close, That's all. It was that day that stands out that you're invested and you care.
Yeah, and the game and the horses will pull you in. If you're that person who likes racing, and I understand that everything isn't for everybody, but there are a lot of people out there that may not even know how much they would love racing if they got introduced to it. And it's always the horses that bring us into it at some level. I mean, I love the game. I love the puzzle of putting things together, but there's horses to love as well, and we've all fallen in love with certain horses. Some of them really good, some of them mediocre.
They don't have to be great.
You just happen to have an affinity for them. Some of them never win, but it doesn't mean you don't still love them.
Maybe it's just hitting a pick 5 ticket on a Mother's Day at Belmont Park. It starts right here as they continue to load. Smart Joker takes some coaxing. Trevor McCarthy winning a stakes race here yesterday, the Sheepshead Bay for Chad Brown. Brown now the all-time leading Sheepshead Bay winning trainer, 5 wins in the Sheepshead Bay. McCarthy aboard Smart Joker. Johnny I with the call. Start of the late pick 5 post-time race 5, Belmont Park.
Riders off, number 3, Smart Joker. Trevor McCarthy now getting back on. Desert Lion moves in, and they're all in line. And they're off. Lord Gatling, Vinny 2 cents. And then comes a Smart Joker. On the outside is Floki's Flight. And down at the rail is North Pole up the back stretch. Lord Gatling has the lead. Vinny 2 cents runs in second. North Pole at the rail in between horses, Smart Joker. And on the outside is the favorite, Floki's Flight. Then comes Turtleneck Ted, who is racing next, and followed by Desert Lion. Being pulled up and out of the race, number 1, Kid Cash. The quarter in the mud in 22-2. It is Lord Gatling and Vinny 2 cents, and the 2 of them are heads apart. Floki's Flight now moving up on the outside from 3rd. Down at the rail is North Pole next in 4th, and Smart Joker is 5th. At the back of the pack, Desert Lion and Turtleneck Ted. It is Lord Gatling who has the lead after a half at 45 and 3. Filoki's Flight has moved into second. Vinny 2 Cents has dropped out of it. Here is Filoki's Flight to move right alongside of Lord Gatling as they pass the 3/16 pole. Lord Gatling on the inside and Filoki's Flight on the outside. The two of them hook up here through the stretch. On the outside, Filoki's Flight. Lord Gatling continues to battle on. The two of them heads apart as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be Lord Gatling by a long neck. Filoki's Flight was second. And farther back, North Pole finished third.
Exciting stretch drive, Lord Gatling. Filoki's Flight locking up, and Lord Gatling able to turn back Filoki's Flight. Dylan Davis aboard, closing 3-1 at post time. Wow.
Well, if you drew the card that said Lord Gatling, who closed from well back last time, was going to be the speed today, then you got the winning card. A little hard to make this horse on the front end, but he got to the front end today, and it was all she wrote.
Some
got there.
Trading of paint, though, Andy, in the stretch here between Lord Gatling and Filoki's Flight.
As long as there's no contact, this horse could take this horse into the grandstand, and they wouldn't take it down.
Would love to see a head-on. No sign of an inquiry.
Unless there's contact here, you can do whatever you want.
Lord Gatling, Dylan Davis. Here's the head-on, Andy. Lord Gatling inside, Filoki's Flight on the outside. That's 50-50. Now there. Lord Gatling taking her out.
Clear foul committed there, continuing to come out. Irad's leaning because the guy's pushing him out, and he continues to come out into a left-hand whip. There should be an inquiry, and there probably should be a disqualification. The 8, once again, the 8 was in front of the 5, as the 2 was in the second race. But this is, the riders are going to continue to do this because the stewards have said to them, this is acceptable behavior, and they'll do it. And the riders' job is to win races. That's
can't
their
blame
job.
the riders
I don't
for doing
blame
what
the
they're allowed
riders
to do
at all under any circumstances. But this is something that has been condoned by the stewards. It's clear. A clear message has been sent. So they're going to hurt. They're going to do it. If they feel like they're going to lose and they need to do it to come out, they'll do whatever they can, because even if they end up making contact and getting taken down, they were going to lose anyway. So they will do that, and this is when there was contact. Now, whether or not there's going to be an inquiry, I mean, the stewards won't claim it, but it's up to Irad.
You'll see. The first brush, the first contact feels simultaneous. That feels 50-50. Now, Lord Gatling is drifting out in the contact and with Filoki's Flight, and then it's almost like two tired boxers that start leaning on each other.
Well, at a certain point, Irad needs to say you can't keep doing that, and he needs to lean in this case, and Irad's an aggressive rider, but in this case, Dylan was the aggressor, but Dylan, I credit Dylan for doing it. He's going to get away with it. There's not going to be an inquiry. And listen, this is what we have here. This is what's been laid out by the stewards. You may do this kind of riding, and this rider's job is to win. For the owners, the trainers, the bettors, for everybody. And that's what they're doing. And pretty much it's no holds, all, just whatever you want to do.
Lord Gatling, 2 wins on the afternoon. Dylan Davis, new tactics today, and that speed from the gate, 3-1 to kick off the pick 5. 5, 8, 2, 9, race 5, Belmont Park. When we return, while Chad Brown, he was in Louisville, his New York string, taking care of business back home. Virginia Joy running up the score in the Sheep's Head Bay and on the Fort Marcy. Brown deployed 3 in the end. The least likely of the 3, L'Imperator, now a Grade 2 winner.
This proven son of A.P. Endy has sired over 50 stakes winners and well over 100 stakes horses. Recent top performers include Search Results, winner of the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and a hard-fought second in the Kentucky Oaks, plus these standout performers. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. 2-year-olds by Flatter sold up to $625,000. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
So
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Monterey P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Happy Mother's Day from all of us. Windy, blustery, second Sunday in May. We just saw race number 5. And, yep, some rough and tumble through the stretch. But Lord Gatling, Filoki's flight on the outside, and in the end, too much Lord Gatling as he graduates. Breaks his mate in his 4th career start.
No, I'm not saying, not like the second race where it was a clear-cut disqualification that didn't happen. But they probably should have at least flaked it. Now, it took a long time for the officials, so maybe they were looking, but they need to, the public needs to know they're paying their money, they're supporting the game. The owners and bettors, they support the game.
More
and
transparency,
this one
the better,
should have been looked at. That's all. I'm not saying it, I don't, this isn't like the second race, which was an obvious takedown, but I think they should have at least looked at it.
Again, new tactics for Lord Gatling. Unexpected to see him in front down the back stretch.
Yeah, he's got some speed, he just didn't use it last time, and today he just popped in front. The race was sort of over when he went to the front.
Turn the page. Race number 6 off the turf on the main track. Good allowance race. $92,000 purse here. And you had 3, 10, 13, 1 were your suggestions.
In my now
in your now defunct Big 5 ticket. But the 3 you were looking at.
That is correct. I don't think I'm covering any ground that anybody else won't. There's 2 Chad Brown runners, one off a long layoff, Boston Post Road, but Chad has very good numbers off of layoffs on dirt. He's 7 for 21, I think, on over a year layoff in dirt races with a positive ROI. And the other one broke maiden against a weak field, but did it very easily. And then the one, Creative Cairo. It feels like maybe Christophe Clement ran this one on the turf because of Cairo Prince, and most of his success has been on the turf. But now he's rented the horse MTO, so he wanted to run in this race only if it was on the dirt. That signifies some intention from a very smart trainer.
Confidence there from Christophe Clement. Right. You mentioned Chad Brown yesterday in Louisville with Zandon finishing 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, but he cleaned up here at Belmont Park. 4 wins for Chad Brown, 2 of them in graded stakes races, included the Fort Marcy. Fort Marcy there, L'Imperator taking command, aggressively ridden, going about his business. Impressive score here.
Well, Chad Brown's plan with Eric Cancel is for Eric to do the exact same thing he did with Tribhuvan when he upset this race last year, which is to center in the front. And for people to realize, you'll rarely run races on a course that was as boggy as this one was. This wasn't laden with yielding. It was really heavy. This race went over 10 seconds slower, about 12 seconds slower than it normally would go. And it's tough to make up ground. Horses wire on races like that. And gave the horse the best chance, and I don't know why they rated the 3, but they sent this one.
$22 winner, don't get many of those in graded stakes races on grass in New York for Chad Brown. A couple hours earlier, Grade 2 Sheep's Head Bay. Another brownout, another mismatch. German mare, Virginia Joy, pouring it on.
Yeah, this one was a mismatch on paper. The other one, probably the horse should have been 10-1, but a little bit of a surprise. This one would have been a surprise if she lost. And Charter McCarthy did what you're supposed to do when you're riding the best horse in the paceless race. Put the horse in the front end, and she just made easy work of those horses. But when you have this kind of turf, you're going to see exaggerated performances, and there are going to be a lot of horses in these races that just don't handle it at all.
Now the all-time leading Sheep's Head Bay winning trainer, 5 of them, Chad Brown. What a story. Cody's Wish yesterday in the slop in the Westchester.
Hasn't he won 5 straight Fort Marcy's, 2 or something? It's crazy. This was a tour de force. Chad Brown, who lost this race, was Sound Money. Sound Money ran his race with a 96 buyer, and he wasn't even remotely a match for Cody's Wish, who got a 104 buyer. Belmont has got Speaker's Corner, Olympiad, and now this horse. And maybe this horse freaked out in the mud because it never run this quickly before. But it's not bad if this is your 3rd best older horse going long. He's going to have to, at some point, run some of these horses against each other.
Cody Dorman, of course, his namesake, doing his thing there. Suffers from a rare genetic disorder. named in his honor, Cody's Wish in the Westchester. 3 graded stakes races, Andy, 3 blowout performances. The winners all much the best.
Yeah, no, and listen, wet tracks, the soggy turf, you're going to see those exaggerated kinds of performances. But Virginia Joy is a very nice horse, and they're really only horse in the rail. Could have been competition, and she didn't really much.
So in terms of the next step, moving forward for these winners yesterday, races like the New York Virginia Joy, perhaps the Manhattan as a result of the Fort Marcy L'Imperator. How productive do you think these races will be?
Well, that's a tough question. I mean, Virginia Joy, she's okay. The New York is now a grade 1. We may get some Euros. We're going to get tougher horses, but well, maybe the tougher horses will be other Chad Brown horses, the way that's stable. I mean, what we saw at Churchill Downs, he's got more and more of these tough filly and mare horses at all distances. She's a factor, but it'll get tougher for her. I think she ran 3rd or 4th in it last year. As far as whether or not L'Imperator can win the Manhattan, well, Trebuven, winning his race last year, finished 2nd, but this was a boggy course, and I don't know how much you can use this race to go forward.
Less than 5 weeks away, and some of the marquee, some of the marquee events leading up to the Belmont Stakes, and how much of an impact these prep races will have moving forward. When we come back, closing day from Oaklawn Park. It is day 66. Clydesdales are out. Your favorite part of the day, Andy. Look at that. This is why you go to the races specifically.
Tap Budweiser?
Any kind that isn't?
Isn't
Clydesdale?
For the Bud? For Bud? Yeah. They used to stable these next to a friend of mine's house in Saratoga. Pretty cool.
The Clydesdales out at Oaklawn Park. 66-day meet. Trails end to close the show, race 10 at 1 3/4 miles. Big part of the story, the jockey standings. David Cabrera has not ridden in weeks, recovering as a result of an injury. Francisco Arrieta cutting into that lead, 1 win shy. As the closing day card continues, race number 5. Field and updated odds towards the outside. Mammoth Spring, Andy, 2-1. Going to be a while. The Clydesdales doing their things, and the fans love it out at Oaklawn Park.
I'm a little emotional here right now. I mean, this is the last race I'll be covering at Oaklawn until either the end of this year or next year. So it's a little hard for me to talk. I think that's why I've been so caught up. Well, Mammoth Spring, off the claim, 5-2. Wow. This is the last chance for these Archie breds. Isn't O's Art supposed to be? Didn't you think O's Art would be a shorter price? The last race?
You've been trying to spoil Ozark for me the entire week. I haven't seen it yet, man. Horses in the paddock here. I haven't seen it yet. Not the last season. Not the last season.
They don't have it, Netflix in your hotel?
I got too busy. Some of us praying for the show. Some of the highlights
here and wing it.
Some of the highlights this meet at Oaklawn and Whitmore Day. Whitmore, a former Breeders' Cup Sprint winner for Ron Moquette. Done so much of his damage out at Oaklawn over the years, but Whitmore parading there, and how excited the fans were to see them. One of the more popular racehorses in recent memory at Oaklawn Park. To see him, fan favorite, because of how good he was. He had that attitude, Andy, and the fact that you just got a chance to see him year after year after year.
Yeah, I think, and this is not, he was a very good horse, obviously, and his achievements speak for themselves, but the fact that he had that incredible longevity, I think, had more to do with it than anything else. I think that's why he had a chance to sort of gather that momentum and keep running. Listen, he had some big wins. He beat City of Light.
That's right.
Who could have made an argument he could have been a horse of the year, considering the year that he had, eventually won the race formerly known as the Don down at Gulfstream. And he beat him up in Saratoga, tougher trip for the other or not, won that Breeders' Cup Sprint, and you felt like that was kind of a lifetime achievement win. They didn't gift it to him, but it was cool to see him do that.
Disappointing that that was right smack dab in the middle of the pandemic, and we were fortunate to have a Breeders' Cup, but with next to no fans there. Disappointing that fans weren't there to enjoy Whitmore having been there. That was easily the feel-good result of the day, and just one of those results, much like Secret Oath with D. Wayne Lucas, where whether you cashed or not as a racing fan, you were pleased and satisfied with the outcome of a big race.
Yeah, it helps to cash, but yeah, I don't disagree.
Forgot who I was sitting next to.
Well, I mean, you're going to be sitting next to another guy soon who feels exactly the same way I do. He pretends maybe to care, but he cares about cashing more than the horse. Let's face it. It is what
Rare
it is.
Jonathan Kinchin sighting here at Belmont Park.
Yeah, I didn't even know he knew how to find the place.
You hear that, JK? This is what I've been sitting next to all day, man.
He's upset because Kershaw lost.
You upset me way before that. Way before that.
I feel good.
We weren't even on the air yet.
Something to feel good about.
5th race here at
Had I
Oaklawn.
known.
These Arkansas breds, $20,000 maiden claimers, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older.
I'm just glad we're ending my year with the Oaklawn
You
races
better
with a bunch of Arky breds.
close out with a bang with a win, right?
Good luck to that.
Monmouth Spring, 2-1 currently. Towards the outside, make the turn. You'll meet this
The
field of
8-1
Arkansas
morning
breds.
line, Mammoth Spring.
Words out.
Yeah. Words out.
Isaac Castillo trying for a second victory.
Shouldn't have been 8-1, but that's a little surprising price.
2-1. You see him in the post parade. Fullback Moon, 45-1. Nothing but long shots towards the inside.
Yeah, this horse has never run an even remotely competitive race.
Off the board in all 7. Fullback Moon, 45-1, 30-1, 36-1 inside post. There's other times off the board in all 6.
But other times looks like a grade 1 performer next to fullback Buck Moon. This horse should be, whatever price fullback Moon is, this horse should be at least a third of it. So an overlay. Or the other one's a one as an underlay.
On his toes other times. Hell yeah. Off the board in his first 2. Sire, a Hollywood Derby winner by disqualification.
The idea of him being in a stretch duel and having to hear whatever announcer has to deal with him, it could really be awful. I'm getting a nightmare thinking about it.
Vic will have some fun with it. Point blank, Louis Quinones.
Yeah, this horse is, you're getting closer to a horse that has a chance to win, is at least running
You'd
buyers
make
in the
case for
40
some of
level.
these.
Yep.
Warning Label, Kelsey Har, solid mate.
If Warning Label didn't have so many chances, you'd think this horse was a much stronger contender and isn't the worst 8-1 shot if you're looking for one.
Botany, Alex Conchari.
Ran fast enough to win this 2 back, cuts back, and caught a sloppy track last time. I thought this is a fuzzy. You know what? This horse, how's this horse 21-1? I'm going to lose a few dollars in this horse. I'm in.
Number 8, Ozarks. Martin Garcia, 5-1.
I'm going to tell you the ending. Not on TV, but in the next commercial.
That would be such like an Andy thing to do. Look at
I
this
didn't
loose
think
arrow
this
really
horse
acting up here.
should be 5-2 first time out, but the morning line should have been 5-2. The problem with this horse is the better race was on a wet track, but the race before is not impossible.
Hightail Cowboy, second choice 7-2.
No, I mean the last race was good. It was only a few minutes ago. It was a week ago. I don't trust the number. Looking it up, I'm skeptical of the horses. They all seem to improve coming out of that race.
Mammoth Spring, 2-1 favorite. And then Uncle OG on the outside.
Does it feel like Mammoth Spring isn't they knew the way this horse is getting bet, right? Lost
So
last
far.
time 6-5. I'm going to bet a few dollars to win on the number 6, who's a ridiculous overlay, and bet a 10-6 exacta. That's my play. Small.
One more time, what's the approach?
A little small bet on the 10. The 6, I don't think the 6 should be 20-1. I think the 6 should probably be closer to 8-1 or 10-1. The 6's race 2 back is good enough to win this race. And then caught a sloppy track, cutting back. Why not?
See how it works out? 5th race, Oaklawn here at Belmont. Late pick 4 with the 6th race. Off the turf of the main track. Updated odds you see. 1 mile, $92,000 purse. 2-1 currently. More ammo number 10 and Boston Post Road 2-1. Richie back with us. Standing by in the paddock with this race 6 paddock report. Richie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, kind of an interesting group. I'm looking at the one, Creative Cairo, from the Christophe Clement barn, a filly that has spent her entire career on the turf, and now she was entered main track only. So I went right to the source. I asked Christophe, what's the thought process behind running her main track only, meaning she was only going to compete if it came off the grass. And he said that she's always just trained a bit better than she's ever run, and she's always trained well on the dirt, and they just thought it would be a good time to give it a try. A mile might be a little shorter than she wants on the turf, but he thought it would suit very well here, particularly because there is some kind of pace. And I do have to say, from a physical perspective, I can see why they went right to the turf with her. You get that wider, flatter foot, those longer, slacker pasterns, more of a confirmation of a turf-type horse. But Christophe Clement on the Hall of Fame ballot this year, certainly will be inducted in the Hall of Fame one day, hopefully sooner than later. Just likes the way she is trained on the dirt. So that's good enough for me. I think I will trust his assessment of things. The 9 horse is really interesting to me. I really like what I'm seeing from the 9, maybe later from the Bruce Brown barn. Full disclosure, excuse me, couldn't get that out. Maybe later, trained by Bruce Brown. His horses always look good, and she really is standing out here in the paddock from a physical perspective. But I think she has races on the dirt that more than make her a contender here, and I really like what I see from her. The 10, more ammo. Out of the 2, I think she's going to appreciate she's already been the mile, the distance than the other Chad Brown, but it's a Chad Brown runner, so of course she looks good. The 13, Boston Post Road, despite her pedigree, Quality Road, out of a Bernardini mare, she's coming out of 2 sprints. She has more of a sprinter look to me than the 10, but on today's racetrack, maybe she skips along over the top of the ground, and it's not an issue whatsoever. But again, a Chad Brown trainee, you don't expect them to look anything but good.
Good stuff, Richie. Thanks so much. Riders up shortly in a post parade. Started as late pick 4, Belmont Park race 6. Oaklawn, meantime, nearing post time.
I'm just glad that in my last Oaklawn race they could go off a few minutes after post time, to keep me here. And spend a little more quality time with you. When am I going to see you next? When are you going to haunt us again?
Belmont Stakes Week.
I got a month off from each other?
I'll
be calling a lot just to make sure. I know you'll miss me.
We can talk some more.
It'll be late when I call. But if I wake up in the middle of the night and I know it's like 2 in the morning in California, I'll give you a call. See how you're doing. You might want to mute your phone.
At the gate here, 3-2, Mammoth Spring. The last race you'll be on set for the meet, closing out the day. 66 days of racing here at Oaklawn Park. Winds down this afternoon. Part of the story, the jock standings. David Cabrera trying to hold on, 1 clear of Francisco Arrieta. Arrieta without a mount in this one. But still, lots of live racing to close out the day here in the Sunday program from Oaklawn Park. Arkansas Breds to close the show. Vic Stoffer standing by. Post-time race 5, Oaklawn.
Warning label. Hightail Cowboy. Botany. There's 2 more left to load. Mammoth Spring and Uncle OG. They're at the post. Now Uncle OG is backed out. He's ready. Oh, now he's backed out again. They can get in the O, but not the G. Now Uncle OG's ready. They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Warning Label and Ozarks. Hightail Cowboy and Mammoth Spring are close up. Uncle OG and Botany. Then Lose Arrow, followed by Halia and Point Blank. Taylortown is next, then Other Times, and the trailer is Full Buck Moon, and the leader is Mammoth Spring. Mammoth Spring going to clear off going to the half-mile pole, and he leads Ozarks now by 3 lengths. Look at Mammoth Spring sprint away at the half. He is 3.5 in front. Ozarks is second, the same margin to Warning Label. Hightail Cowboy is 4th and about 9 from the front. He's 2.5 in front of Botany, Uncle OG, and Lose Arrow. Another 5 back to Point Blank. 6 more to Other Times and Halia, Taylortown, and Full Buck Moon, and here is Ozarks after Mammoth Spring. Mammoth Spring only leads 3/4 of a length as Ozarks is second. Warning Label moves up on the outside, and here comes Warning Label, and he means business, and we're about to have 2 new leaders. They are Ozarks and Warning Label, and they match strides. Ozarks is inside, Warning Label is outside, and they are shoulder to shoulder to the final 150 yards. Warning Label. Ozarks tries to battle on. Warning Label half ahead. Ozarks trying to come back on the inside, and he's doing it. Warning Label, Ozarks, Warning Label, Warning Label! Warning Label beat Ozarks. Hightail Cowboy was 3rd, close for 4th. Lose Arrow and Point Blank.
A slugfest through the wire. You can see the riders exchanging pleasantries. Warning Label, Ozarks in his 5th race at Oaklawn Park.
And what have we seen? 5 races and 3 races won by women riders. Is Kelsey Argus the win here? Chelsea Bailey took the first 2 races.
First 2 races of the day.
gets it done. As the horse that the They Knew horse sped off to a 21-3 first quarter. Shockingly, he was empty after that.
Came up a little bit short. So you're going down into the paddock. You're reporting the rest of the day?
Yeah.
Yes, here?
Yeah, people
at
really
Belmont
at home
Park.
want to know what I think about how they look on the track.
Yeah,
That's
Andy's
what they
going to be
need.
reporting the rest of the afternoon. Jonathan Kinchin will be joining me on the set. Andy stepping aside. We'll see you next time. I get like a full month.
It's been a pleasure. I'll miss you
always.
A little bit.
Andy Serling stepping aside. Jonathan Kinchin here at Belmont Park. He'll be on the set as our coverage continues. Still have that late pick 4, the Ruffian, to look forward to. Closing day, Oaklawn. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Bye, Andy.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5. The Clip champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Belmont Park. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Late pick 4 time, Belmont. 6th race off the turf of the main track. Allowance runners, fillies and mares, 1 mile. More ammo, and Boston Post Road still 2-1. And by trains, planes, and automobiles, I have a new co-host. Fresh in from Kentucky, Jonathan Kinchin. Joining the show, it has been since Saratoga. Missed you.
I missed you too. I try to call you all the time, but you never answer. So I had to fly
Those
and
are screen.
drive down
Okay,
here
so
to
when
see
it
you.
rings a few times, that's not answering. When it goes straight to voicemail, you're being screened.
It's even worse. It's even worse. It really actually hurts my feelings, but it's not a big deal. I know where you live.
If you give me a winner here, give our viewers a winner here, all is forgiven.
Chad Brown's going to win.
All right. Hashtag analysis.
I'm gonna go to the 13 towards the outside. Boston Post Rose horses MTO, but has tactical speed towards the outside. And on racetracks like this that have a little bit of moisture, those are the types of trips that I like. I wouldn't be shocked if the other Chad won the 10 more ammo, but at similar prices, give me the horse with a little bit more foundation, drawn outside, and you get Flavian Pratt, who was, outstanding.
Piling up wins, stakes wins, Churchill third in the Derby. Zandon. Richie's still with us. Richie, you really like what you saw from maybe later in the paddock. And now what do you think?
I'd like her even more after watching her warm up on the track, Lafitte. Hey, Jonathan, just wanted to say hi real quick. She just galloped over the top of the ground. There's a hard seal on this track. It's got good bounce to it, so it's a good, safe racetrack, but they put that seal on it because we had so much rain here over the last 2 days. It's drying out nicely, but again, track's still sealed, and I think maybe later's going to really appreciate that. And the 1-turn mile, looking at her from a physical perspective, I think 2 turns might have just been stretching her a bit too much. 1 turn, I think, will suit her very well. I agree with Jonathan. She's got to beat the 13 Boston Post Road, and Flavien Prat certainly makes a deep jockey colony that much deeper.
Star-studded with Flavien Prat. Here now. Final thoughts as they are at the gate.
I was so
Bocking.
wrong about Flavien Prat. I used to joke that he was just good in California.
Oh, man.
So wrong. He's an outstanding rider.
Always seemingly right place, right time, and it's just not coincidence.
Both surfaces, too. You'll make a mistake
Versatile.
if you think it's just grass. He can get you home on anything.
It's going to be fun at Saratoga. Seeing that chase for an Angel Cordero riding title. Flavien Prat, there he is, right on cue with Boston Post Road. In the Peter Brandt two-tone green for Chad Brown. Ready for the late pick 4, 6, Belmont. Here's Johnny I.
Ready for race 6. And they're off. Boston Post Road right out for the early lead with more ammo racing in second, then toned up. And maybe later heads apart third and fourth. Suspended Campaign at the back of the pack along with Creative Cairo. It is Boston Post Road who has the lead here by a half length. More ammo to her outside in second. And then it's a length to maybe later who's racing in third. Creative Cairo coming through now down at the rail. Then comes Toned Up and Suspended Campaign. First quarter mile, 23 and 2/5 seconds. Boston Post Road is the leader by 3/4 of a length with more ammo on the outside racing in second. Then it's the duo of Creative Cairo and maybe later. Suspended Campaign runs in fifth, and Toned Up is now the trailer. The half mile in 46 and 3/5 seconds there midway around the far turn. Boston Post Road holding on to a narrow lead over more ammo. Maybe later's on the extreme outside. In behind the front runners is Creative Cairo. As the field comes for the top of the stretch, Boston Post Road in front right from the start, continues to lead as more ammo now drops back. On the outside is maybe later moving into second. Then Creative Cairo into the stretch, 3/4 in 1:11. It is Boston Post Road who has a 3-length lead. Maybe later runs in second as they come down for the 16th pole. It is Boston Post Road. She's been in control since the start. She's in control here at the end as she draws away. Boston Post Road, a 5-length winner. Maybe later was second, then Suspended Campaign and Creative Cairo.
Hey, Jonathan, who do you like? Chad Brown. Right on cue. Boston Post Road. Flavien Prat and Richie, who from the second he saw, maybe later in the paddock, thought she was going to run well this afternoon. The exacta here. Boston Post Road, 8-5 at post time, 13-9-5-1.
Yeah, when Chad's horses find the front, and we saw that a couple times yesterday on the grass, they always seem to finish. That's what Chad does. I think that some people, if you're new to the game, why is Chad Brown so good? The way he trains his horses, he trains them to shut off and to listen to their riders. That's why he always works them in company. That's why he always works them head up in company. He works good horses together because they learn to listen to the rider. And you get a rider like Flavien Prat, you get a horse like Boston Post Road in this situation, they get loose on the front end, and that horse is then paying attention to an unbelievable rider, you're going to get results like this.
For Peter Brandt, ran 1-2 in a graded stakes race yesterday. Bleecker Street, another stakes win now. 6 for 6, graded stakes victory here at Belmont Park. And for Boston Post Road, 2 of 3 now, $525,000 purchase originally. She rolls.
Yeah,
bright future, lightly raced 4-year-old.
Right, and passed a little test with some added ground, right? Those first 2 races were sprinting, and now the 1-turn mile, which Richie has kind of taught me, is an indicator of a horse that will go further. Because it's not easy. You don't get to slow down into the first turn. It's a straight run for the first part of the race on the backside of that 1-turn mile, and it really does kind of test their stamina. So maybe even farther for Boston Post Road.
We'll be looking at and handicapping, you'll be handicapping those 1-turn mile-ish races now on dirt at Saratoga this summer for the first time.
It's going to be interesting to see. I want to see the configuration. I have a feeling that an outside draw is going to be tough because of the way that I think it's going to be. It's going to kind of unfold, but we'll see how it goes. But it's going to be nice, I suppose, to have a little bit of a different alternative between the 7 furlongs and the mile and the 8, something kind of in the middle.
Results, reaction coming up. Still have the Grade 2 Ruffian, Royal Flag. 5th in last year's Breeders' Cup Distaff, winner of the Belle Dame, ready for her 6-year-old debut. Great to have her back. Search results. What will she do today? Disappointing in her latest. Runner-up in last year's Kentucky Oaks. The Ruffian later today at Belmont.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the show. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual. Unusually well. Nothing unusual about Chad Brown winning races at Belmont Park or Flavien Prat or Peter Brandt. This one here, Boston Post Road, ready for bigger and better. The lightly raced 4-year-old filly, now 2 of 3. Richie with winning Pilot. Flavien Prat in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thank you, Lafitte. Flavien, you have dominated California racing for several years now. What was the thought process to step out of that comfort zone, a place that you would have continued to dominate, and come east and try a whole new different circuit? And obviously you're fitting in very well.
Yeah, well, as you said, I think it was just a matter of getting out of the comfort zone and try something new, a new challenge. I have 2 kids. They're pretty young, so I thought it was time to make a move. Otherwise, I think a few years later, you know, my kids would grow up, they would go to school, and there will be a different process. So I thought it was the right time to do it.
How has it been? Belmont Park, so different than Santa Anita, such a wide, expansive track, adjusting to it. I mean, you're winning at such a high percentage, obviously you have, but how much different is it?
Yeah, it's a bit different. It reminds me a lot more like France, you know, when I was riding before. You know, wide turn. You can obviously take your time a bit more, and yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to ride here.
Watching you ride the Kentucky Derby yesterday, it seemed obvious to me your plan was to get right in behind Epicenter, kind of shadow and follow their move. You had a wonderful trip. You had to think you had a big shot turning for home.
I did. Really proud of the horse. I thought he ran a huge race. He broke well. Then, as you said, my idea was to get behind Epicenter, which I had a chance to do it right in front of the grandstand. So from that point, I just tracked him. I mean, turning for home, he responded really well. I thought I was going to go by Epicenter. I couldn't go by Epicenter, and he ran a great third place. Sorry, I thought it was a good run.
It's been great talking to you here. I know we'll be talking a great deal more. Guys, he added so much depth to an already deep colony, and it's really fun to watch a guy. I can read his mind as he's riding. He's got a plan. Very, very smart, strong rider.
Derby winning jockey, Preakness winning jockey, Flavian Pratt results. Race 6, the win there, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown. Jonathan, if you would have said to Flavian, Chad Brown, here's the scenario. Here are the fractions of the Derby. This is where Zandon is. Would you take this? Would you take that 1,000%?
Oh, it's the worst part about it. I needed Zandon out of future. I liked the horse. I bet the horse. And when they turned for home at the top of the stretch, I thought, it's going to happen.
Like, watch this.
He's going to win.
About to turn it on. Like, watch this.
He's going to win. And, you know, Epicenter deserves a lot of credit for how hard he fought back. And then the winner, obviously, who got an absolutely brilliant trip. But, yeah, no, I mean, Zandon, it wasn't really an excuse, unfortunately. But sometimes those are the harder ones to swallow.
For Pratt, again, that win in the Derby by disqualification. Country House just missed in last year's Belmont Stakes with Hot Rod Charlie, and what he's done in such a short period of time. He is clutch. He, as we mentioned earlier, always seemingly in the right place at the right time, and a huge force in an already stacked rider colony here in New York.
I talked to Chad Brown about Flavian before and what he likes about him. And he said, and we hear this all the time with his riders, but he said it's his hands. He gets horses to relax even more than they might for other riders. And if you kind of put that, you know, you tag team that with what Chad already does well with how his horses run, it's a pretty dangerous combination.
There was a time last spring and summer we were seeing Pratt. He was here like weekend after weekend after weekend and riding contender after contender for Chad Brown in these stakes races. And that's when I think the conversation started. Like, I wonder if he moves his tack. We wonder if he moves to New York and decides to ride in this colony. Like, here he is. And again, that chase for an Angel Cordero riding title at Saratoga, that is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's already, like you mentioned, a wild colony, and it's going to get even crazier. The interesting thing that I want to see with Flavian is what's going to happen with some of that kind of lower level business, right? Those 16 claimers are the guys that are and gals that at that level, those trainers, they're going to use him, or they're going to have that relationship, because he's going to need those wins to compete with the Irads and the Jose's for the title, because those guys ride those lower level races. We'll see what happens with that.
And just, you know, Zandon third in the Derby, but a big weekend winning stakes race after stakes race at Churchill.
Absolutely. He was riding so well that people started to think the racetrack was biased, but it was just him riding that well.
Flavian Pratt, a win here at Belmont Park to kick off the late pick 4. Still have that Ruffian coming up here, grade 2. Older mares, the field for the Ruffian, $200,000 purse, 1 mile. Royal Flag, 8-5 morning line favorite. Joel Rosario, speaking of Epicenter, to ride. Royal Flag, 5th in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. JK, this was her winning the grade 2 Beldame, prepping for last fall's Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, you know, she's run here well before, and she's going to get some pace to close into today. She's one of those horses that I think throughout her career, she would be like, oh, she's really good. Maybe she's not quite good. Oh, she's really good. Maybe she's not quite that good. So it's kind of, I'm still, the jury to me is still out on this horse who's won a whole lot of races and has won some big races. I do think she kind of needs things to go her way, but she likes it here, and she should get some pace to close into today as well.
Enough pace to set things up, though we haven't seen her since the Breeders' Cup. As classy as she is and accomplished, do you think that because maybe some rust to shake off in her 6-year-old debut, is this a spot that you try to beat her?
And you see the top left corner, that CB?
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah, I don't worry about layoffs when they come from that barn.
Excited to have her back as a 6-year-old. Some real depth to the older mare division and a season that she could be ready for. You would think pointed towards the Breeders' Cup Distaff, right in the thick of things, only beat less than 2 lengths in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, though, I think about Chad's success and his owners that he has. He is allowed to do what is best for the horses, to take his time. He is not going to be forced to run a horse because it's March. He's going to say, we're going to wait, and this is the plan we're going to lay out, and now that's what he's going to be able to do. He'll show up here in the Ruffian. She'll be ready to run today, and then plan out the rest of the year to try to get her back to that distaff.
Where are you with search results at this stage?
She was brilliant last year. I liked her a lot. I don't see the excuse as to why she ran so poorly last time. So I really need to see what she's going to do today. So ask me at like 4:53.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Helpful. Pivotal race for search results. The Mother's Day feature here at Belmont, grade 2 Ruffian with a $200,000 purse. Also closing day Oaklawn, day 66 here, the longest meet ever at Oaklawn Park. following that chase for a riding title. David Cabrera hasn't ridden in weeks. That competitive of a title speaks volumes, the fact that he hasn't ridden in weeks and still the leading rider, David Cabrera. That's the kind of dominance that we saw from him most of the meet until the injury. Post-parade starts with a 20-1 outsider, $25,000 allowance optional claimers. There's Kylie Jordan on Seish, we'll go with.
Yeah, I just don't think fast enough, and there's going to need a little speed from the inside.
The Flater, Kelsey Haar. Haar looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, she did win the last race. It's a horse I thought was a little bit interesting at a price.
Town Champ is out. Number 4, Bear Alley, 3-time winner off the board in both tries at Oaklawn.
Once upon a time, had some speed and is taking some money.
By Will Take Charge, former 3-year-old champ. Chris Hartman trains Francisco Arrieta. Arrieta victory here, and he would tie David Cabrera amongst the jockey standings. Number 5, Overtaxed, who is the second choice, strong second choice, 5-2.
That's exactly how I feel every April. Overtaxed.
Charco at 2-1, who is the favorite, 2-time winner. Gets off the rail that he had to deal with in his latest.
Yeah, it does have some speed. It is drawn outside of some of the main competition. Should work out a nice trip.
5-2, 5 minutes out. Long-term thinking. First after the claim here, Trisha Duncan.
Yeah, I just can't take, no offense, off of Steve Asmussen. It's hard.
It's understandable. Giovanni Franco in the saddle. And then Stormin Hong Kong. First after the claim, Chris Richard again leaving Steve Asmussen's Sable.
Yeah, just really cold meat for him so far. 1 for 23.
This one isn't going anywhere, though. Owned and trained by Steve Asmussen. Defender number 9. That kind of is going to out. Was a 2-1 morning line favorite and a key scratch. UVC at 5-1. Chelsea Bailey looking for a third today.
Yeah, this is an interesting one as well. Was involved in a fast pace last time, drawn outside. I love those outside speed trips at Oaklawn.
From a morning line of 15-1, now it's 6-1. Cave Run on the outside. First after the claim, Carl Broberg.
Yeah, another horse that's had some good races in the past, and that switch to Broberg is a switch that I'm okay with. He could make a horse, he could improve a horse, and I think that maybe we'll see Cave Run show some of those past races.
Field for the 6 coming up 4 minutes out, 2-1 on Charco. Some of the highlights at JK on this closing day and the lasting images from this meet at Oaklawn Park, one of your favorites that we had a chance to see yesterday at the Downs, in the Churchill Downs. Jackie's Warrior coming back in the Count Fleet Sprint, Count Fleet, and making it look all too easy. Jackie was back in a big way.
Man, he was awesome, and we obviously got to see him this weekend show us even more how awesome he is. What a cool racehorse, right? We remember him at Saratoga as a 2-year-old. They tried the Derby Trail like they do with so many, and then they said, okay, we'll let you do what you want to do. That's one-turn races, and he gave us about 6 outstanding performances, it feels like, since that decision to move him back. And this Count Fleet this year was one of them, his comeback race.
Can't say his name without thinking about last summer on the undercard of the Travers, that race with Life is Good. For me, there were 2 races, Monomoy Girl and Latruska in the Apple Blossom. Champions colliding, and Swiss Skydiver in that mix. That race and that event with Jackie's Warrior and Life is Good going head-to-head at Saratoga. The 2, to me, the races of the year in 2021.
Yeah, and it reminds me, maybe we'll see some other Jackie's Warrior performances against some other big horses. I'm hoping maybe we'll see him in a race like the Met Mile. He's proven he can go a little bit further, and I think his speed would be extremely dangerous here, and some of the horses he might hook up with there. Another fun performance hopefully we can see from him.
And you just have to appreciate his will to win. Of course he's classy. We've always known he's like talented. He has that kind of ability, but he's one of these horses that when he's shoved, like he's going to shove you back. And an aptly named Jackie's Warrior, like he thrives in a fight.
Yeah, look, in the race at Churchill this weekend, they were running, and I thought he might be in trouble. He had the Breeders' Cup Sprint champion right behind him in Aloha West, and when they turned for home and they shook the reins, he just opened up. And it's one of those you just kind of sit back and watch it and say, wow, that's a racehorse.
Kurt Roberson, his owner, had said, horse of a lifetime. That was back around the Champagne as a 2-year-old, and he has proven to be just that. Jackie's Warrior yesterday at Churchill, in the Churchill Downs, and one of the highlights of this meet at Oaklawn, which in terms of the trainers, well, not a chase for a title. That's been decided for quite some time. Steve Asmussen, second all-time leading trainer at Oaklawn, racking up another training title.
Yeah, and look, it's funny, there's a lot to be said this week, and we talk about Jackie's Warrior, about how cold Steve Asmussen has been in Kentucky. some crazy number like 0 for 76 or something along those lines. And then he comes back and he gets that performance from Jackie's Warrior, and then right around the corner, he's racked up 66 wins in this meet. If I'm not mistaken, it's a win. It's a win a day, race day, right?
That puts up huge numbers. Pauline's Pearl, huge win at Churchill this weekend.
She was impressive as well. She was really impressive, beating She Dares the Devil, an unbelievable racehorse in her own right.
Thrilling weekend of racing, and we're not done. Still with 3 left here at Belmont. 8th is the Ruffian. First things first, the 7th race. Belmont Park, horses are in the paddock. Equal pay, Richie. Odds on 4 to 5. A, trustworthy, question mark, and what are you seeing in the paddock?
If looks count for anything, honestly, this is a one-horse race. Equal pay looks fantastic. She always looked good, even last year. She had that bit of a mishap in her first start where she stumbled. Looked like she just kind of misstepped when she was trying to change leads and stumbled. She was going to win that day, came back with a poor performance. Maybe she needed to get some confidence, but she's wintered well. Her coat is incredible. She's completely dappled out. She's carrying good weight. She's got that sinewy fitness to her. There's nothing I can say but wow. And, I mean, I'll withhold, final judgment until I watch them all warm up on the track. But if she runs anywhere close to the way she looks here in the paddock, we might see something special.
Wow. The billing from Richie. And with Iretta Ortiz, who will ride equal pay, 3 to 5, and rightfully so.
I love when that happens. When Richie says something like that on a horse that I've singled in a bet that's already running.
Feel that much better about it.
You just take a deep breath and say, okay, hopefully we can get through this one. So I appreciate that, Richie. If Equal Pay runs one of Equal Pay's last 2 races, they're all running for second. In the way that Richie described Equal Pay and how Equal Pay looks in the paddock, I think you can expect that you're going to get one of those 2 races.
Chad Brown saddled the winner in the 6th race at Belmont. Has Equal Pay odds-on favorite in the 7th. Royal Flag, 8 to 5 morning line favorite in the Ruffian. Search results in the Ruffian. Won 4 races here yesterday at Belmont and 2 graded stakes wins, while becoming the all-time leading Sheepshead Bay winning trainer with a 5th. Pretty good week. I know he probably traded off for Zandon, winning a Derby, right? But that, very good weekend nonetheless.
Yeah, that Chad Brown, he's all right. He can train a 4-legged animal, that's for sure.
Becoming a big fan of that Bleecker Street. 6 for 6 now. She looked good over the weekend, Churchill. And here at Oaklawn, as they file into the gates, who'd you wind up with again?
I'm going to go to the outside with the 12 Cave Run. I just looking for this improvement, switching to Carl Broberg. Needs to show a little speed, kind of stay connected in the race here, but I think is interesting. I think the 10 as well, the 12 and the 10. I'll officially go with the 12. If you're playing exactors or something, maybe toss the 10 in as well.
Arrieta on the 4 Bear Alley, a victory, and he would tie David Cabrera. Post time for the 6. Oaklawn, Vic Stauffer standing by.
They're at the post. They're off. UVC and Charco break well. Deflator and Overtaxed are close up. Long-term Thinking and Cave Runner next. Then comes Storm in Hong Kong, followed by Seiche and Bear Alley. Charco and Overtaxed go quick up the backstretch. Overtaxed ahead in front. Charco alongside in second. They're 2 lengths clear of Deflator and UVC. Then Long-term Thinking, 5th and about 4 from the front. He's 2.5 in front of Storm in Hong Kong between horses, a 3-wide Cave Run and at the rail Bear Alley. And then 5 lengths last to Seiche as they match race around the far turn. Overtaxed and Charco. Charco is outside. Overtaxed is inside. They are matching strides 2 lengths in front of Deflator and UVC. Long-term Thinking has 4 lengths to make up. Cave Run is 6 off the lead, and they run to the top of the stretch, and the battle continues. It's Charco and Overtaxed. Charco half ahead in front. Deflator threatens to run a good one. Then comes Long-term Thinking, UVC, Cave Run, and the leader is now Deflator. Charco is battling back from the inside. These 2 are now matching strides with Long-term Thinking in third. Deflator and Charco. Deflator outside. Charco. Deflator, Charco. Long-term Thinking, Deflator. Deflator beat Charco. Long-term Thinking was third. UVC finished 4th.
Deflator. And another win for Kelsey Haar in the 6th race at Oaklawn. What price? 30 to 1 on the morning line?
Yeah, 31 morning line. I think came down a little bit. That was a horse I thought was interesting at a price underneath. I didn't think was going to win, but you know, it pays to wager on the ladies today. It
Chelsea
appears.
Har going well. So yeah, Chelsea Bailey took down the first two. Har has gone back-to-back in this one. 15-1 deflator in the sixth race at Oaklawn. Wow.
You can always see the ponytail. It helps.
Easier to identify. Bailey and Har on closing day 4 of the 6 races. They do not let you and I hang out very much.
I feel like they do it on
set,
purpose.
Which is probably, a wise decision. Great to see you again. Great to have you back.
You too.
That one's great. You're
Like
wearing it like a day late, but it's, yeah.
I had to buy it. I didn't even get one. I
What do you
bought
mean
it
buy it?
from. I had to buy this from the gift shop at the Derby. Yeah, I had to pay
Blasphemy.
for it. Yeah, it's tough. Tough.
You're
game.
sticking around?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out.
For the right, yeah, he gets to do the graded stakes race. Of course, he's been here 5 minutes. Grade 2 Ruffian still coming up. Greg Wolf jumping on the set. Feature from Belmont. And wow, yesterday, Rich Strike and that victory, 80-1, second biggest upset in the history of the Derby. Why they run the races. Most exciting 2 minutes in sports, won by a former $30,000 maiden claimer. Stay tuned.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Continuing coverage from Belmont Park and closing day at Oaklawn out in Hot Springs. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf stepping in for Lafitte here. Jonathan Kinchin still with us. And we have a huge odds-on favorite here, JK, in the 7th from Belmont coming up.
Yeah, Richie was singing praises of how good Equal Pay looked, and I think he's the reason that the horse is now 1-5.
Unreal. I mean, this horse ran a monster number last time. It was a sloppy track. It was a Gulfstream, but it was at this 7/8 distance. Chad Brown, Klarovich, the train keeps on rolling. Looks like it's going to continue here.
Yeah, it does. And like you said, if this horse runs any of those 2 previous races, it's going to be tough to beat. And it looks, from what Richie says, looks like she's going to be ready to roll here.
Joel Rosario will kick things off in the post parade on Frosty Brushug McGahee.
She has some speed if he wants to send away from there. She could get loose out on the front end. I think she's going to have too much to worry about coming from behind.
Secret Love, next door, trained by John Kimmel, and John Velasquez will be aboard.
She has okay numbers, but she's a little bit slow away from there, and horses like that on this type of surface, are a little bit of a concern to me.
Turf to dirt move for Secret Love. Does have a win here at Belmont. Equal Pay, the heavy favorite. She is 1-5, and she put it all together in a big way down in South Florida last start.
Yeah, Equal Pay's hoping that Frosty Brew doesn't go to the front with Joel Rosario, and then Equal Pay can be loose. And like I said, on paper, she's the best horse.
18-1, Dancing with Daffodils, Raul Mania.
It just feels a little too slow for this group.
We jump to the 8 with the scratches here. Vienna Code, off since February.
Just feels a little too slow for this group.
And Honey Money, Trevor McCarthy rides 5-1.
I thought this horse was interesting. I use it as a little saver. Has some back figures, is drawn towards the outside, has some tactical speed, all the things you want on a racetrack like this.
7-time winner at 5-1, and it's a filly coming off a maiden win who is that 1-2 price. That's how dominant that win was last time out for the Quality Road filly for Chad Brown. Want to remind you, this triple play bonus, get $10 back on a losing ticket. It's the newest bet at Belmont. So place a $10 or more wager on the triple play pick 3. If your ticket does not hit, you'll get that $10 back. Go to NyraBets.com. You do have to opt in to take advantage of that promo. Good luck, everybody. What a weekend it has been for Chad Brown. I know he wanted to win the big one. Didn't get it. Hit the board, but still had a pretty nice weekend. Here's JK's triple play pick 3. Talk us through it.
Well, hopefully Chad will get us home on this first leg right here. We're going to single the 4, Equal Pay in race 8. In the Ruffian, I'm going to single the 2, Lady Rocket. Was supposed to run in the Derby City. Has a ton of early speed. Got hooked in a fast pace last time in a comeback race. I think she's going to run well here today. And then I'm going to use the 3 and the 4, Lunissima and a Mount to wrap it up. Nice little cheap ticket. One of those tickets you can kind of keep hitting repeat if you have a little bit more in your NyraBets account.
And what do you think realistically that pick 3 could come back?
Oh, I'm the worst at this game.
Oh, then
ever.
don't worry about it.
The worst. It's so. If I needed to know that answer, I would call a friend. I'd phone a friend.
Here's Equal Pay's maiden when it was in the slop, March 10th, Gulfstream, and she went gate to wire. She was dominant from the start, and that lead just kept increasing.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was brilliant the way that she did it. Her speed figures came back fast. I think maybe the public might be overreacting to that being a racetrack with moisture and this being a racetrack with moisture. No wet racetrack is the same. I just like the way she did it. I like the speed figure she earned, and I like the guy who put the saddle on her.
Let's quickly head down to Mig as they begin to load up.
Yeah, I mean, she just looks too good. She looks too good on paper. She looks too good in the flesh. She's bred by John Gunther, who Chad Brown trained some horses for, Klarovich stable. She looks like the goods today, guys. I'm looking forward to watching her.
John Gunther bred Justify as well. We're set 7th from Belmont begins here. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Honey Money, Vienna Code, and there goes Equal Pay now. Equal Pay and Honey Money, and the 2 of them are right together going up the backstretch. Secret Love runs in 3rd. Vienna Code is in 4th, a break of 2. Back to Frosty Brew and Dancing with Daffodils. It's Equal Pay, the big favorite here, in front by a head. Honey Money right on the outside in 2nd, with Secret Love just in behind in 3rd through a quarter. In the mud in 22 2/5 seconds. Equal Pay, Honey Money, they remain right together. They've got a length and a half on Secret Love next in 3rd, then Vienna Code in 4th, followed by Dancing with Daffodils and Frosty Brew. Equal Pay narrowly. Honey Money continues to race right alongside through a half and 45 1. Secret Love has had a good trip behind the front runners in 3rd. Secret Love now making a move and looking to split horses at the top of the stretch. It is Equal Pay and Secret Love on the outside. Now those 2 hook up as they pass the 3/16 pole. And now Secret Love is in front. Equal Pay is back running in 2nd. On the outside is Vienna Code moving into 3rd. Honey Money is in 4th. It is Secret Love in front as they come on for the finish, and it is Secret Love to win it over the big favorite Equal Pay. Vienna Code was 3rd. Honey Money wraps up the superfecta.
5-1, that's going to play a lot bigger than that in this pick 3 here. John Velasquez, Secret Love, John Kimmel beating a heavy odds-on favorite.
Yeah, Johnny gave her a great ride, sat right in behind the main competition, the 1-5 favorite. I'm not one that likes to get overcritical of rides because, like I've said a million times, I've never sat on one of their backs, and I surely wouldn't know what to do if I was in that situation. I thought Irad was a little bit confident, and you have the best horse, let her run a little bit. Use her weapon, kind of open up a little bit more, and instead I feel like he invited the closers into the race. Now, hindsight's 20/20, obviously. After the race, you can make that that declaration, but she ran well. I mean, she stayed on. I just think that maybe, you know, she didn't use her speed to take advantage and kind of invited Secret Love into there, but it was a brilliant ride by Johnny staying inside, saving ground.
2, 4, 8, 9, 5-1, beating a 1-5, and you have 21-1 checking in third with the 8 Vienna code in this race. That is how you create value in a race with a 1-5 favorite. Wow.
Yeah, you said it best right when they crossed the wire. Although, yes, Secret Love from the win pool was 5-1. She's going to pay much bigger than that. Equal pay, probably the most singled horse in the sequence if you played the pick 5 or the pick 6.
Hall of Famer Johnny V on board for John Kimmel. Ned Loss stable, 4th win in 10 tries for Frosty Brew. Where did this Kentucky Derby win come from? Well, for starters, from post 20 and from connections that never dreamed they would be in this situation. We'll have more on Rich Strike's incredible win on Saturday when we come back.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Well, there are no gimmies in racing. We learned that yesterday, and we learned a painful lesson here again on the 7th at Belmont. Our program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 2-5 favorite defeated here in the 7th at Belmont. Secret Love at 5-1. John Velasquez, John Kimmel team up.
Yeah, it was a brilliant ride by Johnny. He sat right in behind Irad and kind of got the jump on Irad right at the top of the stretch, and like got the job done, beating the short price favorite.
2-4-8 finish. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'm here with Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez with a Hall of Fame ride here on Secret Love, who obviously runs good for you. You broke her maiden first time, but Johnny, describe that feeling when you're right in behind the leaders of that and you got horse waiting to pounce.
It's just incredible. You know, you're going so well, and she's doing it so easy. And I was just hoping that when I see the light that she goes there, and I give a little chirp out of there, and she got a little too quick. Oh, easy, mommy. So then when I got my chance to take it, she took it right away, and I knew then. I mean, she got it into a nice stride right away. It's a great feeling when you have it on any of you.
Johnny, I'm always impressed with your enthusiasm, that you keep such an enthusiasm for the game. You've basically done everything there is to do as a jockey. How do you keep that motivation?
I don't know. I mean, riding good horses is what keeps you coming back, though. You know, it's like having a good ride and a race like this one, you know, you set up like the way it's going to set up. You think about it's going to set up that way. You hope the horse underneath of you responded. That's what kind of keeps you coming back, though. You know, that intuition or anticipation, whatever it is that you're feeling, though. You know, that strength underneath of you. And when it results like that and you win, it's like, I still have it.
Well, you obviously still have it. Johnny, this winter, instead of going to Florida, which you've done for many years, you went to Southern California, had a terrific winter. Talk to me about that experience.
Yeah, I had a great experience. Obviously, I had a lot of help from a lot of the trainers from over there, which is very unusual for a guy who come from here all these years in New York and Florida. And for the first time going to California and getting the opportunities that I did got, you know, it was incredible. You know, and I was very grateful with all those guys because, I mean, with Buffett and John Sellers and Roberto Barado, you know, the other guy. Man, I won like 12 races for those guys. So it was incredible for a guy just to come back there first day. And it was great. It was really overwhelming, if you will, when you get the reception like that and the help that they were giving me.
But now for us here in New York, you're New York fans, you're back, and you're settled in now for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm settled here for the rest of the year after Saratoga, and then after the summer, maybe in the fall sometime I might go to California. I don't know yet, so let's see how things works.
Johnny, it's always fun to watch you ride. Congratulations. Keep it up. Guys, Hall of Famer still gets motivated even if it's just an allowance race.
One of the greats in this sport, and it's a privilege to get see him work his craft every day here on this circuit. Late pick 5, follow along, 345,000 in the pool. Lord Gatling began it back in race 5, and now the biggest price we've had in the sequence here in the third leg.
Yeah, and like you said, we talked about before the break, 2 Secret Love is going to pay a little bit better than the pick 5. If you're alive here, if you can get at least just another decent price home, I think you'd be pleased with what you can pull out of this pick 5 this afternoon.
Feature coming up next on our Sunday card, named after one of the all-time greats, the Hall of Famer, who captured the American Triple Tiara back when it was known as that with the Acorn Mother Goose and Coaching Club American Oaks in the same year. This year's Ruffian, grade 2, loaded with talent. Lady Rocket, Brad Cox, Johnny V, 6-5 favorite now, as you mentioned, scratched out of running at Churchill the other day to run here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it had a lot to do with didn't like the inside draw or just the competition. You know, Brad had another one in there that's pretty talented, or just maybe it's just wanting to get her back to New York. She's run so well here, and maybe this was going to be a little bit of an easier spot. I think she's very, very talented, and I think she ran sneaky good at Keeneland.
Meanwhile, yesterday, everyone's still trying to figure out that head scratcher of what happened in this Kentucky Derby. What an incredible fairy tale story. Wasn't even in the race until Ethereal Road at the last moment. Minutes before really the deadline. Scratched out of the race, got this horse in from post 20. What a ride from Sonny Leon.
Yeah, usually when you have a horse that's 80-1 that wins, you're going to either get a pace meltdown, an absolutely brilliant ride. Something crazy has to happen. And you got a brilliant ride and a pace meltdown. It kind of worked perfectly for Rich Strike.
And you know, I was talking about this with Richard Migliore a little bit earlier. We looked at Mind That Bird and that ride, and this ride, and I don't know if it's even close. This ride stands alone.
Yeah, like we said, I think in order to get this horse home, you needed to do everything right. And he made all the right decisions, the rider. And to run down those 2 horses who, I still feel the same way. Those were the 2 best horses in the race, Epicenter and Zandon. And Rich Strike ran them down. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Rich Strike, I'm just being honest. Those other 2 horses behind him are better, but everything went his way, and it worked out. And it's a pretty fun story for those involved.
Eric Reed had just one graded stakes win in his career before this Kentucky Derby victory. What an afternoon. What a career highlight. Here he is after the victory.
I haven't slept yet, so I thought I would, but I couldn't. But it's sinking in now. I'm so proud of this horse and all my guys, my jockey. It was a team effort from a long time ago, and we were just trying to get here, and it just went a step further than we could ever have dreamed. Everything went right for him to win. It was a crazy pace. And then at the quarter pole, the waters parted and he got through, and then he just had to get by that one horse in the middle of the stretch, and Sonny rode him like he rode him in every race. He was patient. He knew that to get any piece of it, he had to save the ground, and Yeah, I saw the move at the quarter pole. I knew that was. I told my father actually. I said that might get us on the board. And deep stretch, I said, "Oh my gosh!" I fell down. I didn't see him hit the finish line. He looks great right now. He ate all his dinner, and he was bright-eyed last night after the race. When I got over here, finally, he was in there eating, and everybody was still having a great time. And he seems really good this morning. So we'll see how he's in the next day or two. But every time we've ran him, he's gained weight after a race. So I know we've never got to the bottom of him. And watching how he went after that pony after the race, I don't think we got to the bottom of him yesterday either.
He nearly retired from this sport a few years back when there was a barn tragedy, stuck with it, and then you have a moment like this. His dad, great moment with him in that winner's circle too, who was a former trainer, actually a former assistant to Mac Miller, who won the 1993 Kentucky Derby with Sea Hero.
It's always fun when you hear about these stories of kind of the not the lower level, but we're not talking about the Chad Browns and the Todd Pletchers and the Bob Bafferts. And it's always nice to see these stories. And I think that's why the Kentucky Derby is so special. And I'm sure you get that question all the time when you're talking to your friends about why is the Derby so special. It's because anything can happen. And we've seen that with Mind That Bird. We've seen that with Giacomo.
A little bit like March Madness.
With Rich Strike. Yeah, it's that idea that Goliath doesn't have to win, and that's what's kind of fun about it.
Let's get Mig's thoughts on this improbable scenario that played out yesterday in Kentucky.
It's just an incredible story. And, the thing I don't want to get lost, and we just heard from Eric Reed, is just Eric Reed has quietly been a respected horseman around the Kentucky and, Ohio circuits in that area. He does a great job. Unfortunately, he had lost horses a few years back in a barn fire. But he's always been able to get it done and get the best out of his horses. And I love the fact that they stuck with the rider. I mean, Sonny Leon, it would have been easier for them to say, well, we got to get a bigger name. It's the Kentucky Derby. But here's a guy who went in there with enthusiasm, horses feed on positive energy, and he gave as good a ride as you're going to get. I mean, it was incredible for him from post 20 to get close to the fence the first turn, to make that move turning for home where he ducked around one horse, ducked around Messier, back to the fence, finished as strong as you can. It was just absolutely incredible. Now, I thought Zandon, or Epicenter and Zandon, were the two best horses, like Jonathan. And I was just talking to a lady here in the paddock, and she said she hit the try. And the only reason she hit it is because her son's name was Rich. So she used Rich with the Epicenter and Zandon. My name's Rich. Why couldn't have I done that?
It's about the only way you're going to come up with using a horse like that. I actually went back to look at this horse and look at all the figures. And even afterwards, you couldn't find a reason to play this horse.
Yeah, and like I said, this is no offense and congratulations to them. If they run the race in 5 minutes, I'm not betting Rich Strike. Because what happened yesterday was absolutely perfect for him, and that's how he got the job done. But, it's like I said, it's always fun. It's why we like this race so much, because anything can happen. And it did happen for those connections. And it's great, like we said, to see someone else win every now and again.
And they're going to keep it going onto the Preakness. Sonny Leon, most of those wins in his career collected at Belterra, Mahoning Valley, and now he's a Kentucky Derby winning rider on to the Preakness. We're going to take a timeout. We have our feature on this Sunday card. Grade 2 Ruffian coming up next, and there's Royal Flag. Last time we saw her at Belmont, she was outstanding in that Grade 2 Beldame win. First start back for her since the Breeders' Cup Distaff for Chad Brown when we return.
Ruffian has the lead by a length and a half, and Equal Change is now second. Let Me Linger drops back. Gallant Trial swings to the outside, and down the stretch they come, with Ruffian in front now by 2.5 lengths. Equal Change is second by the same margin, and Gallant Trial races third. As they come to the final 16th, it's Ruffian in front by 2. Equal Change is second. It's Ruffian in front.
Not just one of the greatest distaffers ever, one of the greatest ever, period. Hall of Famer, Ruffian. That was the 1975 Coaching Club American Oaks. Set a new stakes record in each of the 8 stakes races that she won.
She's one of those horses that comes up when you talk to some of the old-timers. When we start talking about Rachel and Zenyatta, sometimes they like to throw her name around as well.
Interesting you brought up her name. One of the biggest wins that nearly happened before this Kentucky Derby for Eric Reed. Almost pulled off a shocking upset of Zenyatta in the Clement Hirsch Rinterval 2010.
I was there. I was there with that photo with Zenyatta. I didn't realize that was who it was.
But yeah, the great Ruffian inducted in the Hall of Fame, 1976 champion 2 and 3-year-old filly. She was incredible. We have this year's edition of the Grade 2 Ruffian coming up in a compact field, but this is loaded with talent. Royal Flag. Not only was that Beldame incredible, and there she is, of course, buried in the infield. Royal Flag, though, that personal ensign we saw at Saratoga, she ran huge in that race as well, and then she backed it up with another big one here. She loves, Chad Brown believes, this Belmont configuration and likes to have pace in front of her. She's going to get that today.
Yeah, she's going to get it. I'm not crazy about this racetrack for that type of ride, but she's going to get some real pace because the horse that I like in here, the 2 Lady Rocket, should set it up pretty nicely for her for her to run her best race.
So her 6-year-old debut is coming up. Her stablemate we'll get to in a moment. Search results. Here's the Beldame performance. Grade 2 win when she was just dominant, setting her up to go off at 5-1 in the Breeders' Cup Distaff off this.
Yeah, and she ran well in the distaff, considering. I mean, that race did fall apart out at Del Mar, but she ran well that day, and this was a brilliant performance by her as well. And you mentioned, I think that this configuration kind of works for her, especially this 1-turn mile, plays to her stamina, and she's going to get the pace to close into. And she's going to try to probably make that same run right down the middle of the track.
Well, they want to get her back to the distaff again, with it being a Keeneland kind of home-based territory for Will Farish, who owns and bred her. And right now she is the 8-5 favorite on the board as you get a look at her there, looking for the 7th win of her career. She's 6 for 13 lifetime. She has been very, very good in her career. It's a good field she's got to beat, though, including Lady Rocket and her stablemate. Said downstairs to Mig.
Just a nice-looking group of fillies and mares here in the Ruffian, named for that incredible race mare that I had the privilege to watch run when I was a kid, and a mare, a filly of legends. And Banks Thing will start with the New York bred down on the inside, number 1. She's 7 for 9 lifetime. She's hickory. She shows up every time. John Terranova, his wife Tanya, they do a great job, and she looks great in the flesh. She's going to have to step her game up. I think she's facing tougher than she's been facing, but she finds ways to win, and she is holding her weight and her coat so well. Coming off of hard races. So Banks Thing making a nice impression here. The 4-horse, search results. She looks fantastic. She looked great in the paddock for the distaff at Aqueduct and threw in a bad race for her. I think there were some contributing factors. She looks fitter to me today. She looks more focused. Maybe she needed to lose some ring rust. And also that day, I felt like she was caught in a funny position. The kickback that day was really, really difficult for the horses. The dirt thrown back in their face. And she got caught in a position where she could never get clear of it. And it looked to me like the 3/8 pole, she just kind of gave up. And that was a day when a lot of horses were struggling with it. And I just don't think she appreciated it and got to a point where she just said, I've had enough, and kind of threw in the towel. I think she's going to be laying up closer. I think she'll be kind of stalking Lady Rocket. And I think if she's in the clear, you're going to see the best of search results today. And then the 6-horse Make Mischief, a daughter of Into Mischief, who stamps his offspring so well. Just good, strong, big-boned horses. She's well drawn outside, 6 of 6. And I really like the race she's coming off of, and it looks like that race kind of even maybe moved her forward a bit, guys.
All right, Mig, thanks. We're going to get to the post-parade coming up in a moment. Make Mischief, she ran a huge figure off the bench in her 4-year-old debut.
She did. She was impressive. Now, I think that she got a fairly easy lead here. If you want to try to poke a hole in this performance, she did run a figure that kind of suggests that actually kind of helped her along because the figure was so much faster than what kind of she'd been running. Now, she does have the right draw towards the outside, but she's got a really fast horse that she's going to have to deal with. I feel like you have to play against her off of that situation because how easy of a trip she got last time versus how you think she's going to get the trip you think she's going to get today. And then if she can handle Lady Rocket and say she puts her away, then she's going to have Royal Flag running at her late.
Meanwhile, here is Lady Rocket. Brad Cox and John Velasquez will be aboard. You see that resume, 6 wins from 12 starts. Got 3 seconds as well. Over $500,000 in earnings. Last saw her in the Madison, but when we last saw her in New York, the end of her 4-year-old campaign, she ran the race of her life, a race we've never seen prior.
Yeah, and it was very impressive. The pace was fast, and it was going the 1-turn mile. And that's the thing with her is I think a lot of people might think that because she's so fast that maybe shorter distances are better, but I think that's her weapon. Being able to handle that mile distance, but also be able to do it so fast. Because what happens in these situations typically is you suck along the other horses. And if you're going fast, they're going fast behind you. And even if they're good closers, they've had to take a little bit out of the tank to stay connected and to stay close. I thought her last race in the Madison was outstanding. She ran 4th. She came in off a very long layoff, and the pace was very fast. She was stuck down on the inside with pressure to her outside against really good racehorses. I think that performance, although she was 4th, would go in the category of outstanding.
And the big question mark in this race, of course, search results. We'll get to her in a moment. 4-1 right now for Chad Brown. He was shocked that she just really didn't pick up her feet in that distaff handicap. You can play this race, all the action we bring you all summer long, the entire Belmont meet and beyond with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and match 200, that code to use for new members at sign up, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Coming through the tunnel for the Grade 2 Ruffian, our Sunday feature, and some major players in this distaff division. Here's Bank Sting for John Terranova.
Yeah, it has some tactical speed, but has a lot of pace to have to deal with. I guess the good thing is she gets the hot riding Flavian Pratt.
Lady Rocket, co-favorite, 9-5. Brad Cox, second off the bench for a 5-year-old campaign.
Yeah, you know how I feel about her as a racehorse. We'll talk about Johnny here. We saw what Johnny did last time from off the pace. Now you get to see what he's going to do on the lead.
Still favored right now. Royal Flag, first start back since the distaff.
She is going to get the pace that she wants to close into.
Search results. So good last year as a 3-year-old, Grade 1 winner. What happened to her last time out?
You take her 3-year-old form, and you'd expect her to be a really, really good 4-year-old. Unfortunately, when she came back, she didn't run that well.
And Chad Brown says she's training very well, expects a lot better from her today. Zagil, Jose Ortiz will be aboard for Todd Pletcher.
She had that one big race in the Mother Goose, and then the rest of her races have just been okay. She's going to need that race and probably a little bit more.
And 8-1, one of the biggest prices on the board, but if Make Mischief can repeat what she did last time out, she's as good as anybody in here.
She can be. I think that she's up against it from who she's going to have to deal with, and I thought she got a really easy trip last time.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post for our feature on this Sunday afternoon. Grade 2 Ruffian coming up as you get a live look here at Oaklawn. And we're going to head out to Hot Springs right now. Post time coming up for this 7th. And trying to take a peek here at the odds. 4-5 on Manhattan up. A 1 to beat.
Yeah, I thought the 5 Englander was a little bit interesting. Puts the blinkers on with Carl Broberg. Improved last time for Carl.
Saw Keel a little interesting too. That's the 10. Vic Stoff for the call. Here's the 7th. Pick 4 starts here.
They're off. AK Safari shows speed. So does Manhattan Up and Englander. Restoring Hope's on the move. Wartime Hero is close up. Galactic Empire could be extremely wide. Then comes the Southerner. Restoring Hope just crashed into AK Safari. Then comes Sakil in the early trailer is Arrival. So Englander is going to clear off to the backstretch, and he's a length in front of Manhattan Up and Dr. Jack. Galactic Empire is 3 deep in fourth and about 2 from the front. He's a length in front of Wartime Hero. Southerner is midfield and about 5 from the front. Restoring Hope is next with AK Safari at the rail. At the back of the pack are Arrival and Sakil. They're about 9 from the front, and they head up the backstretch with Englander trying to go all the way. Englander a length and a quarter in front of Manhattan Up, who is getting a perfect trip in second. 2 lengths to Dr. Jack. Restoring Hope, who's going to run up and make an early move, and Wartime Hero between horses. Southerner, Galactic Empire, and AK Safari all have 5 to close. Then Arrival, and Sakil is still the trailer, and the leader is still Englander. Englander in front of Manhattan Up, and we have a new leader. Manhattan Up has just taken it, and he's in front by 2 lengths. Here's Wartime Hero to run up into second. Wartime Hero draws within 2 of the front. Dr. Jack is third. Englander backs out top of the stretch. Manhattan Up is the one to beat. Manhattan Up, a 2-length lead on Dr. Jack, who just took over second. Wartime Hero's back to third. At the rail, Arrival, and here's Dr. Jack outside of Manhattan Up. Dr. Jack comes calling for the lead, and Dr. Jack is now 2 in front. Manhattan Up, Arrival up the rail, Wartime Hero, Dr. Jack in front. Steve Asmussen wins the trophy presentation race. Well done. Dr. Jack beat Manhattan Up and Arrival. Wartime Hero finished 4th.
And no one coming up the rail this time on the Asmussen runner. Dr. Jack, Isaac Castillo, rider he has been using a lot, continuing to come through for Steve Asmussen. Back to New York, and the Grade 2 Ruffian. We're looking at Bank Sting in here. John Terranova, Flavian Pratt, trying to win 4 in a row. This would be certainly the biggest win of her career.
Yeah, and unfortunately, her style doesn't fit this race great with the other horses in it, but she does have speed from the inside, and that's always at least one good thing when you're down on the inside. You can hopefully try to find a way to get out of there, and she did run well last time. It was her lifetime best from a speed figure standpoint. She likes to get her picture taken. If you look at her past performances, there's a whole lot of 1s in there, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just, like we've said, and I don't want to keep saying it over and over, the pace scenario of this race is not in her favor.
Well, it was a big test last time out in a heavily prized. It was against Open Company. Primarily, really, it only been running against New York Breds, a restricted company, and was up to the challenge. She is 7-1 right now, but here's Lady Rocket. She is quick. She's a graded stakes winner. She's trained by Brad Cox as well. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, it's interesting. You watch horses in the paddock, and sometimes a horse won't kind of really grab your attention, won't make you stand up and take notice. I will say this, the 2 Lady Rocket, when she got on the racetrack, and actually even coming through the tunnel, she started to puff up. She started to get a little bigger, it appeared, definitely more focused. She had the eye of the tiger, if you will, as she got on the racetrack. Then she warmed up sensational on the racetrack. So I would have elevated Lady Rocket the way she warmed up and the way she appeared on the racetrack. All that being said, search results is my top selection. I think the last race was, there were reasons behind the poor performance. I don't think it has anything to do with the step from 3 to 4. I think she just really resented the kickback in her face, and maybe she just needed one to kind of get herself mentally where she needs to be. We know Chad Brown's horses are always physically fit. I think maybe she just needed one to shake off that proverbial ring rust, and the way she warmed up on the track, everything I saw in the paddock, she just magnified on the racetrack. So I'm all about the 4 search results, but Lady Rocket certainly kind of pulled my heartstrings a bit watching her warm up.
All right, so Mig going with search results. We will find out. It's a big race for her today in a lot of respects because people expected big things from her coming back, and she just didn't show anything. Chad Brown was perplexed by it. He expects a lot better today. We'll see what we get shortly.
Well, I think you just kind of, tell yourself the story and play the game in your head. If you were the owner and the trainer of search results, she's a Grade 1 winner. She's Kentucky Oaks placed. She ran second in the Kentucky Oaks, which goes a long way. She's worth a lot of money.
Barely missed in that race.
Exactly. And she's worth a lot of money as a broodmare. So if she's just decided that she wants to go home and be a mom, I feel like the connections would do that. I think the fact that she shows up here again, Richie giving me an excuse as to why she ran poorly last time with the kickback, Richie saying how good she looks here today, I think we will see a better search results. It's just, is she going to be good enough to beat the top two in Lady Rocket or the 3 Royal Flag?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Even if she is back to as good as she was, it's still a tall order against this group.
She's still going to have to take another step. She's going to have to take another step. I think she'll run better than her last race based on all the things that we've discussed. But is that going to be enough? She's drawn well for it.
7-2, Irad Ortiz Jr. And now this one back to slight favoritism. Lady Rocket for Brad Cox. I mean, these inside two, how hot do you expect this battle to be up front?
It's funny. I'm going to be looking at all the riders. It's very interesting. I think that with Lady Rocket, I think Johnny's going to send away from it. This horse runs well on the front end. Her speed, her weapon is speed, and that's one thing that Johnny has done throughout his Hall of Fame career is stay out of the way of fast horses. The interesting ride to me is how close does Joelle have Royal Flag? If she's too close, I think it could be damaging to her finishing kick.
Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher's Zagil for Shadwell. Jose Ortiz beat by Royal Flag, and that Beldame was no match on that occasion. But this is a Grade 2 winner, multiple graded stakes winner, and another one that, look, she was 6-1 in that Distaff handicap, but she was a disappointment even to those odds.
Yeah, you know, she really jumped up with that performance in the Mother Goose, and like we said, she just hasn't really had a race too close to that. She's going to have to take a huge step forward, but I will say that if someone's going to do that, it could be a horse that's trained by Todd Pletcher.
That was Flavian Pratt off of Bank Sting. Looks like just getting readjusted. Looks like they're going to back her out, actually. They have. And we'll try and get an update here and see what the issue is. She'll get looked over, and I believe 3 others are loaded, at least a couple of them. Let's go back down to Mig real quick, get an update.
Yeah, guys, it just appeared to me that the one Bankston kind of sat down in the gate for a second, meaning just kind of squatted down on her haunches. So they backed her out so she'd get up on her feet. There's an attending veterinarian there. They checked her out. Everything's fine. They'll put her back in, and she should stand much better, particularly now being the last one to enter the gate.
All right, she moves back in. It's the Grade 2 Ruffian. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial for the call.
Banksting now back in. We're set for the Ruffian. And they're off. Make Mischief from the outside. Search results away well, and Lady Rocket now moves up. Search results and Lady Rocket. And they hook up early here with Lady Rocket now taking a narrow lead. Search results runs in second. Make Mischief is back running in third. It's 3 lengths to Banksting in fourth. Zagil on the outside. And the early trailer is Royal Flag in sixth. The field moves up the muddy and sealed track here at Belmont, and it is Lady Rocket with the lead here by a length and a half. The quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. Search Results runs in second, 3 lengths to Make Mischief next in third. Then Banksteel, followed by Zagil, and the trailer is Royal Flag. It is Lady Rocket on top here, going around the far turn. The half, 45-1. Lady Rocket leads by a length. Search Results remains in second. Now it's almost 4 lengths. Back to Make Mischief next in third, followed by Bank Sting. Royal Flag is advancing in between horses, and Zagil as they come for the head of the stretch. It is Lady Rocket on the inside and Search Results on the outside, and the two of them are right together. Royal Flag is on the extreme outside. 3/4 went in 109-1, and Search Results has taken over the lead from Lady Rocket. Search Results drifting in there towards the rail, but in front here by 3.5 lengths. Then Lady Rocket and Royal Flag on the outside. They're coming for the finish, and it will be Search Results to win the Grade 2 Ruffian over the off track. Royal Flag got up for second. Lady Rocket was third. The mile in 1 minute, 34 4/5 seconds.
Welcome back. Search Results, big effort here, and this is what many were expecting in that comeback as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, look, this is exactly what you said. I thought that this is the type of performance we would have seen last time. We didn't get it, so that was concerning, wondering, was she going to be the same? Well, she is, and she's better, and she's going to have a big year, I would think, based on this performance moving forward, based on what we saw when she was the 3-year-old. Her Acorn was outstanding, her Kentucky Oaks was outstanding, and now they're back on track with Search Results off of that poor performance last time.
Sort of two really good fillies and mares she just beat, and she beat them pretty easily.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, she put away Lady Rocket, sitting right outside of her. Lady Rocket's a talented horse. And then she held off her stablemate in Royal Flag. So I think that, you know, Klarovich Stables and Chad are probably a little bit excited about where she could show up next, and getting her back into form has to be a relief.
The fact, too, that she's able to do this with Bank Sting not pressuring Lady Rocket early, and she was probably closer than I think many expected in this race early on.
Yeah, she sat right off of her. They didn't duel, but they were sitting there right off of each other. The fractions were honest. I was impressed. I thought Search Results ran really well in this race.
We've been saying it year after year after year. It seems like in this program, this division, this distaff division, is so much fun to watch. Loaded with so much talent. Back in the mix now, Search Results. It's fun again this year. We're going to take a timeout. Search Results delivers in the Grade 2 Ruffian for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Irad Ortiz Jr. We'll be back.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Eclipse Champion Blade ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to be with you. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We just saw a big performance by Search Results, runner-up in last year's Kentucky Oaks, Grade 1 Acorn winner, and now winner is a 4-year-old filly for the first time here in the Grade 2 Ruffian.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've got to think the connections were a little bit disappointed with her comeback race, but now all is well. Deep breath. The real Search Results is back, and I think she's going to have some more fun races throughout this year.
$9.80 for the win, 5 for 8, and a very important statement made by Search Results. Let's go down to me.
All right, guys, I'm here with Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad, you were always sitting with a lot of horse just outside of Lady Rocket. I saw her turning for home. You asked her one time big to change leads, and she just wouldn't do it. What's the key with that with this filly?
That's her. You know, I let him feel comfortable out there. I try to make her switch, but she's always been like that. So I try one time. I don't want to keep fighting with her. Just let her do her thing, and she know how to get it done.
You rode her as a 3-year-old. This was a big performance now at 4. How would you compare her from 3 to 4?
I mean, she got a lot of potential. You know, we always are high on her. She's a really nice filly. Chad always liked her a lot, and Seth Claremont too. So here she is. Look like she's gonna have a good year.
Okay, you rode the Derby yesterday. You're back in New York now. You're back. You're dug in. We're going to see you now almost on a daily basis.
Yeah, I wanna now for a long time. I mean, maybe the next 2 weeks I'm gonna be here. I feel like home. It's good to be back.
Well, we're happy to have you back. Another rider just adding depth to what we call the deepest colony we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it is an embarrassment of riches in this jockey colony. Thanks, Mig. We know Latruska, the reigning champ of the division, she's back, and she looks as good as she was last year. Again, this division is loaded. Where does Search Results fit in?
You know, we'll see what the speed figure comes back to let us know how fast this race actually was, and it's tricky on this racetrack, but I think the way she did it and the 2 horses that she beat, I do believe the answer is she fits right in with that group, you know, and she can go a little bit longer. We've seen that from her in the past as well. And who knows? Maybe, just maybe, Chad decides to then cut her back now and kind of get back to those one-turn races where she's had a lot of success. Or maybe he'll go a little bit further. We'll see. She's got a lot of ability. And it's funny because she won't switch leads, but she still finishes her races. And Irad pointed out that he knows that's how she is, and just stay out of her way. She didn't need to in this race.
5 wins from 8 starts, and be obviously a stablemate with designs on getting back to this year's distaff and Royal Flag. But again, handling this group pretty easily here, and probably doing it being taken out of her game a little bit too.
Those are 2 Grade 1 animals that she just beat by open links.
Impressive Search Results here in the Ruffian. We still got one more to come on our Sunday card. Late pick 5 follow along. 980 on Search Results. We're going to look back at this later in the year and say, how in the world we get 980? But it was a good field, and it was only 5 that lined up. 5 very good ones in here. And Search Results obviously coming off that disappointment last time out. And that's how you got 980. 1 leg remains in the pick 5. And I'm with you. You talked about that pick 3 you put together in here. Looney, Sema, Amount. I'm torn between these 2.
Yeah, I thought those were the 2 that you needed in here. Maybe the 2, Once a Giant, I thought was just a little bit interesting at a price. But yeah, I think if you have the 3 and the 4 in the pick 5, I think you're feeling fairly comfortable in that situation. And if I'm not mistaken, the pick 6, they're all paying 5 of 6, so it looks like we're gonna have a carryover.
All right, we look forward to that. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll have the nightcap from Belmont when we return. More coming up on closing day of the meet out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll get to race 8 when we return. Mile and a 16th allowance optional claiming field. Stay with us.
pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Cup champions run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up and started out in Hot Springs. Closing day at the meet. It's been a really fun meet out at Oaklawn. A lot of great storylines. Among them, John Court's been a great storyline. I thought John Ortiz as a trainer had really, it's kind of his coming out party this meet.
Yeah, I mean, Oaklawn is because they have all the dirt racing, they got the big purses, it becomes a very interesting meet in the middle of the winter and early spring.
And this rider here, too, has really started to make a name for himself. Isaac Castillo, again, teaming up with Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, with the help of Steve Asmussen. If Steve's going to win 66 races, you're going to ride for him, it's going to help.
Pat's Property, Chelsea Bailey rides.
Yeah, this is a horse that has some speed. A couple races back, showed really fast early pace figures.
Alvin Gonzalez on VIP, who Carl Broberg trains.
Yeah, this horse improved a little bit switching to Carl Broberg, now second time with him.
Schmooze just won for 30 maiden claiming here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, there's that guy, Steve Asmussen, again, first time off the claim, not taking much money.
One of the major players. Wow, 8-1 on prioritization?
Yeah, and that horse has a race 2 back, and even the race last time, 3 back, that makes some sense.
Shotsky, meanwhile, 9-5. Chris Hartman, he's had a terrific meet, too. Francisco Arrieta at 9-5.
Yeah, the last 2 starts has been extremely wide. Hopefully can work out a different trip here.
I like this one quite a bit today. Go West. 5-1 right now, coming off, well, 2 back. Finally broke his maiden in the 7th career start, and then 3rd first against winners.
Yeah, this is the Calhoun I think is the more likely winner, but I thought got a really easy trip last time, or excuse me, 2 races back where they got that big speed figure.
And 8-1 outside, luck of the draw, Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, it's Diodoro, it's Oaklawn. You always have to give a little bit of credit. This horse has run well for Diodoro. Hasn't run since February, is 1 for 10 off the layoffs.
5 minutes to post in that 8th from Oaklawn. We will get back to it. We're going to look back on some of the stakes action from Saturday here in New York. And Trevor McCarthy getting some opportunities for Chad Brown. A lot of drama in this race in the Sheepshead Bay, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Trevor was like, hey, this is great. It's Derby weekend. All the guys Chad typically rides are gone. Look, when you let Chad get loose on the front end, on the grass, the way that his horses finish, this is sometimes what you're going to see happen. Obviously, she was the best horse in the race, and she got the best trip. And now she's running on the screen by herself.
Common theme. We're going to show you the Fort Marcy, too. And Trevor McCarthy, by the way, called this the sloppiest, soggiest turf course he's ever been on. But putting horses on the lead was a good thing yesterday here.
Yeah, our resident almanac, Andy Sterling, was saying earlier in the show that this race was probably 10 to 12 seconds slower than it normally is. That's how boggy it was. But a lot of times when it rains, they're going to stay on the grass, especially with this big turf course with the inner and the outer. They have a little bit more leeway with that. But the turf races, they try to keep them on if they can. Turf stakes, excuse me, they try to keep them on if they can.
5th win from 11 career starts. Familiar Silks, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown. What an incredible Saturday it was for Chad Brown here, and of course at Churchill Downs as well. 5th victory in this race for the Brown Barn. Santa Monica, C. Khaleesi a couple of times. Roslyn back in 2015. Does it again here, and again, there was no drama here. 14 1/4 length win the official margin of victory. Fort Marcy, same deal, different rider. Put this one on the front end, and L'Imperator under Eric Cancel delivers.
It's not too often that you see those Mattakit Silks with the red cap. They had to do a different cap. They had the pink, they had the white already covered. Another situation when you let a Chad Brown horse loose on the front end. We've seen it here, we've seen it at Saratoga, we've seen it all over the country. They're going to finish. And when you give them that easy of a trip, you're going to get performances like this.
99 buyer in the win. And nice job by Eric Cancel, too, to be aggressive here, get to the front, and it made the difference.
It does, and like we talked about, the way that Chad trains his horses in the morning, trains them to listen to the rider. So if you can get loose, they're going to finish for you, and it's exactly what Eric did here.
So Cancel for Chad Brown, Mattakit, Wonder Stables, and this one now 6 for 12 lifetime. This was huge from Cody's Wish, the great through Westchester. Belmont, of course, he's got Speaker's Corner. He's got another contender in this mile division now, potentially with this horse. This was big time for Cody's Wish.
Yeah, Speaker's Corner probably the leader in that division. Love to see him and Jackie's Warrior hook up at some point. But Cody's Wish was pretty impressive as well. I would think that off of this performance, Cody's Wish will probably show up in the Met Mile as well.
Against a stablemate then.
Yeah, why not, huh? You can't win the Westchester and then skip it. Skip the Met Mile. I don't think you
Came
can
back
do
with a 104 buyer speed figure. It was a sloppy track. Competition obviously going to be a whole nother world tougher in the Met Mile, but off this, showing that he deserves a chance. So we'll see if he gets it coming up. Godolphin Homebred, son of Curlin, now 4 for 8 lifetime.
All you can do is ask a horse to beat the field that you put in front of him and to run a fast speed figure. Cody's Wish did both of those things yesterday.
Kind of a bigger horse, too, that's taken him a little bit longer, I think, to sort of come into his own. And he was kind of getting in his own way a lot, not breaking wild of the gate. It looks, hopefully, at least we saw yesterday, wasn't an issue. So hopefully those are a thing of the past.
Hopefully. I mean, he ran fast. And if you look at his back numbers, he's got back numbers on fast tracks that match that. So it's not like it's, I don't necessarily trust it. You know, I think he ran well yesterday.
We got the nightcap still coming up. And it's a mile and 16th, 50,000 starter allowance. Favorite right now is Amount for Todd Pletcher. I know we're looking at the 1 Full Moon Fever, but the 4 Amount right now favorite, Rapoli Stable, Pletcher. But Mig going to start with this horse we're looking at. Dylan Davis will be aboard for Mark Hennig. Mig.
Yeah, I think this is a very wide open competitive affair, and I'm really looking forward to getting Jonathan's take on it. But I will start down on the rail, Full Moon Fever. I just really like what I'm seeing from a physical perspective. I think the horse is very well turned out for trainer Mark Hennig. He does have a tough post, going this distance of the mile and a 16th. There's a lot of empty space here inside, and, post 1 isn't usually the greatest thing around 1 turn, but I do like what I'm seeing from a physical perspective. Another horse that caught my eye, Todd Pletcher trainee, the 8 horse, Brajol. And now, full disclosure, I'm Italian. I do like Brajols. My wife's Brajol makes a great Brajol. But I like the way this horse looks. This horse's, 2 starts are both good. Boss making boss moves for Rick Schasberg, also making a nice impression. And then the far outside runner for Pat Reynolds, who does a great job. 1 off by many, first time, Nicholas James. I think he looks fitter than the first time, and he could even take a step forward, guys.
I just Googled a recipe for beef Brajol. Oh, my God.
I
know what I'm having tonight.
Luckily, I have an inside track to beef Brajol.
All right, we're going to talk during the break. 8th at Oaklawn. 2-1 favorite, the 7 Shotsky. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Luck of the Draw and Pat's Property. Between horses is VIP Who, and also in the mix is Go West. These 4 go quickest. Beachwalker is next. Then comes Schmooze, followed by To the Outside and Prioritization, and the trailer is VIP Who. To the backstretch with Pat's Property just in front of Shotsky. Pat's Property a neck in front. Shotsky is second by a length and a quarter to a 4 wide Luck of the Draw, and just inside of him it's Go West. These 4 might line up as they turn into the backstretch, which is very good for Beachwalker, who sits 5th just in behind those leaders. Then it's 5 lengths further back to Schmooze. Prioritization has only 1 beat, and he's about 8 from the lead, and that one is VIP Who. 2 bunches as they pass the half-mile pole. Pat's Property, Shotsky, a 4 wide Luck of the Draw, and Go West just inside of him. Still Beachwalker gets a great trip just in behind and 2.5 from the front. Prioritization has 5 lengths to make up. He's a length and a half in front of Schmooze and VIP Who. That 4-horse battle is down to 3 as Luck of the Draw is gone. So that lands Pat's Property, Shotsky, and a 3 wide Go West right across the racetrack. 2 lengths now to Beachwalker, who takes advantage of that good trip, and here he comes in the center of the racetrack. Beachwalker on the move. 3 back to Luck of the Draw. Prioritization. Beachwalker slingshots to the front. Beachwalker now in front. Pat's Property battles on bravely and runs a very good race. These 2 shoulder to shoulder a 16th out. Beachwalker outside. Pat's Property inside. Beachwalker half ahead. Pat's Property makes him go to the wire. Beachwalker just in front. 3 wins, Steve Asmussen. Beachwalker beat Pat's Property. It's 7 back to a close photo between Shotsky and VIP Who.
As you heard, 3-win day for Steve Asmussen, and again, Isaac Castillo winning for him here.
That was a great ride by Isaac. He sat inside, saved ground, tipped out at the top of the stretch, and if you watch a lot of races, you could tell at the top that he had all the momentum. But the 2 Pat's Property did come back and fight a little bit, make him work. Chelsea Bailey was trying to get another one for the ladies today. They've won 4 between them, the ladies, the jockeys at Oaklawn. She was looking for that 5th one, so an impressive run by the 1 Beachwalker.
Back here to New York, there's a young rider who has had a great year here in New York. Jose Gomez, he has a bright, bright future. He's going to team up with trainer George Weaver here. He's going to ride Once a Giant. The 2's 19-1. Coming off a maiden claiming win. And the going obviously getting tougher here. You can play this nightcap with Naira Betch. You can always get down on this pick 5 as well. And here are the Will Pays. The current favorite, the 4, who's on your screen. Just over $1,100 in the pick 5 and 4.
Yeah, you know, the parlays. Andy, you go the 4 does the 7 for 17.
That's Braden's gold when he does that. It's the best.
I just don't know how he does it. I just look up there and say, how much did I bet? Oh, I'm getting back 1,000. That works good for me.
He's probably just making it up.
Waiting for someone to call him on it.
Kendrick Carmouche is going to be on Bragiol. Is that how you say it?
Brajol.
Brajol, thank you.
Brajol, yeah.
$200 deposit match, sign up bonus with Naira Betts. That code right there, stakes 200. Take advantage, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Can you hook that up for me this summer at Saratoga?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Yes, anyone. It's delicious though. It is.
Oh,
I'm learning.
I'm already excited.
You like how I said that? That was pretty good.
It was
My Italian
tremendous.
is improving. Brajol.
All right, post break coming up, and we're going to begin with Full Moon Fever. Dylan Davis, Mark Hennig.
This horse doesn't break particularly well, and on this type of racetrack, that's not a good thing.
Jose Gomez, the Apprentice. George Weaver, he rides for here.
Won impressively, but got loose in a slow-paced race. 19-1 is entirely too high. I like the horse at that price.
Big number from this one last time out against a horse, I think, looking at the Peter Pan.
Yes, I mean, this horse ran fast speed figures in back-to-back races since switching to Peter Walder. I like the price, too, at 4-1 versus the favorite at 2-1.
Yeah, electability just finished in front of him. Wow, does this horse look good? Todd Pletcher's Amount, 2-1 with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, it was facing non-winners of 3 last time. And typically, Todd's horses, when they come up from Florida, they don't always run well. This one did run well with a fast number.
One of the beauty pageants. Son of an X, Heeman Harkey for Randy Prasad.
Just a little bit light on speed figures, but they are betting this horse a little bit.
And here's Mr. Winston being a little cheeky, 18-1.
Yeah, I mean, he comes in off back-to-back wins. He's 18-1 for a reason. It's because he's been facing lesser.
One more time.
Brajol.
Thank you. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Won first time out impressively against State Bred Maiden 40.
Yeah, broke a little slow last time and is just another horse that's just light on speed figures.
Boss making boss moves. Joel Rosario is going to ride.
Yeah, another one just too slow on speed figures to me compared to some of these other ones.
And Nicholas James, look, this horse was impressive in his debut, won by 12-plus lengths, but it was a fairly slow figure. He's going to need a big move forward.
Yeah, ran really fast early, was slowing down, and my concern is the reason that Nicholas James still won and wasn't caught is because the competition behind wasn't very good. I don't think that's the scenario here. I think if they go that fast early, they will get run down.
That was at a mile in his debut, got a 75 buyer for the win. Looney Sema, trained by Peter Walder. Let's take a look at this impressive April 8th race, second start back of his 3-year-old campaign. He's a keen ice, by the way.
Yeah, the Keen Ice's stock went up a little bit, huh? You know, this is a horse that was losing a lot of ground last time. The pace was at least honest in front. But still, geometry matters in these races. And when they're wide all the way around there, you got to give them a little bit of an upgrade from a speed figure standpoint. And like we said, the figure was fast.
Electability. Chad Brown-Klorovich just get by him that day, and he looks like he has a bright future, too. And he was well clear of third in this spot. Let's go back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, we'll get back to a couple horses that I didn't talk about in the paddock, and we'll start with the 3. Looney Sema really got worked up. Once Trevor McCarthy got put up by trainer Peter Walder, he got very animated, was a bit of a handful coming through the tunnel, but he made a really nice impression, and he's certainly one of the main contenders here off of his last 2 efforts. The 4, Amount, looks fantastic. A horse that, again, almost got bigger as he walked through the tunnel, got to the track. These horses get themselves a little bit more animated, a little more puffed up. Amount certainly making a really nice impression. But how can I not pick the 8, Brajol? Come on, forget about it. I got to go with Brajol. Tutta la tavola a mangiare.
I could listen to that all day long, Mig. Got everybody here hungry for it. Our crew salivating. What do you make of the chances of this horse? Look, first time out, it was a soft group, but sloppy racetrack, handled it great, and then first try against winners was second beat of length.
Yeah,
with a poor start.
Usually when it comes to these types of races, I'm less concerned about who they were running against and how fast they ran from a speed figure standpoint, and Brajol was just not fast enough from a speed figure standpoint. If you're new to the game or just tuning in, speed figures are a way for us to understand how fast these races were run. The racetracks can change, so raw time can be misleading when you're trying to identify how fast a race really was. Andy Beyer famously kind of created the formula and the idea of how you take those times and come up with a number that can transfer from different racetracks, different distances, and Brajol is just not fast enough from a speed figure standpoint. So, I mean, I'm sure I probably just put Brajol in the winner's circle, but I'd be shocked if they won this race.
Well, the 3 and the 4, as they should be, they're taking the majority of the money. Just by the fact, too, Looney Sema, the 3 faced last time out, I upgrade that horse a little bit off that. And the separation, too, between second and third. We'll see if he can back it up with another big one. Amounts run 2 big ones in a row. A little tougher class test here.
The 3 and the 4 feel like the most likely winners from a speed figure standpoint. If one of them shows up and runs one of their races, I think they're going to be the winners. I will say it one more time. The 2, Once a Giant, too big of a price at 22-1.
It's finale on our Sunday card here in Belmont, New York. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call to close things out.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 10, Nicholas James. Set for the start of the 9th. And they're off. Nicholas James breaks well on the extreme outside and quickly is in front here by 4 lengths. And then it is Mr. Winston who is running in second. On the outside is Boss Making Boss moves in third. Amount is next in fourth. Looney Sema down at the rail in fifth. Then Son of an X and Full Moon Fever. And on the outside, Brajol, Once a Giant, trails the field in ninth. It is Nicholas James who has a 3.5 length lead through an opening quarter in 22 3. Mr. Winston runs in second. It's another 4 lengths back to Amount and Looney Sema. Those two are heads apart, third and fourth. Boss Making Boss moves on the outside in fifth. Full Moon Fever gains some ground now from sixth. Then comes Brajol, Son of an X, and Once a Giant is the trailer. The half mile in 44 seconds. Nicholas James is the leader. The lead is down to a length. Mr. Winston getting closer in second. Amount is on the outside in third with Looney Sema down at the rail. Full Moon Fever up into fifth. Boss Making Boss moves is now back in sixth, followed by Brajol, then Son of an X, and Once a Giant. Now Nicholas James gets clear again. Nicholas James is in front by 2.5 lengths as Looney Sema picks up the chase in second. Amount is on the outside in third, 3/4 in 1:10 2. And here is Looney Sema, and here is Amount. Amount and Looney Sema. Full Moon Fever on the outside. Nicholas James has dropped back down towards the rail. It is Amount who has come away with the lead. Looney Sema fights on. Full Moon Fever next in third. They're coming on for the finish, and it will be Amount and Rod Ortiz Jr. Looney Sema was second. Full Moon Fever checked in third.
Amount, Todd Pletcher, Rod Ortiz Jr., Rapoli Stable, Son of Curlin, now 4 for 7 lifetime.
Yeah, it was a speed figure thing between these two horses, the 3 and the 4. They finished 1-2. It doesn't always happen that easily in this game. If it did, we would be rich, Wolfie.
Even when you really like a horse, too, it's between these two, and I couldn't settle on which one. I wound up picking the wrong one. That's 3 in a row for Amount on quite a roll. This horse off a maiden win back as a 3-year-old in 2020. Threw him right into the Grade 3 Holy Bull.
Yeah, and that's not something that Todd is going to do if there isn't some talent there. Clearly, after that, didn't run very well, had a little bit of a break, almost a year off. So there's clearly some issues there. Now comes back and then puts the horse where the horse can be competitive. And that's what a Hall of Famer can do as a trainer, and Todd Pletcher is temper expectations. This is not a Holy Bull type of horse anymore. Let's take him and put him in these spots where he can win. We'll protect him when we can. And they got the win at a short price, and he ran well. And he beat a horse that's talented as well in Looney Sema, who ran fast last time and today as well.
He walked onto the track like his game face was on. Could not have looked better. He runs to those looks. 3 in a row now for this Son of Curlin. Card in the books on this Sunday afternoon here at Belmont Park. We still have more coming up from Oaklawn, including what's going to happen with a riding title. It's coming down to the wire.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon here on America's Day at the Races on FS2 Regional Networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Still have the feature and finale to come of the meet out at Oaklawn. Back in the finale on the Sunday card from Belmont. This horse is on quite a roll right now. Senna Curlin's put together 3 straight for Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable.
Yeah, and look, like I said, he was it was in the Holy Bull at one time, and now he's running at where he should be. And he's just not a stakes type horse, but maybe he's starting to kind of improve and head back in to that direction. And although he was a short price, 2-1, there will still be a $53,000 carryover on Thursday, races 4 through 9.
Thank you. I was just looking it up and saving the work. You're welcome. Pick 4, $115.62. And pick 5, I believe it was just over 1,100. No, 755, excuse me. So pick 6 carryover when we are back on the air. We're not done yet today, but next week, next Thursday evening program. This is how you put together a $755 pick 5. Just one number in there. I mean, you look at this, maybe secret level, a little tough to get. What was the toughest one for you?
I mean, search results, I think. I mean, not the toughest one to get, but she was tough because she ran so poorly last time. You had 2 horses in Lady Rocket and Royal Flag who were expected to be very likely with opposite styles. If they went slow, Lady Rocket would win. If they went fast, Royal Flag would win. So I think search results was one of the hardest ones to find. And one other thing about the Thursday carryover. When we carry over from Sunday to Thursday, those pools they seem to be a little bit bigger because there's more time to look at it. You've got 4 days to kind of lead up to it. Yeah, it's nice.
People have time to say, call friends. Should we get in on this?
Yeah.
Triple Crown, of course, underway yesterday with the most improbable upset we can remember in our lifetime. Second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby. Third and final leg of the Triple Crown. It's going to happen, of course, in the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes. You do not want to be shut out. Going to cap attendance at 50,000 this year. Tickets are on sale now. It will sell out. Go to belmontstakes.com to be part of the action right here in Elmont, New York. It's going to be a fun entire week of racing. That week is just loaded with tremendous talent.
I don't want to say it like this, but it's like a baby Breeders' Cup. You got all these big Grade 1 races, and they're just back to back to back, and all the superstars we get to see. It's one of my favorite days in racing.
This is a pretty good one, too, coming up next Saturday. Grade 1 Man of War. We're going to touch on that in a moment. You also have the Peter Pan. Talked about electability for Chad Brown, who's pointing to that race, and that serves as a prep to the Belmont Stakes. The Run Happy, the Bogate, and the Vagrancy, where I believe we're going to see Bella Sophia back in action for Rudy Rodriguez.
Starting to gear up. It feels like summer's right around the corner with all these big races and all the big stars starting to come back out and make their runs in this new year.
I'm still upset at myself after I saw the Jockey Club Derby Invitational, how amazing this horse was, and then I did not use him in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
This horse was instrumental in my second place Breeders' Cup betting challenge last year. I hit a double with him into Nick's Go. And I don't typically know like Richie, Maggie, and Acacia do when it comes to how a horse is moving. But the way this horse reaches and has that kind of that axing motion with his head is one of the reasons that I thought he had some upside and was a horse that I think could run well in this race, and he did that.
I mean, in the race before this, when we saw him in the States for the first time, he just mowed down an entire field with just the stretch to work with. And then he did it again in the Breeders' Cup. He's got a devastating turn of foot when he really kicks into gear.
Yeah, and just like I said, he's just really reaching, just really dropping his head and running compared to some of these other horses. And I can't wait to see him. I think he'll probably continue to improve as well.
4-year-old campaign underway with a neck defeat, running second in the Dubai Shima Classic, his first race off the bench of his 4-year-old campaign, and then second, beat a length and a half in the Betfair Jockey Club Stakes Group 2 at a mile and a half. We will see him on Saturday, May 14th, going up against the likes of Gufo for Christophe Clement, who's coming off a win in his 5-year-old return to the races in the Pan American at Gulfstream.
I didn't think Gufo was going to win this race. I thought maybe he'd be a little bit short. You know, I felt like, you know, he's off a little bit of time. And even during the race, he looked like he was in trouble for a second. And then right here, he didn't look like he was in trouble anymore. And he looked like he would really kind of reach. He kind of found his knack going long on the turf. It's going to be a fun race to see those two together. Gufo took a lot of money in that Breeders' Cup as well, into the teeth of Yabir and some others.
Biggest figure, that race we just showed you, his 5-year-old debut, biggest figure he's ever run.
Well,
Sorry, second biggest figure.
A lot of times with these horses that are talented at 3, we don't see them too much more. They go on to do bigger and better things in terms of their stallion careers. But with Gufo, we're allowed to now see him grow up a little bit and see a 5-year-old horse that had that 3-year-old talent. It's going to be exciting to see what happens with him.
Can you feel it? The energy kind of changing. We got a star in the studio.
I know. It's making me very nervous. Very nervous.
Richard Migliori stepped in the studio here for a minute. Winningest rider in the history of the Big A. He was on our program earlier. I hope he's sticking around to watch the end of the program.
He's probably supposed to hang out with us, maybe.
We can get another seat, put it right here. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have more coming up from Oaklawn. Very good feature coming up next. 6-furlong sprint out in Hot Springs. Allowance race worth $110,000. And Macron coming off that big effort when he beat my favorite horse, Garhole, last time out. We'll see if he can go back-to-back.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The feature on the final day of the meet out in Hot Springs coming up, and it is a good one. 6-furlong sprint, $100,000 plus allowance race. I thought this race was, unless Jalen Journey runs his A-plus race, I thought it was wide open, but he might, and maybe this race is over early. Macron, big win last time out for Steve Asmussen.
He's a tactical horse, lots of different styles this horse can win with.
11-1 Lycan. He ran a huge effort last out. He was beat a neck.
He did. He ran well. He got a nice little setup that day, and the speed figures are a tad light for this group.
7 Nation Army, 8-1. Alex Conchari.
He's got some nice early pace figures. He could be in a good position early. I like his price, too, at 8-1.
Jalen Journey, he's the current favorite. He's put together quite a nice resume. 8 for 17 lifetime. 7-year-old for Steve Asmussen.
Speed figure wasn't particularly fast last time, but he had a tough trip. His figures from back last year are really fast.
Long weekend. Our colleague Tom Amos sending this one out. He's had some big moments in his career. Won the Bachelor at Oaklawn a couple years ago.
Long weekend was banging heads with some of the good 3-year-old sprinters. Good to see him back running.
Here's Home Base, who was a 9-time winner, over $400,000.
Yeah, it's a nice horse as well who has some nice speed figures. The last race wasn't that fast, but I'm not sure if that figure was just maybe a little bit too light.
He was second to Bob's Edge just 3 starts ago. Here's Heart Rhythm coming out of the Grade 3 Whitmore against Bob's Edge.
This horse cannot stop being wide. His last 4 races was wide all the way around there.
Royal Daher, Francisco Arrieta with a win here. He ties David Cabrera with 62 wins at the meet.
I love the draw for this horse. He's taking a lot of money here, and he's got a figure two races back that can absolutely win this race.
Arrieta, if he can sweep the final 2 races of the meet here, take this late double, he will win the riding title outright. Obviously, David Cabrera, terrific meet, was injured back on April 8th in the opening race on that card. So he's been out for a little while, but what a tremendous meet he put together, whatever happens. As we take a look at long weekend for Tom Amos. 7-time winner. Over $350,000 in his career. As JK mentioned, he's been banging heads with some really good ones. This was back at the Fairgrounds 2 starts back. Beat Manny Wah, among others, with a 100 Beyer speed figure in the win.
It was nice to see him get that fast speed figure because, like we had mentioned, he had been banging heads back in 2020 when he was a 3-year-old, running fast numbers. Then he kind of went off form a little bit. Not bad, but just wasn't the same horse I think we all kind of expected him to be. But that's what happens when you've got a great trainer like Tom Amos. They can kind of figure out what the issue was and try to find a way to get him back to being what he was then. And his figure down at Fairgrounds a couple races back suggests that might be the case.
And obviously in that race, he won going gate to wire, but he doesn't have to have the lead to win. Here's Jalen Journey. He's the 5-2 favorite now. He got off slow last time out. He had a wide trip in his 7-year-old comeback race. This is the DeFrancis Memorial Dash Grade 3. He just missed against, well, he got the win via DQ, but just missed crossing the mark. It's wonder where Craig is, who's very talented.
Yeah, Jalen Journey is a very talented horse, and you see that here. But keep in mind, his last race at Oaklawn Park was full of excuses. He was super wide around there. It was his first race off of a long break, and the pace was slow. There's super horses. Jackie's Warrior couldn't win in that scenario. That race he would have won, but I'm saying against good horses, his equals. It's just too much to overcome, being an off a layoff, being extremely wide, and trying to close into a slow pace.
Is there a scenario, though, that, well, he's 7 years old now, maybe he's lost a step and he's not the same horse, or you're willing to completely put a line through that race?
Based on the trip, I'll put a line through that race. I will absolutely, especially from the trainer as well. You have a guy like Steve Asmussen, he knows when it's time, when maybe they want to hang it up, and the fact that he brings them back here even after that performance suggests that he's going to take that next step forward. Look, I'm not cutting in line to bet him at 5-2. But I do expect that he'll run better than his last race.
Well, you got his stablemate here. Steve Asmussen trains Macron as well. And this was a big performance from him last time out. Macron, he won. He beat Absolute Chaos. Garhole, unfortunately, the Arkansas bred, he didn't break sharp in that race, but he still ran a credible effort. Steve Asmussen, he's had 3 wins today already. He's got a chance to add a 4th here. What a meet. 68 victories. Just incredible. Of course, he's the stable power he has, the just sheer volume of runners is unbelievable.
Yeah, he runs everywhere. It's meets like this, 68 wins, that led to him being the winningest trainer in North American history. And his horse on the inside, the one Macron, I like Macron. This is a horse that can win wire to wire. He can also come from last and still run well. He's a talented horse, and I always root for his owners, the Heilebrats, who owned Matoli, one of my favorite horses, because their silks have burnt orange in them. So how could you not support that?
Matoli was awesome.
Outstanding.
That year's Met Mile, and that was being hyped as, too, one of the best Met Miles in I don't know how long, but it lived up to the hype. McKinsey got a brutal trip that day.
I haven't thought about this before I said it, so hopefully I don't regret it.
Thundering Snow was in that race.
If Jackie's Warrior wins the Met Mile, he's in Matoli conversation. If you can get the Met Mile,
that's what they're thinking.
No, I would think after that effort, going 7. 5 weeks away. It's a stallion-making race. Why wouldn't you?
Okay. Yeah, I just hadn't heard.
I mean, I hadn't heard either, but if I owned Jackie's Warrior, that's where I would be. That's where I would be.
Flightline's back in conversation for that, too? I believe he is.
Flightline's one of those horses where I want to see him run, and every time I want to see him run, there happens to be an issue, so I just try to not think about it. And if he shows up in the entries, then I'm extremely excited. But how fun would that be?
Ugh.
You know, little Speaker's Corner. And look, I said, I don't know if Jackie's going. I don't know why they wouldn't think about that race for him. And then, you know, it's exactly what they did with Matoli. You know, he was a horse that was a sprinter, and they tried him in that race.
This race here, pace scenario, we know long weekend, he can be very good when he's quick. He's also one sitting off it. Who do you think gets the lead in there? Is it him?
Well, I would think so. He has those figures, and our colleague Tom Amos, one of the things that we're fortunate enough to learn sitting with Tom is he, just like good riders like Johnny, he's not gonna get in the way of a horse's ability. He's gonna put his horse on the front end. We saw him do it with Serengeti Empress up at Saratoga when they went those blistering fractions. He knows that speed is a weapon. I would be shocked if he didn't tell the rider here on long weekend to break away from there and get your position moving forward, which likely could put long weekend on the lead.
Heart Rhythm, to me, an outsider, potentially with a shot. Seems like a wide open group here. Royal Daher against Francisco Arrieta with a win here equals David Cabrera with 62 wins. Feature on the final day of the meet. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Seven Nation Army and Long Weekend and Home Base show speed. Royal Daher in the center. These four are quickest. Jalen Journey and Lycan are next. Then comes Heart Rhythm, and the trailer is Macron. Royal Daher quickest up the backstretch. He's a half length in front of Home Base with Seven Nation Army in a tough spot at the rail third. He's going to have to get up in there, and he does just that. Here's Seven Nation Army to challenge for the front. Long Weekend off the pace today, but he's only 2 from the front. Jalen Journey's a length and a half behind him. 2.5 back to Heart Rhythm and Lycan. Macron is the trailer, and there's dueling front runners Seven Nation Army and Royal Daher, and they are getting away. Seven Nation Army inside, Royal Daher outside. They are matching strides and now 5 lengths in front of Long Weekend. Jalen Journey splits horses to the outside, Heart Rhythm, and here's Royal Daher outside of Seven Nation Army. These two are matching strides. Stretch runners are coming. One of them is Jalen Journey to the outside end, Heart Rhythm. Jalen Journey's on the move. Royal Daher stretching. Seven Nation Army. Jalen Journey through from the inside, and Heart Rhythm in the center, and here comes Heart Rhythm to make the last run and get all the money. Heart Rhythm in front. Heart Rhythm beat Jalen Journey. It is close for third between Macron and Royal Daher.
Heart Rhythm dropping out of the Grade 3 Whitmore. It's been a great meet as well for Giovanni Franco, Gary Stevens' guy, one of the riders he represented at the meet. Picks up the win here for Tricia Duncan.
Yeah, like we said during the post parade, if you look at Heart Rhythm's last 4 races, was extremely wide all the way around there. Happened to be extremely wide here as well, but got at least a nice pace to close into running down the middle of the track.
Good one to close out this meet, that feature. We still have the nightcap to come. We're going to look back at some of the meet highlights from what has been a tremendous meeting at Oaklawn. This Azeri Stakes was a big race to kind of determine what was going to be the path forward for CC. We'll see if that changes after the Apple Blossom, but Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner. They stretch her out back around 2 turns, and she delivered here in this Grade 2.
Yeah, she was impressive. Right here, she pulls herself up. You know, she kind of made the front, and then she's like, oh, you guys still want to play? Well, here I am. I'll play with you a little bit longer. She ran into a freaky horse in Latruska. She tried really hard in that race. I don't think she has anything to be ashamed of in how she ran there. She's got another Grade 1 with her name on it this year. I would imagine in some situation, whether it be around 1 turn or around 2 turns, her trainer, Michael McCarthy, is outstanding, and he'll get her back going the right direction.
What do you think the path forward will be? 1 or 2 turns?
I would think, look, she can do both, you know. Maybe the I'm going blank obviously now on the Grade 1 here, the mile and 1/8 Grade 1 on Belmont Day. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw her in Saratoga this summer doing 7 furlongs. Whether it's she's talented, she can do anything she wants.
And maybe it's just seeing, since we know she can, so versatile she is, see who lines up in the spots where she's going to run. Continue to do both maybe, but maybe a return back to the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, which of course she is the reigning champ. We will see. Latruska, bit of a problem for the rest of this division. She's still as good as she was back as a 5-year-old. Grade 1 Apple Blossom, loaded with talent. Clairiere, CC were second and third in here, and she's just too good on the lead.
Latruska might be the answer to your CC question. Maybe she'll just kind of go where Latruska
doesn't go.
She's a talented horse, man. One of the things I love about her the most is she's a horse player's dream because she goes on the front end, she lays it down every time, and she tries hard, and she fights, and she makes her own trip. I'm not going to hold it against her how she ran in the Breeders' Cup. I think she just had a long campaign last year, and I think that she just needed a little bit of a break. But she is a talented racehorse.
And, we talked about what a brutally tough campaign she had last year, and it was, and that's why she earned, division champion. Going to be a lighter load this year for her. And there's some unfinished business, obviously, Breeders' Cup distaff. So we'll see how they kind of take things with her going forward, but we know it's going to be a lighter workload.
Yeah, and I think last year was an ambitious campaign. They were trying to become a champion. They did so. And now this year, they don't have to necessarily do that. And they also understand that towards the end of the year, it took its toll. So now you can kind of regroup, maybe pick a couple more, a little bit more breaks in between some of those big races. But the way she ran in the Apple Blossom, she's going to be tough to run by in a lot of these other races.
Yeah, we talked about with search results, big performance here in New York. How fun, again, this distaff division just keeps getting tougher and tougher, and more names are thrown into the mix. By the time we get to November, we're going to have probably another name in that mix in the distaff division who just looked sensational winning the Kentucky Oaks. Secret Oath stamped herself in the Honeybee. She actually had done it before in the Martha Washington and probably the start prior, but against her own division, she was just dominant. 24 lengths combined and 3 wins in a row against her own division, and then that's why Dwayne Lucas said, let's go against the boys in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, and something tells me that there might be another let's go against the boys here in a couple of weeks with Secret Oath. Dwayne Lucas doesn't miss too many dances when he's got one like this. She was impressive. She was impressive in this race. She was impressive on Friday in the Kentucky Oaks. I didn't like her much in that spot. I thought she hadn't really proven that she was that fast. I take it back. She has now proven that she's that fast.
Sensational. She's now 5 for 8 lifetime. She's won 4 of 5, including the Kentucky Oaks. Off that Honeybee, of course, would go to that Arkansas Derby. And I thought even that race, deceptively really good. I mean, you can make the argument she ran one of the better races of anybody in that race.
Yeah, she didn't really get a good trip in that race, and then they made the switch to Luis Saez, and then Louis gives her a brilliant ride like he often does. And like I said, I think maybe in 2 weeks we might see Secret Oath. We'll see.
Of all the runners that maybe didn't run their race and show up on Kentucky Derby Day, this horse we're going to talk about next maybe surprised me the most because I thought he would. Arkansas Derby winner Cyberknife.
Yeah, Cyberknife's a goofy horse. I don't know how else to really say it. He acts a little bit goofy in the stretch, still trying to figure it out. I think he's a pretty tough training job for Brad Cox. He worked really well leading up. I'd heard from a ton of people that he had worked extremely well, and like he said, he didn't do much running in the Derby. So we'll see what happens with him. He feels the type of horse that will be aggressively campaigned. I'm sure we'll see him possibly in a couple weeks or maybe in 5 weeks. We'll see.
Well, this was his big moment and his coming out party with this Grade 1 Arkansas Derby win. Florent Giroux putting him into the mix early in this race and then making another move as well and holding off this group late. Barber rode Secret Oath second and third, and this is the race that would fold him into the Kentucky Derby. 92 Beyer speed figure in this victory and another gun runner.
Right, and you see him kind of ducking in and out, and Florent trying to get pretty busy on him because, like I said, he's a goofy horse. He's still trying to figure it out. You see him trying to take a right-hand turn there. He's going to have to figure those things out. I will say this. This was not the fastest Arkansas Derby. As productive of a prep as the Arkansas Derby typically is for the Kentucky Derby, this wasn't the fastest edition. Secret Oath obviously came back and made this form look a little bit better, but Cyberknife didn't do a whole lot to help it helped the race. Barber Road ran well.
Pretty good,
Barber
right?
Road ran well too, but I think that was more of a circumstance because the Kentucky Derby fell apart. That fit right into what Barber Road does best, which is
I know. Connect John Ortiz specifically, his trainer, excited with how he finished in that race, and then he says, "Look, we've always thought this was a Belmont Stakes horse. More ground's going to be better for him because he just keeps coming."
Yeah, he's going to have to find a way to stay a little bit closer. There's a myth that these horses that are closing in the Derby want to then go 1.5 miles, and that's going to help them. It doesn't always work out that way. You want to be forwardly placed in the Belmont Stakes, and just saying Belmont Stakes is getting me excited for 5 more weeks.
How good was the Belmont Stakes last year?
Outstanding.
Central
cool
Quality,
horses.
Hot Rod Charlie, and that throwdown. That was one of the great stretch. I guess maybe that, and there were a few, but Jackie's Warrior Life is Good. Maybe the 2 top we saw.
Yeah, and then going blank. Maracuja, we can't forget about her as well.
Yeah.
That was a fun little finish as well.
Coaching Club American Oaks, and that defeat of Malathon, one of the biggest upsets we saw all year. Winner's Circle in the feature on closing day at Oaklawn. Heart Rhythm. Giovanni Franco dropping out of the Grade 3 Whitmore. 5th win of his career, son of Flat Out.
Yeah, had some figures to suggest that this was a race that you might see out of this horse. Always finds himself wide, which maybe he's just starting to figure it out. Okay, look, I'm just going to stay out here. This is where it's going to go. The pace was honest enough for him, and he just kept coming. You see him right here with the white cap towards the outside, far outside with the white bridle. He's just finishing. At this point, it's just about by how far.
No, it's a pretty easy win in the end. 5 for 17 lifetime. 1460 for the victory. Jalen Journey, Macron, 2nd and 3rd. 7-4-1 finish in the Sunday feature. Say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California. You can watch the rest of the program over on FS2.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Belmont Stakes returns to Belmont Park Saturday, June 11th. Tickets to the top of the stretch, the premier trackside picnic area with personal grills are almost sold out. Tickets to the Test of the Champion are on sale at BelmontStakes.com. Hurry before it's gone.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
I think at a yearling, you're looking for pretty much an athlete. All horses come in different shapes and sizes. You know, some are tall, some are small, but really you're looking for balance and athleticism in the horse, one that moves well and knows how to use its body.
So day-to-day starts in the morning. All the yearlings are out in the field at night, so we keep them out for a majority of the day. we'll come in the morning, get all the stalls ready, and we'll bring them up right about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And they'll stay in the stall for about 5 hours. They'll get a meal first thing when they come in. If they have any blacksmith or vet work that needs to get done, it'll get done at that time. The horses get groomed and bathed at that time, and importantly, they get to rest because they're out in the field fighting and getting that competitive edge.
Two yearlings we're really excited about.
That's the Quality Road out of Lowell. He is a first foal out of Lowell who is a great racehorse for the farm, and he has been great since day one. He's a big, strong, athletic horse. Hasn't done a thing wrong since he's been over here. Moves well, got a great mind to him, really has all the qualities that you're looking for. So he's a war front out of a mare named Queen Nefertiti. He's a really nice horse, real well balanced, got a good mind to him, very easy moving, and has everything that you're looking for in a horse at this age. My first group are now 4-year-olds. Art Collector was raised out here. He was the big one. And then the filly that won the Santa Anita Oaks, Soothsay, she was raised out here as well. She's a 3-year-old. A horse named Dynamic One that ran second in the Wood Memorial. He was raised out here. We've had a few other stakes winners as well on top of that, but those would be the main 3 so far. I've worked in every aspect of the farm, but the yearlings I kind of figured out was what I wanted to do. And out here, everybody has their own ways, and the way they do it is still pretty simplistic to keeping it pretty ordinary. Outside as much as they can, let the horses be horses.
Back at America's Day at the Races, we still got one more live race to come, the final race of the meet out in Hot Springs, Arkansas from Oaklawn Park. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We'll get to race 10 from Oaklawn coming up in a moment. They're going to close it out with a marathon. My own 3/4 starter allowance coming up.
Yeah, but Lone Rock was like, well, come on, let me run in this one.
He's one of my favorites. He's so dominant.
He's such a cool horse. Such a cool horse. We don't have a lot of these marathon dirt races in this country, but when you find a horse that's good at them, and he's one of the best I've seen.
Yeah.
At that mile and 3/4 distance or longer. I said last year I didn't think he would lose another race, going 1.5 miles or longer, and he did get beat that one time here by a stablemate.
But it was a track that was really against him that day.
Made a huge bet on him in the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge out at Del Mar. So he's a fun horse.
And I love the fact, too, that during this meet, they tried, because he's been so good going these marathon distances, they at least gave him a shot to see if he could be part of this handicap division. Didn't work out, so back to doing what he does best.
And keep having fun with him.
Back to the Kentucky Derby and this 81-1 shot. Rich Strike should have known. I mean, Keen Ice, what is he known for? One of the greatest upsets of all time, and the son of Keen Ice delivers an even bigger upset. What a story. And now on to the Preakness to win from post 22. What a phenomenal job. That was one of the great things that Sonny Leon did right out of the gate, was get this horse over immediately. So the ground loss was not a huge issue from that outside post.
Yeah, the post position draw is important in the Kentucky Derby. We talk about it a lot. I think a lot of it has to do with excitement. But you can win from anywhere. And I don't think the 20 is that bad, to be fair, from the outside. Yes, he was the 21, but he was in the 20 spot. I don't think it's terrible from out there. Big Brown was out there, and he did it completely differently than this horse did. But he did. He got over, got into that position so that he could save ground, and that was the thing that made the difference. This ride made the difference for this horse.
Just incredible. And, right into the stretch, too, when Sonny Leon realized he had to get off the fence. There was no room. This horse, so athletic, shifting out and did not skip a beat. I mean, it was just so impressive. Go back and watch it again if you've not seen that. Have you seen the overhead?
I was just going to say, the overhead is
incredible.
Is exciting. Overheads are always fun, right? I remember when we had the overhead camera when Tiz the Law won the Travers. That was awesome as well, when he just kind of flew away from there. You can just really see him accelerating. The funny thing is this horse it doesn't happen very often where the Derby favorite or the Derby winner is not favored in the Preakness. I think there's a 0% chance that horse will be favored.
Yes, I would agree with you there. As for Sonny Leon, you saw that resume. Again, most of those wins for him coming at Belterra, Mahoning Valley, tracks that are not on anyone's radar. He had actually never been on a horse who had earned as much as $251,000 before. Finally changes for him. What a moment. Take a look back at the race that Rich Strike ran. And they went fast early. This helped set it up for a horse to come from way out of it.
They were rolling in this race. And not to take anything away from Rich Strike, but how good did Epicenter run, considering how close he was to those fractions and how well he stayed on? Look, you got to have these types of fractions with a closer at 81-1 to get this job done. But the ride was perfect. Like you said, every decision that he had to make, it worked. And that's how you get an 81-1 shot home with fractions like that in a ride like Sonny gave him.
And again, trainer Eric Reed, just one graded stakes win in his career before this career-defining moment. Here he is after his Derby victory.
I haven't slept yet, so I thought I would, but I couldn't. But it's sinking in now. I'm so proud of this horse and all my guys, my jockey. It was a team effort from a long time ago, and we were just trying to get here, and it just went a step further than we could ever have dreamed. Everything went right for him to win. It was a crazy pace. And then at the quarter pole, the waters parted and he got through, and then he just had to get by that one horse in the middle of the stretch, and Sonny rode him like he rode him in every race. He was patient. He knew that to get any piece of it, he had to save the ground. And I saw the move at the quarter pole. I knew that was, I told my father, actually, I said, that might get us on the board. And deep stretch, I said, oh my gosh. I fell down. I didn't see him hit the finish line. He looks great right now. He ate all his dinner, and he was bright-eyed last night after the race when I got over here finally. He was in there eating, and everybody was still having a great time. And he seems really good this morning. So we'll see how he's in the next day or two. But every time we've ran him, he's gained weight after a race. So I know we've never got to the bottom of him. And watching how he went after that pony after the race, I don't think we got to the bottom of him yesterday either.
Going to be fun to see this story continue for these unheralded connections. Really happy to see guys who they're not used to the spotlight being in these kind of moments get this kind of a win. And first horse ever who was claimed to win a Kentucky Derby. We've now seen, though, I know he got DQ'd twice in the last 4 years. A horse has been claimed, cross the wire first in the Derby.
Yeah,
maximum security.
It's wild. It's wild. It's just funny because you think, like, at what point did this horse look like he deserved a run for 30? And he ran for 30, and he ran well that day when he ran for 30, and then they took him that day. And then, but I got to be honest, his last, 4 or 5 races gave you nothing to want to lean on from a horse player standpoint.
Yeah. They were on synthetic. They were all on synthetic.
Right.
Sort of a tough read. And he didn't – look, he ran once on turf, and then as you try and dissect it and go back, I mean, it's tough to even go back in Monday morning quarterback, but that 30 maiden claimer wins by 17 lengths.
Right.
Geared down, didn't do much, as easy as could be. Then against winners at Keeneland, probably a much tougher spot. He actually ran 30 and went to the bench, and then was basically he faced Epicenter, really tough comeback race, and he went on synthetic his next 3 starts.
And that's what's fun about these situations, though, and I think it's why the Derby is so exciting. It's horses like him, like Mind That Bird, like Giacomo. When you look at those races, when you look next year, and the 2023 Derby, and you see that horse in the 21 hole that draws in, and you say, this horse has no shot, then you say, well, maybe he does.
Every
and it
once
can
in a
just,
while.
that's why it makes it so interesting. Why, even if you love a horse, I loved American Pharoah, I loved Justify in those races, but you're still nervous about some random 80-1 shot that can win, because they can win these races.
I want to get your thoughts on it too, because I usually, we're going to be wrong most of the time, but you find a horse you like, and you have reasons why you like a horse. For me, this year's Kentucky Derby was the hardest time I have ever had trying to find a horse that I could settle on. How did you feel about it?
Well, it was tricky because I had a future wager on Zandon, so I was tied into that, and I was excited. He was working really well. All reports from guys that I trust immensely when it comes to how horses work in the morning, said his works were some of the best they'd ever seen at Churchill Downs. So that gave me a little bit more comfort knowing that he should run well. I thought 4 horses could win the race. I thought it was either Taiba, Zandon, Epicenter, or Mo Donegal. Those are the only 4 horses that I thought could win the race. 2 of them ran second and third. It was tough. It was tough. I've loved horses more than I loved Zandon, but I thought Zandon had a great chance in the race.
A couple of weeks away. Second leg of the Triple Crown and the Preakness. It's going to be fun to see who shows up in that middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We still have the final race of the meet to come from Oaklawn. They're going to close things out at 1 3/4 miles. And again, Francisco Arrieta, he'll be on the 6th Indian Gulch. Cabrera, if he can get a win. We'll be back.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. We got one more race at the meet in Oaklawn before they say goodbye for a little while. It's been a fun time out in Hot Springs. They're going to close it out again with a 1 3/4 starter allowance race. And difficult race to handicap just because the majority of this field, they've never gone this distance before.
No, I mean, you can obviously take a little glance at the pedigree, but I'm looking more at horses that have tactical speed.
Here is Stockdale's Son of Curlin, who's a 4-time winner.
Claimed last time for 62.5, I'd assume, for this spot.
California Swing, 11 wins, over $400,000 in earnings.
Same, another one that was claimed for 62.5, and I'm assuming for this spot.
4-year-old son of Union Rags. Here's Southern Rags, huge price.
Yeah, huge price and just a little bit light on speed figures.
Original Intent at 6-1 for Bentley Combs.
You see the black and purple of 10 Strike. I know personally that Marshall Graham loves this race and wants to win it very badly.
I want to get back to that. Hardly a Secret to 5. Big number last time out, winning at a mile.
Yeah, ran fast in the second time for Carl Broberg. And does have that kind of tactical speed and speed figures that can help him here.
Francisco Arrieta, he's 1 win behind David Cabrera. He can equal him for the jockey title here on Indian Gulch.
Yeah, this horse is really interesting. Ran extremely fast last time. Back December of 2021, this horse won at 1,600.
This horse ran a big figure last out. He's 16-1, the 7.
Yeah, this is a horse that has some speed figures as well and is tactical enough that should handle the trip.
The 8 was one of the horses to beat. He's 8-1 on the board.
Yeah, another one that I think fits a little bit. Has some a 12-furlong race on the turf where he ran well.
Blue Ridge Mountain coming off 3 consecutive wins. Oh, he's DQ'd. Excuse me, back-to-back wins.
Yeah, ran well last time. Got a nice speed figure for Joe Sharp.
Cold Truth, huge price, 32-1. Here's flat-out winner of the 11.
Yeah, they've tried to enter this horse going longer previously, but I think this one's probably in too deep.
Mega Max, new tactics last time out. He was a lot closer to the pace, and you got to win.
Yeah, another one I just think's probably not fast enough either.
Leader of Men, Alex Conchari at 14-1. Ron Moquette off the claim.
This horse, a lot of people tried to claim this horse last time, and I would assume to try to get into this spot. I think the 13 is interesting.
And Casanova, outside post here at 21-1. Robertino Diodoro off the claim.
We talked about Lone Rock a little bit. When Diodoro claims one and then stretches them out like he did with Lone Rock, they always have my attention. He's got an eye for horses that want to go farther, and he's got some a nice little way of getting them to improve.
And they do this each and every year at the meet. A salute to the fans in the final race of the meet. This is it's a nice touch here at Hot Springs to say thank you to everyone.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's fun. The fans get to look at the horses. The horses get to look at the fans. The horses are probably like, I don't normally do this. I'm not supposed to go warm up. Why am I just standing here?
A lot of great storylines that, we were talking about earlier on at this meet. We saw some stars emerge. Obviously, the Truska, that big moment in the Apple Blossom. Gary Stevens did a great job for us. He had 2 riders he represented who both did very good, Giovanni Franco and Tiago Pereira. John Court had a tremendous meet. I mentioned John Ortiz. T. Wayne back with Secret Oath. It was a fun meet.
Yeah, Oaklawn is always fun. I mean, it's when you talk about it's all dirt racing there. They don't have a turf course. So you get a lot of dirt racing. You get full fields. You get horses shipping in from everywhere. The riding colony there, aggressive riders, so you get real meltdowns, real paces, and the money. They give away a lot of money. Their purses are high, so it makes for competitive racing, and their stakes schedule leads into a lot of really big races. The Arkansas Derby obviously being the highlight, the Apple Blossom being the highlight of their meet. Those 2 races are always extremely productive and have a lot to do with what goes on the rest of the year in terms of championships.
That rider right there, Francisco Arrieta, chasing a rider who's been out due to injury since April 8th. David Cabrera just was running away with this meet at Oaklawn. Just tremendous what he did before he got injured back on April 8th. He suffered a compressed C5, C6 vertebrae, concussion, some cheekbone injuries. The good news for David Cabrera, he did not require any surgery. We hope he's recovering quickly, and we hope to see him back soon. If Francisco Arrieta wins this race on the 6th, he and David Cabrera end in a tie. Cabrera, he was second to Santana in 2018. He was second to Santana in 2021. This would be his first, well, it's going to be no matter what. He's going to end in a tie, his first Oaklawn riding title. So congratulations, whatever happens here to David Cabrera.
Yeah, no, it's an accomplishment. They have 66 race days there. It's competitive. You got a lot of talented riders there. Ricardo has kind of dominated there in the past, and so you get some new blood in here to show up, and we'll see what happens. I think Arrieta is extremely live, and he's 9-2 on the board. But there's I think it's a very legitimate chance that this thing could end in a tie based on the 6 Indian Gulch's chances in here.
Well, and I'm just glad that Cabrera, no matter what, is going to get part of that riding title because he just was sensational all meet long. That's the favorite right now, the 9, Blue Ridge Mountain. He comes in off a win over Venture Fourth. Is going to be right next door to him in post 8 today. They were 1-2 in this race back on April 8th.
Yeah, he ran well that day, going the 9.5 furlongs. And this is a situation where this horse has some tactical speed. He can stay close. And I think that's very important when you're looking at these races. I don't think, just like we talked about the Belmont Stakes, I don't think you want to come from way out of it. I look at these races, these marathons, as when they turn for home, they're all kind of tired at that point anyways. These horses aren't bred, with that much stamina to want to go that long all the time. And I think that when you can stay closer, it increases your chances because you're already there, and the horses from behind are trying to get there.
Do you look at that finish, and do you see Venture Fourth was maybe just picking up pieces, or do you see it being a lot closer between these two?
Well, it's a shorter race, so there's a lot to – if you try to make too much out of that, it could mislead you here. I think that Blue Ridge Mountain feels like the type of horse that should or could appreciate more ground. Just the style. I think Joe Sharp does a phenomenal job as well. And like I said, tactically, and you look at the pace figures, I would think this horse will continue to excel as the distances get a little bit further.
So a Tapazar out of a crypto clearance mare, the 9, Blue Ridge Mountain, 80 buyer in that win last time out. He won on the turf before that. As they load into the gate for this final race of the meet. And the horse we just showed you winning that last race, Blue Ridge Mountain, he's the 5-2 favorite, the 9. Gabriel Saez for Joe Sharp. Owns this one as well, Joe Sharp. As the 2 steps in. Again, Francisco Arrieta, a lot of eyes will be on him on the 6. You give Indian Gulch, his mount here, a big chance to win?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned, the extremely fast speed figure last time. But if you look even deeper, on December 1st, this horse went 16 furlongs and won a race. So the distance isn't going to be a problem. So he's in form, and we know that he likes going far.
Vic Stauffer, final race of this meet at Oaklawn Park. It's been a fun one. We hope you enjoyed watching our coverage from Hot Springs. Let's go to Vic for the call.
Megamax goes in. Here's Indian Gulch. 3 more left to load. Leader of Men, Something Natural, and Casanova. They're at the post. They're off. Something Natural and Leader of Men shows speed. Venture Forth and Cold Truth are close up. Original Intent and Casanova in the center. Then Blue Ridge Mountain, Indian Gulch, and Megamax, followed by Southern Rags and Hardly a Secret. Stockdeal has 2 beat early. They are California Swing, and the early trailer is Flat Out Winner. Into the far turn. For the first time, Cold Truth is inside of Leader of Men, and these 2 travel smoothly, Cold Truth ahead in front. Leader of Men is second by a length and a half to Casanova. Something Natural is at the rail and Venture Forth between horses. Then it's 4 back to Megamax. The defending champion, Original Intent, is next. Stockdeal and Indian Gulch are passed by Southern Rags as they come to the top of the stretch for the first time. Then comes California Swing, Hardly a Secret, and the trailer is Flat Out Winner, and the leader is Cold Truth, and now he gets away. Cold Truth through the stretch the first time has opened up a 4.5 length lead on Leader of Men in second. Something Natural, Blue Ridge Mountain, and Casanova are next. They're about 6 from Cold Truth. Then it's another gap of about 5 or 6 back to Stockdeal, Southern Rags, and Venture Forth. Original Intent has 5 beat. They are California Swing and Megamax, Indian Gulch, and the trailer at the back of the pack is still Flat Out Winner. Just over 6 furlongs left to go in the trail's end, and Cold Truth is trying to go all the way. He's got a 2-length lead on Leader of Men in second. Something Natural stays at the rail. Blue Ridge Mountain has asked for more. And here's Blue Ridge Mountain as Leader of Men makes his move to the front. New leader as they turn into the backstretch with 5 furlongs to race. It's Leader of Men as Cold Truth is back in second. Blue Ridge Mountain is about to take over second. He's 2 from the front. Something Natural, Venture Forth. To the outside, Original Intent, Casanova, and Hardly a Secret all have about 6 lengths to make up. Indian Gulch is traveling well for Arrieta. He's 7 from the front, could be heard from. 2.5 to Southern Rags and Stockdeal, California Swing, Megamax, and Flat Out Winner. We have another new leader. It's the defending champion, Original Intent, and he has taken over the front. He is 2 lengths in front of Venture Forth, who just moved into second. That's all for Blue Ridge Mountain. Indian Gulch is about to go from 6th up into 3rd, and he's on the move, but he is 6 behind the 2 leaders at the top of the stretch, and they are in Original Intent and Venture Forth, and Venture Forth moves through and takes a short lead. Original Intent is second. Indian Gulch could still do this. He's got 3 lengths to make up, and he's closing 4. Arrieta in the center of the racetrack. Venture Forth reaches. Original Intent. Indian Gulch still 2.5 behind. It looks like either Venture Forth or Original Intent, and Original Original Intent counter punches and wins the trails in back to back. Original Intent beat Venture fourth. Indian Gulch was third, and Southern Rags finished fourth.
This race had so many layers to it. The back and forth between these two. You had Francisco Arrieta making a run, too, trying to end this meet in a tie for the riding title on the 6th Indian Gulch. This was a fascinating stretch run.
Absolutely, back and forth. There's a lot of emotions in this run. I thought 3 horses were going to win, and I thought 3 horses were going to win 3 different times. Yesterday, there was some connections that had their dreams made winning the Kentucky Derby. I know it sounds crazy, but Marshall Graham loves this race.
Why does he want to win this particular race so much?
He just loves marathon dirt races. He loves, I don't know, it's bizarre. It's funny, but I know he's very excited. You don't get a lot of screaming out of him, but something tells me he's yelling wherever he is. Congratulations.
Nice win. And to battle back, getting headed in the stretch, and Martin Garcia, Bentley Combs, 10 strike.
10 strike.
Shots. That's the way the meet ends at Oaklawn. I hope you enjoyed it. We were privileged to be bringing you action from Oaklawn. They had a long meet. They started a little bit earlier this year. We talked about all the great storylines, but it was great. David Cabrera does hang on, gets that first riding title at Oaklawn Park despite being out with injury since April 8th. Incredible.
Pretty impressive.
Thoughts on, we talked about the Derby winner, Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. What do you think about her going forward?
I thought she was impressive. I thought she was very impressive, and I think she'll add some spice to the conversations over the next 2 weeks. We'll see what happens, but I bet you there'll be some conversations.
Would you go to the Preakness with her?
No, I wouldn't. But I'm not Dwayne Lucas, right?
Good chance we are going to see her there in a couple of weeks. Our next show, Thursday, FS2, 3 Eastern start time. We're on from 3 to 8:30 on Thursday. Search results. Add her name into the mix. She is back, the Grade 1 winner. Impressive after a disappointing 4-year-old debut for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Steve Asmussen takes the trainer's title. David Cabrera, the riding title, despite being out with injury since April the 8th. Good for him, his first riding title at Oaklawn. And Rich Strike. It is on to the Preakness for the 81-1 shot. We'll see you on Thursday.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.